It's time. Today's the day. We tried to become grand champion 3 times in a row. Or we lose. Or we lose and then I'm sad. My first opponent's not attack speed, enjoy it. It's actually Maximillionaire. He thumped attack speed. He's out. So we just gotta, we just gotta fight Maxi. Now Maxi's a very good Vampire Counts player. But we can ban it. So they only play a handful of other factions. I've listed them out. I generally know what should do well against most of Maximillionaire's factions. First map is Celestial Lake, which can sometimes be a bit awkward range wise, but I feel like I got options. Good luck, have fun, thank you. The secret to an easy win is to spam Nurgle. Glorious and Nurgle. Yeah, if they actually get buff next patch, how sick would that be, right? Imagine just hard Nurg meta. Alrighty, let's get our global bans going. If I can just get past Maximillionaire, we're in the best of 5 zone. And even though I'm up against Charix, I think I have a good handle on the play style and the factions that they're gonna go for. So I can kind of just hard counter that. Berserk and Charix will be facing off soon. How exciting. Oh, yeah. We doing squats for you? Thank you so much. All right, the big question though is what is Maximillionaire gonna ban? I'm known for playing a lot of factions. So what are they gonna ban? Slaanesh! That's actually totally fine. All right. No Vampire Counts, no Slaanesh. This means Maxi also can't play Slaanesh. I also cannot play Vampire Counts. So that's totally fine. Although Slaanesh does often give me free wins. So being down such a faction, it can be a little sus. Now the first map is Celestial Lake. All right. First faction is picked. It's Wood Elves. Wood Elves is really strong. Maximillionaire likes playing Wood Elves and Vampire Coast. So I basically get a 2-for-1. He might play Dark Elves, which is also countered by Wood Elves. So is he gonna pick factions that he's not used to try and counter? Lizardmen and Tomb Kings? Okay. Let's see here. Tomb Kings and Lizardmen. Let's see. I could go Coast. I could go Chaos even. I went Beastmen. Beastmen can do pretty well versus both Lizardmen and Tomb Kings. It's a little sketchy. Last faction, though. I could whip out Chaos. I could try Norska. I'm gonna go for the safe pick. I'm gonna go for Chaos. And he goes Dark Elves, okay. So Wood Elves worked out pretty well for us. Lizardmen, Tomb Kings, Dark Elves. Okay, so Wood Elves. We kind of just have to ban Tomb Kings, right? Is there another thing I could ban instead? Do I have enough good matchups? I think I do. Let's see here. Chaos versus Dark Elves. Chaos versus Tomb Kings and Lizardmen. So all very, like, safe matchups. Now, we know Maximilianer does like to play a bit of Dark Elves. So if I get rid of... How would Chaos Dark Elves play out? I don't have a lot of forcing tools. I feel like getting rid of Chaos Dark Elves is fine. Lizardmen and Tomb Kings is pretty wild, though. I do know that he plays a little bit of Lizardmen. Tomb Kings, less so. Which makes you feel like, because he's not as practiced as Tomb Kings, that I should be able to do better with Chaos in that. Good luck, dog. Thank you. Whew. Football is rigged to watch Warhammer. He banned Tomb Kings Beast versus Beastmen and Tomb Kings versus Chaos. Nice. That's 2 matchups down for the Tomb Kings boys. That's very nice. So obviously we banned Wood Elves Tomb Kings, right? The matchup is just too cursed. Or is it? Or is it? No, we should not play that matchup. I think it's probably gonna get forced into like... Okay, well, like... Yeah, Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings we get rid of for sure. Lizardmen versus Beastmen. Apparently it's slightly Beastmen favored. But we'd have to be quite careful. Chaos versus Lizardmen is it's a matchup I've only dabbled in. I think Wood Elves versus Lizardmen should be fine for me. Wood Elves versus Dark Elves should be fine. Beastmen versus Dark Elves is fine. I guess I'll get rid of Wood Elves and... Let's see, because I want to play Beastmen versus Dark Elves. Unless he's baiting me into a bad matchup, but... With a good amount of micro, I should be able to win that. Guess I'll ban Beastmen, Lizardmen, just to not get cheesed. 4 matchups left. Wood Elves versus Lizardmen. Dark Elves versus Wood Elves. I think Maximilianer has to ban those. If he doesn't ban those, he's crazy. But then I get to choose between Chaos Lizardmen and Beastmen Dark Elves. Chaos Lizardmen, it's been a while. Been a while since I played that. Chaos is a very safe pick, though. Beastmen versus Dark Elves is definitely... It's going to be a better fight for Maximilianer. Like, it's a faction he's played more. The map is not great for Dark Elves, though. Like, Scourge Runner Cherish just can't really get the vision. Okay. It's either Chaos Lizardmen or Dark Elves Beastmen. Let's check the faction statistics. Dark Elves versus Beastmen is a 46% win rate for Dark Elves. Lizardmen versus Warriors of Chaos. Apparently they do well there. So let's play Dark Elves versus Beastmen. Inticity with the Rogue Beastmen pick. I should be able to do pretty well with the Beastie Boys. Dark Elves are a little scary. I'm not gonna lie. They have a lot about them that is quite powerful. But As a beastman, we have many tools. Yeah, Celestial Lake's a little narrow. It's definitely not the best map in the world to get sick flanks on. I'm aware Dark Elves have a lot of very spooky infantry that can uptrade against us. But the cavalry can only cook so hard, right? Cold One Knights in the end are just a tiny bit slow. I gotta make sure I bring at least a couple Ungor Raiders. Don't want to get wrecked from not having enough of those guys. Pestigors can be good, but only if he goes quite elite. Like if we're facing Executioners or something. We're very likely going to see Scourge Runners, by the way. Like Scourge Runners, lots of infantry. That's yeah, that's very typical as far as this matchup is concerned. And I gotta be very careful about his passive. His spooky lore passive. But I feel like this composition feels pretty decent. Yeah. Yeah, this feels not terrible. I feel like we're doing a little bit of cookery. Man, this is quite terrifying though. Especially knowing that he beat Attack Speed Enjoyer. Maximilianer, the guy has some teeth. Does a pool pick reset versus every opponent? Yeah. So all the factions are available to us again. Oh, sorry. I didn't respond on Twitch. I'm sorry. YouTube chat spinning truth. You don't have your own personal matchup matrix? What do you mean by that? I do. Designed specifically for this tournament and this pick ban format. He didn't just defeat me, he annihilated me. Oh, Attack Speed Enjoyer, don't say it. So is Maximilianer really is he kicking into overdrive? That's pretty scary. We definitely gotta be just the slightest smidge careful here. Just gotta make sure that I don't put myself in some sort of terrible position is all. I feel like this build is pretty hard to deal with though. Like, I'm looking at this build and I'm like, yeah, that's a good build. This build cooks. But what if I'm completely wrong? What if we are completely wrong? Scourge on the Chariots, definitely. They're gonna be a menace. Let me tell you. Best of luck. Thank you. If I can just get past Maximilianer, we get into best of 5 territory, which I think is better for us. Beating Charix is no easy feat. But I'm pretty sure we'll be alright. I'm quite liking where this build is at. I have magic. Everything I could possibly want. But what? What will Maximilianer do? Bloated corpses should be available to every faction. Genuinely kind of good for defending artillery pieces. Alright, so apparently attack speed and joy got annihilated. I don't know how much Maximilianer has been training up his dark elves. Give the greenskins super squig. Super squig for the greenskins. We'll give dwarves volatile artillery. Oh no, we can give that to Skaven. Oh no, Skaven can just blow up their units normally anyways. I feel like every faction could have a thematic bloat. But alright. Here's a rough idea. I don't want to get skirmished to death. I have the Malagor. If he brings a Spirit Leech caster, I'm just going to keep him super far back. Make sure he doesn't get leeched to death. I have some Centaurs. They're going to take to the flanks. And it's going to be a Marathi build. Alright. She has Marathi. She has Malkoths and the like. Overall, very simple. Couple Corsairs, couple Dark Shards. This is generally not bad for me though, because I have a rather elite front line. With Scourge Runners, his rush isn't going to be super good. So I feel like it's a good idea to get some of these guys in. Now Marathi wants to get her Doombolt on Malagor. You can see that coming miles away. So it's gonna back up. We're gonna see if we can bait out the Scourge Runner hits. Marathi doesn't really have anything to bully my guys there. We're gonna secure our first capture point. How nice. The Chariots is just going for it though. Pretty crazy, but I guess I don't have any cav nearby. We'll see how much damage you can actually get done there. If he's not paying attention though, he might lose out on a little bit of infantry, and that blob actually worked out pretty decently for us. He's gonna get Doombolt down. But yeah, the Chariots didn't do that much. Plus his Dark Shards here. They're gonna get bullied a little bit. I have some cavalry at the ready. So far, not the worst, I'd say. Yeah, Beastmen are quite hardy. You don't mess with them. And yeah, he can't just let his archers get bullied. That's not the best situation for him, actually. That's actually really bad. He's not defending his archers. All right, all right. That's pretty chill, man. That's pretty chill. Let's not get overconfident, though. I've already routed off one of his chariots. And one archer is now fleeing the scene. Centaur severely outpace Cold One Knights. He is gonna Malkoths me though. Oh crap. Come on, Malagor. Stay in range. Okay, there we go. He's in range. Yeah, has to stay in range of these chariots to actually escort them off the battlefield properly. Then we're just gonna, yeah, sack these guys. But I've already killed off the infantry there. It should be fairly fine. Malagor is just gonna keep escorting. Not a whole lot that he can actually bring in. It'll do well here against Malagor. Crap, keep chasing, keep chasing. I can't let those guys rally. Now losing a Centaur for the damage I did to the archers, it's not the best in the world. Definitely could have done slightly better. But overall, I'd say the situation is pretty good for us. I'd say the situation's pretty good. I'm gonna pull these guys back. We're just gonna keep bullying his cavalry and just slowly work my way through his front line. You can't take many blob engagements here, as any blob fight he goes into is just another massive Melkoths. I mean, massive flock of doom. So that's pretty nice. Got a little bit of a route over there. We can sandwich these here spears, and then I got a sick doom and darkness coming on in. With the support of Malagor, these guys are not going to stick around. That's why we decided to stick around with the archers instead of retreating with them. And we're already routing off a lot of units. You really need a lot of precision play when you're fighting Dark Elves, because you don't want their units sticking around and getting their passive triggered. The more they get their passive procced, the worse it's gonna get for you. You just can't really, yeah. You can't really let them get that, because it's not gonna be pretty when it triggers. It's definitely gonna be happening soon too. I can smell it coming miles away. This is a great Flock of Doom though. Hits 2 Cold One Knights. There's a trigger though. So now routing off the Dark Elves will be quite a bit harder. But my my infantry front line is insane. We have an extraordinarily strong infantry corps here. The value lead is looking good. Malagor's farming it up like no one's business, and my Centaurs, well, they're doing okay. Crap, some of the wrong thing, but a Manticore's not bad. Do want a little source of terror here in this here match. Marathi's chilling. Gonna take out that Manticore first and foremost. And we're not capturing his point, gotta remember, but he doesn't have that much actually left, right? Like, actual unit count here is pretty low. His cavalry's gonna have to get through my Ungor spam. We're just gonna get a few more of them. We got some Pestigors in here, they'll be great. And there we go, that's another pretty good Flock of Doom. I want to route off these Corsairs. Yeah, they have 20 seconds left on their ability there. So as soon as that wears off and they're not getting a crazy leadership boost, the Manticore plus Malagor, yeah, it's just gonna route them off. And that's gonna be game number 1. Very nice. Okay. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Solid. I think he misplayed though. Like he wasn't microing supremely well. His Dark Shard just got murdered. And build wise, I think I had a better build. Versus his, not like in general, but like when you go mostly bleak swords and not like you know, more elite infantry, then you get wrecked by the Gore Herd. And the, oh my gosh, the Bestigor is really proving that they are the best. Malagor did great. Got a lot of routes. He was actually quite stacked. He cost 1,700. But he's worth it because he gives your guys insane leadership. With Icon of Vilification. Plus 12 is crazy. No one's going to route around him. And then he has Something Wicked This Way Comes. Combined with Doom and Darkness, that's minus 20. That's how we were routing off like all his units. Can you just ban Max's vampires each round? You get 1 global ban for the whole series. So I just global banned his vampire counts, which is honestly really unfair for people who main specific factions and really favored for me. But I'll take it. So he did go for Tomb Kings. Will he go for Wood Elves though? So the map is, yeah, it's the arena. So very big map. He goes Wood Elves first. Okay, okay. So I can just hard counter the Wood Elves though, right? I don't have no Beast Men, but that's okay. Empire is not that great on this map. Ah, I know what I gotta do. Easy peasy, man. Easy peasy. High Elves in Betonia. High Elves and Betonia are both really good versus a lot of what he might bring. Because he might go Coast, right? But now if he goes Coast, he's counterpicking himself into High Elves. He goes Lizardmen again. Another Lizard. Well, if it's Wood Elves and Lizardmen, then this should be pretty good. You gotta be really careful taking Gunpowder on this map, so Lizardmen's a smart pick. But this should be fine. And I can just ban his Wood Elves and then play... I can pick Wood Elves first in the next round. So we should be okay. And he goes Vampire Coast. Nice. So he kind of soft counterpicked himself. Against High Elves. Apparently Norska's also quite good against Coast. Maximilianaire kind of knows how to play Coast though, so we got to be careful. But that's not bad. That's not bad. Norska High Elves, in theory, is good versus Coast. Betonia is playable, although I should avoid it. It's generally regarded to be quite bad. Wood Elves versus High Elves and Betonia and Norska, I'm kind of comfortable with. So I could just let him play Wood Elves, but apparently he enjoys Wood Elves quite a bit. I should try to force him onto factions that he's less familiar with. But I don't know if he can play a Wood Elf strong enough to beat like my Betonia or High Elves, all right? He bans High Elves Coast to start off. That's very, very standard. I'm going to ban Betonia v Lizardman. That is a bad matchup for Betonia, right? No, apparently it's a 59% win rate. Something changed. I don't know why it's a good matchup, though. You know, maybe I leave it. Maybe I leave it around. The obviously bad ones, though, is like, wait, do High Elves beat Lizardmen? High Elves versus Lizardmen. 46% win rate. Okay. Ban that one first. Lizardmen's a weird one. They have a they lose 30% of the time to Norska, so we definitely want to keep that. Honestly, a lot of these are pretty good for me. I can kind of go for the comfort picks and try to corral him into a really bad matchup. Yeah, okay. Gonna ban High Elves, Lizardmen, and Betonia Coast. Betonia does bad versus Coast because crabs are a thing, and then they can just Mantide overrun you. That's not the most comfortable thing in the world. But yeah, now he either has to play versus my Norska, which, by the way, I did some checking. Norska is good against basically everything that Maximilianaire plays. So I knew in the back of my head that if I just whip out Norska, I'm generally going to be quite safe against Maxi. I'll be right back. So that should be good. And the next round we get Wood Elves, which is great. We're back. He banned out Betonia Wood Elves, who would have guessed, and Norska Lizardmen. All right. So what are the two matchups I want to play against him with? High Elves and Wood Elves is like classic. Classic. We're gonna just both play a solid kite. Norska versus Wood Elves is a little sketchy. I think there's a lot of volatility there. That's a little sus. Betonia Lizardmen can be a little sketchy. Let's see here. If I play Norska versus Wood Elves, it's very volatile. Norska's good though. Like, they have a lot of really strong mobility. And they can chop the Wood Elves pretty hard. Let me check. Wood Elves have a 60% win rate versus Norska though. Given that he likes playing Wood Elves, it's a little sus. Meanwhile, Norska has a 60% win rate versus Coast. The map is pretty big too. And it takes a while to actually route off a lot of the points. So I'm gonna leave him Wood Elves and High Elves and Coast versus Norska. The problem is Maximilian knows how I like to play the Wood Elf High Elf matchup, and he's picking it. All right. All right. This is an Anticity classic though, right? Will Turin cast the games today? He's going to cast both semifinals and the grand finals. That's going to be a maximum of 15 matches, a minimum of 9, which is quite a bit. All right. So, High Elves versus Wood Elves. This matchup's the one that I've been playing for millennia. All right. In general, by the way, Wood Elves or Wood Elf players, they are not the biggest fan of this because a lot of High Elf players, they can just spam an endless number of archers, and then you're kind of screwed. You don't really have a lot that you can do versus the max archery. So yeah, he's definitely gonna need a cook up something. You obviously have to be a little wary of a max cav rush. On this map, you can full Vanguard too. So I almost expect Maximilianaire to try to go for like a Vanguard all-in on me. If you can defend yourself against that though, it really shouldn't be too bad. Alternatively, he goes for a some sort of full kite shenanigan. I think those are the main options of good old Maximilianaire here. And for me, I just gotta make sure that all my range tools don't get jumped. But yeah, this matchup is it's all about shooting each other up into oblivion. Maximilianaire already ready. Pretty scary. Makes you really wonder what they're cooking. What compels a man to be ready so quickly? Let's see. Reavers are good in a pinch. Oh man, 25 gold off. What is this game? I guess I can demote this guy. That's fine. But yeah, let's see here. Double check the build. Double check the magic. Everything looks good. I'm very interested to see what Maximilianer has in store for us. He's very much so intentionally picking this matchup because he feels like he's cooked something up. The question is whether or not he's cooked enough. If we can just get a solid 2-0, we're very comfortable. Going into the ace match is a little awkward, but I will have the Wood Elf pick. But yeah, I think it's very likely he's gonna try and calf max me though. Also, I think the map's bugged. Used to have stairs, but they're gone now. Map looks kind of naked. So be it though. He's either resigned to his fate or he has the mega tech hooked up. Yeah. Here's the thing about the Vanguard points on this map. Very far, right? So wherever he is, I can just fall back from. I just have to not go for any crazy Vanguards myself, right? I have some spears here, and in case you're really worried that maybe I don't have enough spears, we have a bunch in reserve. So I can kind of just fall on whichever side of this point I need to stay safe. Summon in some spears. I should be okay. Mage is pretty fancy. Shems is a really good kite tool. You can poke a lot with that. And okay, he has Glade Riders. So he can't rush me. He has a Melkotzer. Pretty standard fare. And I think we're gonna see a kite v kite situation. Let's take a look at this Shems action. Shem should be very annoying. Doesn't get the biggest hit though, but a minor hit. Now first things first though, we really got to find out where his skirmishers are. Lord is just gonna be burning some of his ammo. Ammo is very important here. And then I'm just gonna get these guys killed. Alright, so that net's gonna last a while. Lets me get into perfect position. And then we can get a devastating volley over here. She's scouting out for skirmishers that may punish me. Wouldn't want that to happen. But there we go. That's one of his cav units already off the battlefield. But you gotta remember, there are skirmishers abound. They are somewhere on this battlefield. And finding them will be the most important thing of our life. Should be able to escort these guys off at least. We can start getting into a nice position over here. And if I use my nets effectively, I should be okay. So let's chase this guy off. We'll test his ability to dodge here. It's a pretty vicious volley. Gets the dodge though. Well played, well played. Alright. Where are those skirmishers? We don't see them. Those guys are successfully escorted at least. Oh crap. Almost got my Lord netted. That would have been really bad. Instead, I think he kind of missed it. Which means I get to shoot his Lord. I think he actually almost had a play to snipe my Lord there. It's going to be quite painful. She's going to take a solid 2 volleys. Got to be careful about any counter volley. But that's not a lot of wins for half HP off his Lord there. Since we know he's not rushing, I can start spamming archers too. Seriously though, where are your skirmishers though? We just have a bunch of like melee stealth dudes. There's gotta be some sort of... Oh crap, he's coming to net me. There it is. Gotta get ready to land. Get the land. Alright. That's a pretty brutal net. I'm hoping the line of sight makes their shots a little awkward. Oh, he got me. He got me. There he goes. Smart. Patient play. Gets my lord off the battlefield. So she's dead. Not the best of scenarios, but also not the end of the world. She just comes back later. And we're about to archer spam him. So I have a lot of archers here. They can get their poke on. The lord's important, but not that important. The skirmisher fight is going to be much more impactful here. It's pretty ouchies, but I don't think we're out of the running just yet. There are his Way Watchers. I should be able to get a pretty nice volley here. Just gonna bully him a little bit. There you go. And I should have just too many skirmishers for him to deal with. I also have some cavalry here that can maybe get some work done. Have to be a little careful about them, but yeah, my massive archer advantage here is definitely going to be paying for itself quite nicely. Wraiths of the Frozen Heart, we're just going to bully and then pull back away from the Way Watchers. At the end of the day, there's not that many Way Watchers, so I should be okay. And we're just getting ready for our Lord resummon here. She should be able to come back relatively soon. All I need is one solid hit on those Way Watchers and I'm happy. That one should be killable. Yeah, okay, so they're basically out of the picture now. Nice. We've resummoned our Lord. Pretty solid. Then we're just gonna pick off some of these guys. Just getting a little poke on my dudes, but I think we're okay. And then maybe I can shems them to death. I gotta be real careful about his cav core. But his shems I can do. Can he hide in time though? This branch wraith is pretty aggressively positioned too. She can't really tank a lot of point blank hits like that. And the shems working out for us pretty well here. It's quite nice. Branch wraith for spotting though is very smart. Just gonna get our archers in there. Just start peppering them. Maybe get a little bit of a flank shot in there on some wild riders. We're controlling space pretty well. If I can keep this up for a long time, we're still in a fairly comfortable position. Let's see if we can actually kill the branch wraith. She's really exposed. And killing her off would be so good because then he loses out on magic. Doesn't get the dodge with the Lord either. Pretty nice, I'd say. And we even got the route on the branch wraith. So that's actually very nice. I think while he does have Way Watchers, he just doesn't have enough here to really uptrade. And with his Lord getting really low, life is going to be quite sus now. There we go. Branch wraith is shattered. So now we don't shoot the branch wraith because he's not going to have magic until like forever. It's going to take ages now to get magic. And we may kill his Lord if I'm lucky. Just got to be a little careful. We still have the double cap, which is nice. There you go. Just gonna get a few pot shots on me. But my Way Watchers, they should be able to cook. Oh crap, I might have accidentally killed the branch wraith. We'll see. His Lord's super low now though. The Lord sniper becomes the Lord sniped. I just have to be a little careful about impending cavalry. But this ain't my first rodeo, although my Lord gets hit pretty hard there. It still ain't my first rodeo. A lot of his Way Watchers have taken magnificent damage. And we have a double cap. Plus a ludicrous number of archers, so I should be okay. All these archers are just super hard to shut down. He just doesn't really have the firepower. And if I keep spamming archers at a defensive position, life's gonna be tough. This may be the end of his Lord too. That would be really nice, as that would be a pretty big leadership hit to these Way Watchers. I think the Lord got the cav to tank this shot though, which actually helps her out quite a bit. But we're commanding the space pretty well, I'd say. And I can play ultra defensive here to make sure that we don't get caught out. Lord now has to stay back, which means they can no longer chuck nets out and the like. And then I can just get a volley on the Hawkeyes here. I don't want them desummoned because they can get a lot of value back. So yeah, that would be quite awkward. Unfortunately for Maxi, his Way Watchers too, they're running into a pretty bad position, I would say. They're running into direct fire with all my dudes. Not very comfortable. And I'm just gonna keep spamming archers. Those are dryads. They're way too slow to press into me. So I should be okay on that front. In fact, I'm so comfortable we're just gonna get even more archers. His lord's useless and he has no magic. We're bullying his little caster there. She really can't do much on that front. But here comes a cav charge. And now naturally we just fall back. There's no point getting more aggressive here. That will only lead to disaster. Instead, we're just gonna pepper these dryads, get them nice and low. All these archers over here can definitely cook up a storm. And then I should be at a fairly comfortable position. Because remember, we also have nets. We also have some handy-dandy nets. Unfortunately, no overcast there for that one. And also when I cast magic, the Lore of Light gives you magic attacks, which should actually be quite good for us. He's making the big push up. Looping around with the cavalry, so we gotta go full retreat. No opportunity to Lord Snipe, unfortunately. And his Wild Riders, they do get in there. Gonna have to be a little careful about that. Should be able to countercharge most of his cav though. And it should be pretty easy just up trading. Because thankfully for us, High Elves just have really good cav. They have very strong cav against his dudes. And the magic damage is gonna be great. Now I'm gonna have to figure out where to cast it. I'm just gonna chuck it on these Wild Riders. Because I want to get that leadership boost. And magic attacks on all my guys. It will increase our damage by about 20% across the board. You know, that's going to be quite nice for us. So here comes the skirmishers. Got to loop around and deal with them. These wild hunters over here, they're getting charged. Very nice. It's a little sketchy, but we still have a capture point. I should be okay. A lot of my archers are running out of ammo though, and I'm actually running out of units to summon in, which I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I'm gonna presume it's a good thing though. So now we can bring in these guys. There you go. There's the desummon. He still doesn't have magic, by the way, which sucks for Maximilian there. As long as my lord doesn't die, we're happy. And I have spears at the ready. He did have Wildwood Rangers. Pretty crazy, if I do say so myself. But they shouldn't be able to cook up too hard. Where's my lord at? We're just gonna cast Shems over there. Once again, we get a ludicrous amount of magic damage on my entire army. And as soon as I get my resummons and I can actually spend my money, then we're good. There goes his cav. Wildwood Rangers, which is gonna bully a little bit. We have a lot of archers here, which should trade pretty well into him. A lot of the Wild Riders kind of suffering. Good to see, good to see. And I just have to capture this point in a reasonable amount of time. It's going to be a little sketchy. I think this little pocket over here is going to be enough, though, to get the job done. We'll have to see. There's certainly a lot of dudes all around here. I might be able to snipe his lord, though. One lord snipe could go really hard here. So you can see there's another Wildwood Ranger. A little scary, but honestly, they're a little out of position, so I don't think it's that bad. And yeah, we've stealthed up, and then we're gonna see if we can snipe this lady. Is he gonna get the dodge? He might be able to fall back to the pillar in time. He might not be paying attention. Oh, he overshoots the pillar though. Oh, and the lord gets hit. And I think that might be it. That might be it for Maximilian there. Overshooting that pillar and getting hit. If she routes, oh my god, she's gone. She gone, baby. Very nice. All right, nice. And now it's just clean up. He's basically army wiped at this point. His lord is running for the hills. Remember, he still doesn't have magic. Overextending with the branch rape, definitely a rough time. Wildwood Rangers just don't really do super well versus the High Elf Tide. And even though he has resummoned a ROR Waywatcher, it's not going to be enough, as we have secured a double cap. Triple cap will be on its way very soon. Just in case he has stealth units, we just got to be a little careful. We're gonna chase down the Lord, and I think we're good. This matchup is all about skirmishers. The one who has more skirmishers is generally at a much more comfortable position. It's how we were able to take so much space. And now his Lord is dead. Took a while. Took my sweet time actually getting them killed. But I think we just had the slightly better micro. Life was fairly comfortable. There you go. Triple caps on its way. Huzzah. Glorious. Let's just not get my Lord sniped real quick. There's a triple cap though. Situation's gonna be tough. Can you defend your archers against such ruthless high elfing? Plus 16. The very rare plus 16 from chat. Glorious. Yo, this is crazy though. Lore of Light is actually insane versus Wood Elves. The lore passive. ITP +4 leadership and magic attacks. Magic attacks are actually so good versus Wood Elves. How long does it last? 15 seconds. Not bad. All right. Maximillionaire. Beat him up. Beat him up. That puts us in the top 4. But my next opponent's probably gonna be Charix. Shem spam pretty good, but my kiting was just crazy. He got a lot of value on this Weight Watcher specifically, but the other ones less so. We kind of just butchered them. Taking the horse skirmishers is really weird though. I don't know why I took these guys. Deepwood Scouts would have been much better, as we would have had a right proper kite fest. And then you kind of need melee units so you don't get rushed. But yeah, they just got shot to death. Whereas my melee units were holding the fort pretty well. Check my archers. Yeah, the archers are a good call. Skirmishers and archers in reserve is really good. And these guys also did pretty well. Nice, nice. Generally, I'd say this is high elf favored, so. Very good. Very good. Top 4. We're here. Whew. All right. How's Charix doing? How's Charix doing? "15 seconds is not bad for magic damage and ITP." Yeah, you can get 2 volleys off if you cast a spell. And the magic damage helps versus dryads, it helps versus cavalry. Super important. Him killing my Lord was a big misplay, and even despite that, we still won it. Like, my Lord's not cheap. She cost 1,500. I lost 1,500 to a net. That was very silly of me. I gotta not do that versus Charix. Charix right now is playing Berserk. Now, I think if Berserk wins against Charix, that'd be really good. That'd be really good. Charix is a little out of practice, but like, he's still a very scary opponent. I gotta start metagaming here. So the maps for the top side is Edge of the Darkwood, Skull and Deer's Cave, Itza, Norskin Rise, Celestial Lake. 3 out of those 5 maps are very big, like massive. I gotta keep snacking today too so I don't get hungry. Chark's gonna whip out the Skaven, yeah. Hey, Michael Phillip, thank you so much. 25 months, you mad lad. Fleet Admiral tier. I have you in the end screen, right? I don't? Oh, well, I gotta add you then. Thank you so much. Mike. Philip. You'll get shout outs at the end of streams every once in a while. Thank you so much. Welcome to the crew. Yeah, Berserk's definitely spooky. Berserk's generally, like if we look at their player profile, right? In SFT declaration from Berserk. Berserk plays, let me see here. Berserk. So they played Korn, they played Vampire Counts, they played Norska. They're definitely a Korn main. Like, I'm probably banning Korn if I play them. Chaos, Zinch. Even some Demons of Chaos. That's it. That's actually all they've played in the last while. So they're not super active. This is the battle of the OGs. How can we access the tourney tree? It's right here. There's a link. Meanwhile, on the bottom bracket, Danican is still fighting Melkor, and then he'll fight Boss Sauce if he wins. Then the winner of that fights Blood Penguin and Ulrich Wall. A lot of spooky stuff. You just joined to the end stream overlay and thought I was out? Oh yeah, no, we're good. We won. We're good. The routing of that shattered unit is ridiculous. Yeah, the branch raid, I thought she was gonna route towards the edge of the map. But she really took her sweet time, man. She was prancing around the middle. So my boy Maximilianer had no magic for the entire game. Whereas my lord, he killed my lord and then like, she just came back. But yeah, we've already won 2 seasons in a row. If we win this, this would be our 3rd season back-to-back. With another grand finals coming in a month too, that's pretty comfortable. Pretty comfortable, I'd say. Routing doesn't seem to work right on this map. My lord also routed towards the center. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Map's really weird. Whew. I'm not gonna lie, you had me stressing. I super prepped, man. So I just got a list of all your factions. Let me, yeah. So Maximilianer, Vampire Counts, Vampire Coast, Wood Elves, and Dark Elves. And you sometimes play Lizardmen, Slanesh, and High Elves. Is what I have written down here. Followed by map-specific picks. So for game 1, I knew I wanted to play Wood Elves. And then possibly counterpick with Vampire Coast so that you wouldn't be able to play Coast. Along with maybe like some Norska or Beastmen to rush down, you know, your Dark Elves. They'd also be good versus your Lizardmen. I didn't know if you were going to play Bretonia though. I feel like if you went for the Bretts, it could have been a little sketchy. But I don't know how good you are with Bretonia. I've only seen you pick them like once in SFT, I think. And then, yeah, then I had ideas for the arena. We know that gunpowder factions aren't super good there. So I was pretty confident that I could take Norska into your Vampire Coast. That's kind of what we were leading towards. There's so much research for this tournament. And then J-Tomb we didn't get to. But the plan was to first pick Wood Elves there to deny you Wood Elves as much as possible. You hate Bretonia? Okay. I was thinking you might try to get a sick counter pick though, but like from what I can tell, you're not like a huge fan of these like mass cav plays. So I felt pretty okay there. What do you think of the new about Ison? The news about Ison? I don't know what the news is. You'll have to tell me. Is there a game 3? No game 3. We're going to semifinals. You feel like the nameless side character who gets wiped out in episode 1 of a tournament arc? You're not nameless, man. People know ya. I think this pick ban system is cruel for you though. The fact that I can ban vampire accounts and then counter pick with factions that you would want to play, I think that makes it a lot more difficult. If you were allowed to play vampire accounts, I'd be sweated, man. I'd be hard sweating. Like every round would be Wood Elves, High Elves to make sure that you can't pick counts. Wood elves, high elves, and empire, just every single round, and then hope that I can beat your dark elves with high elves, I guess. But yeah, it's pretty rough, I'd say. Yeah, grand finals has a prize, smaller tournaments don't. Helps with vetting in case there's any like sketchy player that's like smurfing or something. You need to win now so you can see you lost to the champ. I'm trying my hardest. We're up against Berserk or Charix next. And to see he's the main villain, Turin talks about him saying he's the top 10 StarCraft 2 player. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we got that StarCraft micro. My APM in StarCraft is like 80. Like, my APM is not fast in StarCraft. I play Protoss. Don't let anyone know. If I ever tried to become Prime Minister of Canada, they're gonna dig that up. And be like, and Tusti actually wasn't a god gamer. He's slow. How can a man this slow manage an entire country when he can't micro his own blink stalkers? Dad APM. I feel like as a kid, I just never hit the grindstone. I didn't build up the skills. But in my 20s, we got the Warhammer action. All right. I think, 5-7 years of my 20s grinding Warhammer nonstop is enough to say that we're at least proficient at this game. What do you think of your opponent? He's running a pretty spooky campaign. Oh my god. Yeah, chat picking up on my mannerisms is something that is something that always surprises me, throws me off guard. We don't need AI to make an Anticity bot. If chat just combined together to piece together all the mannerisms that I've said over my life, you could totally make your own stream. Oh my god. I gotta send that to my friend. Alright. You have to be at least 35. I'm almost there. My 30s. My 30s, they're coming. My back is getting so... How do you strengthen your back muscles? Various exercises like pull-ups, rows, and deadlifts, as well as body weight. Okay, I can do pull-ups. I can do pull-ups easy peasy, because I've noticed my back is starting to get weak. Oh wait, no, I want to strengthen my lower back muscles. Bridges, planks, and bird dogs. All right. Well, I can do planks. What the crap's a bird dog? Bird dog exercise. Okay, it's like a plank, but you're on one knee and one palm, and you kind of make like a deet deet deet, like a little very right angle. You just hold one hand out, hold your leg out. Sure, I can do that. That's pretty easy. Redeem 15 squats. Warm up with some squats. I do actually have to burn some adrenaline, man. That's gonna be my only set of squats for today, though, because we're getting into the more intense stuff. But I will do this one. Just so that we're not sitting around sweating. Yo, Warhammer makes me sweat a lot. I swear, I'm burning a ton of calories while playing Warhammer. Some nice slow squats. Alright. Danican versus Boss Toss is going on right now. Oh boy, Charix. I have my list of factions he plays. He likes to kite. The maps are pretty open though. Lower back exercises are basically core exercises. Oh, really? Yeah, I got burned some adrenaline. Flex for the camera, you dirty dog. Show us the strength. I'm doing squats, man. This is not particularly impressive. It's a good thing I got a couch here. Why, hello. Get that intensity only frames going. All right. I'm freaking out, man. I'm freaking out. I'm in top 4. We've already made it to the top 25% of people in the whole tournament. So that's good. Is it normal to want to puke though? Oh my god. Bro, those were like 6 squats. Don't judge. Also, I'm counting, man. I know how to count. I'm not gonna do more. I don't want to be like gassed for the tournament. I've been playing a lot of chess recently. I've intentionally not played chess so that my brain can work at maximum capacity. Hey. Gets better as soon as you start playing. All right, well, let's line up the factions that let's line up the factions that Dan or that Charix plays here. If we go up against Berserk, I can figure it out later, but obviously the guy plays High Elves, right? The guy plays some High Elves. We've seen him play Petonia. He really likes Wood Elves. I don't want it to slip all the factions that I've seen him play, though. On the off chance that word gets to him. Even if he's not in stream, someone can just message him, right? Let's see. The guy likes Skaven. I don't know if he's gonna play Skaven. I should start doing... Do I have a matchup? Okay, yeah, I do have a matchup spread for Skaven. Okay. And then these ones he plays a little less, but they could be there. And this one too. He has a pretty wide list of factions. What's the consistent theme here? Let me see. What's consistently good against him? You know, it's pretty funny looking at my matchup spread. Warriors of Chaos, I'd basically be okay playing them against anyone, but they're not super favored in any matchup. It's really weird. Holiest Pigeon, thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub, much appreciated. Distracting me for a bit from the stressing. Undead factions are suicidal versus Charix, by the way. If you bring Undead versus Charix, you're asking for a bad time, unless he's like playing Skaven. He did lose to Danikan's Empire the other day, so that's not too bad. Oh, I gotta write the maps down too. A lot of work, metagaming. So map number 1 is Edge of the Darkwood, then Skull and Deer's Cave, then Itza, then Norskin Rise, then Celestial Lake. Alright, so a map like Edge of the Darkwood. So knowing Danikan, like obviously I want to do that to start. Just tuned in. When is the next round? Nowish or in 1 hour when turn stream starts. It really depends on how long it takes Danikan to fight his match against Berserk. I think, you know, it will be a little while though, because we're gonna need to do picks and bans and get into the lobby, and Turin might want us to wait a bit. Charix is as rusty as he gets, thinks he's Satsuma. What's up with Satsuma? For Canada, yeah. Dude, it's... I feel like patriotism in Canada, at least where I live, very low. Very low. Like, you know, I'm happy to be Canadian, but I'm not like, hell yeah, Canada, get the flag, like, go wild. Zinch, maybe, yeah. He did play Zinch a little bit, like, way back. You am rooting for Charix. Go for it, man. Tear your dreams apart. Maybe. We'll see. Hey, Dizzy, I often see you on Turin stream winning, you monster. I remember specifically Slaneshi victories. Yes, I am a Slanesh main. Last Grand Finals, Charix promised to play Rats versus you. That's true. But yeah, I am a Slanesh main. I think generally a lot of people would say I may be the best Slanesh player in the world right now, but my diversity with the faction's a little awkward. But it's true, I do play a pretty mean Slanesh. Okay, so if we're on Edge of the Darkwood, I can do that. And then that. I gotta figure out what factions I want to pick for each map. Let's see here. What does this matchup look like? I can't spoil too much. Oh, that's a terrible matchup. All right. Pass on that one. Thank you. How about this one? Even worse. Even worse. All right, screw that matchup. This one should be fine, though. Yeah. Against Warriors of Chaos. The matchup's terrible. Against Tomb Kings. Alright. Yeah, alright. Oh, what matchup spread do I want here? You're an Alberta boy? No. He lured him into Vermintide too? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Charix. Keep playing Vermintide too. Although that's kind of a disappointing way to become Grand Champion if everyone just leaves the scene. There's just no top players to face. Is that truly a victory? Yo, maybe I'll play some Conquest tournaments after. See how those go. But yeah, we're playing on a really big flat map at the beginning, which leaves me with some pretty decent options. Big old ginormous flat map. Okay, I guess this is also a pretty good faction. I wonder if he knows how to face ogres. I feel like he would. You'll see. Anywhere you can see the tourney tree? Yeah, here's a link. I'll actually pin it. Pin the link for anyone who comes in. You're still credited in the fruit rules? Oh, dang. Any advice for Slaneshi campaign? I feel like without Nakari, your armies are useless. So, if you take a lot of armor, they're a little sketchy, right? You are down leadership. I think Slanesh, if you just make an auto-resolve army of warriors and like chosen, it's not the worst. If you actually want to play your battles though, the AI is pretty bad at catching horsemen, so if you micro them well enough, it's not the worst, but it's not exactly the best situation either. I've played a handful of Slaneshi campaigns. Your other alternatives are, if you're bad at micro, just spam like probably Keeper of Secrets or like Soul Grinders. Just get a huge SE stack. Chaos Knights if you can't micro your cavalry super well. If you can micro really well though, spamming Seekers with a few hardy infantry units is pretty good. Because Seekers have the deeps to kill basically everything. They're AP, they're just really squishy. But, you know, take as many Seekers as you can manage and just hammer an anvil for days. And probably don't take too many low armor things. Alternatively, Fiends, if you can get to that tier 3 tech. And Furies are not bad, but you have to be really good for that. If you're asking for advice, you probably shouldn't be using Furies because they're made out of paper. Like, I can barely use Furies well in campaign. An early game, if you just spam Devoted Marauders, you'd probably get by most things. Like, spam Devoted Marauders have a little bit of armor piercing in, like, Seekers or, like, your magic. Spamming Pendulum is really good in campaign. Magic, damage magic is really good. But yeah, just, like, spam Marauders, and then maybe you can get, like, a couple Demonettes to kill stuff that the Marauders can't. But, like, Chaff Spam is really good. Because you can take, like, a 40 stack against their one army. It's quite nice. What are the rules? There's not many. War Mammoth is limited to 1. Arrows of Kurnos is limited to 1. Doombolt is banned. 2 Ice Wolf Chariots max. And Locust of Conjuration is banned. Most of that's because of bugs, not because of imbalance. Oh yeah, Slaaneish's casualty replenishment is hot garbage. Oh my god, I remember suffering through that, yeah. In Conquest, there are less and less rules. I've heard, which makes me more interested. I think Conquest having fewer rules is what is best for that game mode. Skull Taker should be banned. Well, like, Khorne's not exactly, like, the craziest faction in the game right now, right? I think if you end up banning Skull Taker, you'd have to ban, like, Wolfric, because his boat's probably too efficient. Most bans, for balance reasons... Yeah, it's only if, like... I don't know, especially Legendary Lords, they don't get banned very often, because they just don't make up a huge chunk of their army. And a lot of the time, it's going to be a samey lord regardless. The lords just aren't balanced well enough. So if you ban one, they just get replaced with the second best lord. It doesn't really solve the problem. Why are they called fruit rules? I don't know. I think it's because Vicious Satsuma, who had a profile picture of an orange, was the main driving force of making the rules back in the day. So it's called Fruit Rules in his name. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're ahead in the bracket again though. That's nice. I find myself always ahead in tournaments. All right, I should consider snacking. The adrenaline, it's working its way up. It solves the problem because then you don't have to fight the Skull Taker. Alright, I guess, you know. He has been meta for a while. But, it sets a precedent that a lot of rule makers don't want to do. Especially Turin. Turin is very straightforward with what he bans and what he doesn't ban. Which is just, if it's bugged, it's gonna be banned. And only if it's ludicrously OP, then he'll ban it. But otherwise, if it's just really good, he's not gonna touch that. Because there's so much in this game that is really good. People would be yelling in your ear for the rest of your life. Right, quick mortars are banned in land battle or dom. In domination, they're not banned. I could see them being banned in land battle though, just because of the nature of uptrading. Dreadquakes generally uptrade in domination, which means they're probably really good in land battle. So the map where routing is bugged should be banned? No, that's just a game thing. Some maps are worse than others, but you can't just ban the whole game. But they're bugged. It depends on the severity of the bug. If it's hard to if you have to squint really hard to tell if it's intentional design or not, it's kind of weird. Hey, you can probably bring it up with Turin. I have had a weird thought where if you really want to try nerfing your opponents, you should find bugs on other factions that you don't play, report them to Turin, make it seem as crazy as possible, right? And then try and get try and get it restricted, right? Because like Tzeentch Locus of Conjuration is not like the craziest thing in the world, but it hurts the faction a lot if it's banned. So like if you can make a good enough argument, then maybe you can restrict what your opponents bring. What do you mean routing is bugged? The units don't route in the direction that you would expect them to. Most scummy tech ever, I know, right? But technically you could do that. It would be quite the arms race of people just searching for bugs. Like, imagine if someone can find a way to prove that, like, fiends are bugged and their, like, animations make them, like, way better than they should be or something. And then, like, there's no more fiends. Holy crap. Slaanesh in the dumps all of a sudden. Dreadquakes are not intended to have, to be able to drop a shot directly on top of themselves. Yeah, you know, like, you could make an argument for that. The thing is, though, like, I don't play Chaos Dwarves. I would only bring that up with Turin if I was playing Chaos Dwarves. Like, the only reason I brought up Locus of Conjuration was because I played Demons of Chaos. And it felt really good, so I wanted to check. And then it turns out, yeah, it's too much, apparently. The whole game's kind of bugged, actually. Why do you think Turin isn't playing as much Warhammer as he used to? Darn game. Oh, Turin actually is swapping out the arena map. Crazy. Crazy sauce. Yeah, he swapped it out with Edge of the Darkwood. That's pretty cray. I know there's a visual bug. The routing thing, I don't know exactly how that actually works. Maybe it's because there's so many like little doodads that really messes them up. All my homies hate fiends. Yo, fiends are crazy. Every time I win at Slaanesh, people are like, those darn fiends. Not Anticity trying to start a cold war of banning. I think it would be considered a quite hot war if it actually got going. I'm generally pretty mild when it comes to restricting stuff. Probably a lot more mild than your average person, so I think it is a bad trait about me, at least in terms of overall community enjoyment. But I think if you can kick up enough of a ruckus, you can get anything banned, man. I've seen some crazy stuff. I've seen some crazy stuff over my 7 years of Warhammer. Like, oh my goodness, you can really make people throw hissy fits. There's like with skirmishers, if you shoot a volley and then move immediately after, they can go back in stealth almost immediately, so it can get super hard to shoot back. Is that an issue? Should we ban that? Fruit rules back in the day, they're like, can't have too many flyers, can't have too many skirmishers. For anyone who doesn't know, the restrictions here were actually carried over from the fruit rules. But yeah, back in the day, in the fruit rules, you can't even take that many Glade Guard. I think they're limited to 8, which I guess is still a lot. You can take 4 more in domination than in land battle, but you have a reserve army, so maybe it's acceptable. But like, you know, there's like Arrows of Kurnos restrictions. Though I will say, the Arrows of Kurnos restriction I think is good just because Wood Elves is so strong. But it would be restricted even if Wood Elves were bad. People go crazy. Warhammer politics will shape you into your prime minister role in the future. Hell yeah. Yeah. Now this, yeah, now I think in land battle now there's no variant rule apparently, so maybe it is a lot more chill and they just use the basic restrictions. I think one of the tournaments I saw just uses basic restrictions, but to descend into trying to balance the game yourself is very easy. Hell, I've tried to do it. I wanted to try buffing spells. And I tried some unit buffs and such too. At the end of the day though, I think the real winners don't play the game. Not Warhammer in general, but I mean the game of like arguing about with people with balance. I think kind of like, you know how Legend is like super burnt out and he's like, you know what, I just don't want to handle this anymore, and it seems like he's going to be happier not thinking about how to make Warhammer better all the time. I think for my own mental health, it would be better to just say, you know what, the game's gonna be broken. Some spells will never see the light of day. It's fine. You don't need all the spells to see the light of day. Bloated corpse are gonna suck. Bury the horse, all right? It's dead. So, yeah. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, getting into that mentality, although a little bleak, it is actually quite comfy, because then I can play chess, we can play Hades, we can hang out and chat. Nobody hates my guts for saying Flaming Sword is bad, you know? It's a good time. Oh, right. Now can Charks finish his match? I'm stressing. Let me at him. I haven't beat Charix in the best of 9. He's the only one that hasn't beat me, or that I haven't beat in the best of 9 series. The unit cap of 12 range units is pretty annoying as Coast. Like, imagine you're playing Coast, right? And you're like, oh yeah, these crabs are pretty cool. They're really good in melee against Cav. I like this Fleet Admiral, right? You know, has like a tiny poking range shot. That's pretty cool. Maybe we'll take some 2 gunnery whites. We'll also put them on crabs. And then, yeah, and then you're like, oh yeah. And then like, I kind of want to do a gun line, right? But like, you know, like having some chaff is really nice. So we'll spam some of these guys, you know. They're not like really strong range units. And you're like, okay. All right, so I got like my basic melee front and chaff to like stall, and then some cool single entities. Let's like actually build our ranged, you know, backline now. And it's like, whoop. Whoa. What is this? Yeah. I think the crabs especially. Rotting Promethean should not count as ranged. I think if these guys don't count as ranged, like you can make these guys count as ranged, I guess. The poking is a little annoying. Should get the limit raised to 13. Let's see here. Yeah, I think these are the worst offenders. This I can see. You don't want like a build where it's just like, you know, a million pistols and then 12 more ranged. Maybe that's like too oppressive or something. I don't know though. Mass range builds are not like that crazy anymore. Kislev's also kind of a weird one. Yeah, Kislev's a weird one because armored Kossars count as a range unit. So if you take like 5 of these guys, then suddenly you can't really take more here, which is like really weird because these guys are like not that crazy, but whatever. Yeah, Wood Elves, I think CA just have to nerf Glade Guard just a bit. Like, just make them like 25 gold more expensive, you know? On builds that run like a handful of them, they're not gonna care. But if you're gonna take 12 of them, then that's 300 gold more, right? If the unit is so good, people are taking the maximum amount in all their variants, why not just increase them by like 25 gold, you know? And then buff up like something else on the Wood Elf roster, like Treekin. God, Treekin. You can take the crabs without guns. The guns are important though for their melee fight specifically, because it's shotguns. So while they're fighting cavalry, they'll just shotgun them. Now, me saying the guns are important might make people feel like they should be a range unit, but I guess that's a debate we don't want to go into. Don't you have to wait for Turin stream anyways? I don't know. All you want is the ability to put a bloated corpse in a siege tower. Dude, that'd be jokes. I'd love that. Glade Guard costing the same as Orc Archers is a crime. Holy crap, yeah. Though, technically, Greenskin Archers, look at the stats. Look at the stat difference. These guys have 1,000 more HP and loose formation. And look at that weapon strength. Look at that super useful weapon strength. Hell yeah. Sure, they have less leadership, less speed, can't move and shoot. Less melee defense by like 10 million. How do these guys have 14 melee defense? Wait, they just throw their bow down and use their fists? 14 melee defense? You know what else has 14 melee defense? Wait, zombies are, what? Okay, zombies are 6 melee defense. What if you chevron it? Okay. Scale's kind of weird. What has 14 melee defense? Noblars? I'm betting Noblars. Holy crap, Noblars have 26! Holy crap. Okay, so Orc Arrow Boys have the same melee defense as Noblar Flingers. They're literally using their fists. They don't have sidearms. Confirmed. They try to attack with their bows. Yeah, they're the same as Flingers. These guys have nothing. That's a little silly. Well, it's actually really hard to find a unit with low enough melee defense. How about Skeletna? 22 melee defense. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Let's make this guy as strong as an orc boy. Yeah, look at this guy. Look at this Chad. Oh my god. That's a 14 melee defense peasant. So that means your average freshly enlisted orc arrow boy is roughly as combat capable as a peasant who's been in the war for a little bit. Though he will have more leadership and he is bigger. Yeah, if you're literally dead, you will have less melee defense. Whoop-de-doo. 14 melee defense sounds like a Corn hero. Oh yeah, dude, Corn melee defense is kind of jokes. Yeah, this guy, if you put him on a chariot, he has 15 melee defense. Pretty ludicrous. Alright, anyways, I think I know what I'm gonna ban for Charix. It's gonna be sketchy, but I think I know what I gotta do. Oh boy. Oh. Sweating. They don't learn how to block because they hit things from far away. Well, they can hit things close up too. They do have a lot of weapon strength. I guess if they're used to bullying gobos, but pretty funny. He's just standing there. Gobbo's just poking him with the spear. It's like the mountain and the viper. The Gobbo's face will get crushed, but it's gonna, you know, it's gonna land a lot of hits, which will feel nice. Charix's Wood Elves is scary. I would imagine. I've played it. What are we waiting for exactly? Charix needs to finish his match, and Turin needs to get the stream going. We as Gobbos. I'm still the only one in the top 4. Pretty cray. Cathay peasants, meanwhile, expertly defending against charges with over 34 melee defense. Cathay peasants are great, but they really die to magic and archers super fast. Cathay's definitely a faction you don't want to just have a straight up fight against, though. With Harmony and all that, they are really good at holding the line. 24 base melee defense. Harmony amped. In campaign, if they chevroned, it's absurd. You get into like chosen levels of melee defense. But 15 armor does them dirty. You got the halberds, though. Look at these guys. Who's Charix currently playing? Berserk. Rush main Berserk. So it's the kite versus the rush. Formation defense. Oh, that also increases thing. Defensive stance gives you armor and charge resistance. Formation attack does something. When in melee. Melee defense will be slightly increased. Oh, I see. Formation attack's so weird. It doesn't really change that much in the game. I think if they removed this and just gave them the melee attack and melee defense, it'd be fine. You caught a stream? Hell yeah. You only know me as the boogeyman that shows up at the end of Turin's tournament games. Oh my gosh. Happy to have you here. It's a good time. I've been playing in his tournaments for 6 years? 6, 7 years? I've been playing Warhammer for 7, I think. His tournaments for 6. Oh man. I am a sweat lord. At least when it comes to these grand finals. With these grand finals, we don't hold back at all. After the grand finals, we usually meme a bit with the faction, like Skaven or something. I should learn Chaos Dwarves, by the way. I think if I play Chaos Dwarves, it'll really teach me how to micro my single entities better. Because the Iron Demon micro can go so hard. But you have to babysit them a lot. Like, they gotta be the only unit that you're microing. So probably shouldn't take as much cavalry. And then I think we're good. But like this unit, you have to like micro it every like, 2-3 seconds. It's very demanding. And it just scales better and better the more you micro it. But yeah, Chaos Dwarfs seem like slightly scary. Do I play Chaos Dwarves? No, not in this tournament. Way too risky to play Chowie. Unless I feel like I can beat Charix's Wood Elves with them, but I don't think I can. If I can feel pretty confident versus Chaos Dwarves, Charix has probably played it a lot of times. Maybe versus High Elves, we'll see. The Chowie healing nerf was so unwarranted. I will say the Caster Lord was very popular. Chaos Wars was pretty strong, but not crazy strong. I'm kind of happy that we see Astrogoth and Trazoath more now, though. It was nerfed a little too hard, I will say. Like, the range reduction to, like, I think he shouldn't heal if he's at the edge of the map, but, like, 100 meters is very close. Like, a lot of spells, the short range spells are considered 100 meter cast range. Now you can just kill them with, like, Shems at a distance. Speaking of Shems, Daniken is 10,000% gonna run Shems in the tournament. He has been loving Shems lately. Now, it doesn't do as much damage as I initially thought. I think I just had a really unlucky hit. But it's pretty brutal. You can cast 8 overcast Shems over the course of a game. Yeah. You're praying to go over every lord's items and abilities this patch? Oh, definitely not. CA is, I feel like they're way overworked right now. I don't even know how much they're gonna fix. I don't know how much they're gonna fix. I do feel like they're gonna fix some stuff. But I don't think we're gonna see, like, sweeping changes or anything. As far as I can tell, I'm pretty sure they're getting my feedback and it's going to, like, the bottom of the drawer. They hear me, but they're like, this isn't important enough. We gotta focus on other stuff. At least that's the rough vibe. We'll really have to see. I do have my big list of stuff. Spectator mode needs to be better. You can't see a lot of stuff when spectating. Spells have to be updated at least mildly. Abilities could be balanced. Norska and Skaven need to be buffed in Dom. Vampire Council, Nesh, Norska, Wood Elves, and Ogres could all use a couple nerfs to varying levels. I think Vampire Counts, if they get nerfed, they need buffs on other fronts so that they don't just die to everything. They need to be able to fight Khorne, and they need to be able to not crush other factions, right? Right now, their main tide is too strong, and their cavalry is too weak. I did give that feedback, Maximilianer, if you're worried, but leashing could be better. Units leash back into combat too hard. Ranged and flying units are really janky. The bloat and hydro buff is my little personal thing there. That kind of lumps into, like, buffing up like units that never see play. There's a bug where, yeah, moving the mouse over UI breaks the tooltip on the left side. All the banned abilities and units need to be fixed so that we can unban them. The pinned maps feature that's been in the game since launch, literal menuing could be fixed. If you pin the maps and load into a game and go out, it typically unpins it. For whatever reason. I don't know what the issue exactly is, but, like, come on, this is literal menuing. Like, I learned how to do this in computer science in grade, like, 11, okay? Now, I'm sure there's a lot more going on, right? There's a lot more security and stuff. But, like, how hard can it be to save pin maps? This doesn't matter to the vast majority of players, but it matters a lot to content creators because we use the same maps very often for, like, thumbnails and what have you. I can't believe it. And then, yeah, being able to see reinforcements as a spectator. All this stuff could really use a looking at. Queen Bess should fire a group of bloated corpses? Hell yeah. What's the problem with the Mammoth War Shrine? Do multiple shrines stack? They do, so they can get up to 40%, which a lot of people will be like, hey, what if it's intended? Because it self-buffs and then it buffs a friend, right? The problem is if you move those war shrines away from each other, it stays. So you can get 2 war shrines, get a bunch of kills, and then split them up, and they'll have a permanent 40% physical resist. Now, I don't have to tell you that's kind of good. It will make your mammoths practically indestructible unless you have magic attacks, which I don't think is normal. Yeah. No unit cap fixing like 3 max way watchers. I think the unit caps could be adjusted in general. There's some ways you can kind of work around the unit caps, which is weird. But I think restricting units more, like, it's really weird because you have units with overlapping roles, right? So like let's take what's a good example? Okay, let's say Betonia, right? If you restrict men-at-arms, right, then they'll just start taking men-at-arms and pilgrims, right? If you restrict knights errant and knights of the realm, then like Betonia builds will look like this instead of like, you know, like this, let's say, right? So the more restrictions you put on, the more the issues with the game and the restriction system in general kind of come into play. And I honestly don't trust CA to make a restriction system that works in Conquest and land battle and Conquest and Domination. I think the much better thing is to just you know, just adjust the units, like just adjust some prices if it's too good. The limits right now are softish limits, but it's just enough to make it where if a faction has something that's like slightly overtuned, like let's say Fiends, out of 18,000 gold, you can only take 4,000 gold worth of Fiends. So yeah, it's not too bad. Like a faction can get away with like 1 or 2 overtuned units and it's kind of still fine. Especially because you can kind of counter them. And that's going to have to be good enough for CA. There's a limited amount of work and I'd rather they spend their time doing other stuff. Coast should have crab sleds. Just crab wagons. Yeah, that'd be hype. The rotting Promethean gunnery mob, so it's basically that though, right? Just remove the button if you're never fixing it. No pin button for no pin function. Honestly, that might be better because it's kind of embarrassing. I'm totally fine with battles being kind of buggy because it's so much code, right? But like the literal menuing being bugged is kind of embarrassing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. But whatever. At the end of the day, it doesn't affect me that much. It's just one of those things that's just always there that I have to see every day. You like overtuned units, you just want every faction to have some. That's kind of where we're at right now. There's a lot of mildly overtuned units. I personally am fine with them. I prefer if other units could see play. Because for every overtuned unit, you get units that stop getting taken. Because they're literally just better. They're better to the point where there's not even a niche situation where you'd run the other one. At least in a lot of these cases. So, you know, I'm cool with the unit that sees play most of the time, but not so good that it overshadows stuff. I think, yeah. A lot of the good factions have those must-takes. Khorne, weirdly enough, sees a lot of their units getting brought to the battlefield. Even like, yeah, Bloodletter see play, Khorne Gorers, dual weapons, normal marauders, shielded guys. You know, Khorne's actually pretty... Oh, yeah, my bad. Mostly, you see almost everything here. These guys suck. But honestly, for this much infantry, it's actually pretty impressive that Khorne uses basically everything here. The cav, though, is so bad. The Khorne cav, you literally only see Knights of the Brazen Throne. ROR. All the other cav is so garbage. They always take Flesh Hounds or Minotaur Great Weapons instead. Although, technically, we did see Sipa bring Chaos Knight Lances and win, but I don't think that counts. I don't think that counts unless the Khorne meta is shifting. Limiting an all-in build is healthy for the game. I agree. I agree, but I also don't think increasing the limits help with that. Not enough anyways. For the reasons I was stating earlier. Are legendary heroes too weak? A lot of them are pretty good. Like Karnak is pretty good. Silas pretty good. Scar Bloodwrath is pretty garbage. Gotrek and Felix don't see that much play, but occasionally they'll be there. Same with Garagrim. Ulrika's kind of nifty, but not actually crazy. No one knows who the Golden Knight is, unfortunately. Let's see here. Green Knight is pretty good. They buffed him up a lot, so he's actually pretty chunky. Is there anyone else? Oh yeah, sometimes you see like Snagla. You see some guys. Skull Crushers are worse than Minotaurs. Yeah, most of the time Khorne's just spamming Minos. The meta in Dom is less explored. Is it? I don't know if the meta in Dom is less explored. I think it's really hard for anyone to actually conclusively say that. Unless, like, the land battle or conquest meta has a bunch of really strong factions where you literally only play those guys. In which side I'd concede that point. Yeah, Gotrek, Felix, and Ulrika are all underpowered. They're supposed to be the squad, man. Think about the books. They should be super strong, but super expensive. I think that would be sick. Like, Gotrek should just smash his way through infantry, you know, like actual blender mode. Felix should be super good at supporting Gotrek, making sure he doesn't get killed. And Ulrika should just be like, I don't know, an actual good vampire on a horse. Yeah, Felix sees some play, but yeah, Coadil. You know, Coadil's actually not allowed. He's a campaign exclusive unit. Which is kind of weird. It's probably because he has a Mortis engine. And CA don't want to give a Mortis engine to the Wood Elves, which is understandable, but it's kind of sad that we don't see Coadil. Anyways, I need to get another snack. 1 second. I'm grabbing an egg. It's gonna be great. I need to crack it though, so it'll take like 2 seconds. I really hope I don't get knocked out by Chargs, by the way, after waiting all this time. I'd be happy with the second place, you know? Although realistically, I really want to get first place. I feel like best of 5 Danican I should win. He beat me recently, but only with hard counter builds, so I should be safe against that in the best of 5. Alright, I'm coming back. The egg is seasoned. We starting yet? See, you really fumbled the multiplayer of this game. It could have been massive. I don't know if it could have been massive. The scene is nice. And there's a lot of people that actually watch Warhammer multiplayer. If it was of higher quality, would it actually draw in a lot of people though? So at the end of the day, it's a very different multiplayer game than many others. But we'll never know because they never made it good. Oh, Satang? Satang actually sees play. Satang's actually really good versus some demonic factions. Anyone who needs a big SE to run around, Satang does great. Like against Slanesh, oh my god, he's so annoying. He just constantly like pokes your guys down. And if you don't have a good enough rush, you're kind of just screwed. No, there is CA support for competitive play. I wouldn't go that far. But very little. They basically take our requests, test them out a little bit, and then see if... Yeah, that's basically it, right? They take our requests, we test them a bit, and then they implement them. So if we're like, please nerf Hellstriders for like a year, then they'll do it. The problem is the meta shifts. So like a year later, they sometimes nerf things that were requested like many, many months ago, and they no longer need to be changed as much. And they have to balance 2 game modes. There's a lot to do. What's an esports hierarchy? MOBA, FPS, fighting games, and then RTS? I don't know. Oh, organizing tournaments, supporting prizes, and advertising it in their game. I see. Okay, just a different definition of support. In that case, yeah, they basically don't support the game. Technically, they'll host a tournament every once in a while. About, at the current rate, once every 2 years. So, like, realistically, CA don't really do it. They do every once in a while, though, give us, like, pretty nice prize pools, right? For the launch of Warhammer, they did also organize an event. So, it's not entirely gone, but practically there's nothing. And if it wasn't for Turin helping to organize such events, they probably wouldn't even take off, right? So, like, realistically, we can give most of the kudos to Turin. It costs them nothing to add DLCs as prizes for new players. Realistically, I've asked CA before for DLC codes for tournament prizes. It's just a lot of work. Most of my tournaments are pretty small too. Well, like, there's a lot of back and forth that you have to do with it. But I could, if I really, really wanted to. Which is what I'm saying, right? Like, CA's like kind of there, but like not really. Also, Turin is a workhorse, absolutely. a complete separated game with only multiplayer and all factions for $30 to $40, they could be rich. I don't know, man. Like, that's a really definitive statement to say, man. My rule of thumb is to don't trust any confident statements. I make a lot too, you shouldn't trust me. But like, I don't know. Unless you're a market analyst in the gaming sphere, like, can you really say that's actually what is gonna be good? Like, what's your sample size? Have you done any testing on this? Like, it's just, you just can't trust yourself to make these calls. Like, I would love if CA put time and money into multiplayer, but I can't confidently say that it would be worth their time. Realistically speaking, I know it's an unpopular opinion, at least for a lot of people who are vocal, but like, at the end of the day, I'm just a guy at home sitting on my chair talking about Warhammer. Like, I'm just a gamer. I didn't study. Like, I took what's it, like, I learned supply and demand in economics 101. That's not even useful once you get into the real world. Like, I know so little about anything that isn't specifically Warhammer multiplayer. And even then, if you asked me right now, are Wood Elves OP? I wouldn't be able to give like a super concrete answer, right? I learned recently that their matchup versus Chaos Dwarves is sketchy. Right? Like, if I can't even talk about the game that I've been playing for 7 years confidently, how in the world are we gonna make market predictions about Creative Assembly and what they should do with their time and money? I just can't. A Skaven terrible? Okay, well, Skaven, that one's clear. Skaven! Oh, yeah, they're pretty bad. Although, I bet Charg's gonna beat me with Skaven today. And then I'll be wrong! I'll be wrong! I bet you Charg's gonna beat me with Skaven. I'll bet you $10 million. I'll throw the game just to win the bet. It'll happen. I think Wood Elves are definitely really good, though. Like, I think Wood Elves, it depends on your definition of overpowered. I would say they are definitely amongst one of the strongest factions in the game by a pretty good margin. But also, they might just have a lot of skill expression, as the RTS vets say it. Or like, they just keep getting better the better at the game you get. But like, if you're talking two players of like equal skill at a lower level, maybe it doesn't count. Though I'm pretty sure this build for Wood Elves, I'm pretty sure this just dumpsters like most new players. If you do this and you can retreat a little bit, I think you just win. Like, this is really brutal for a lot of new players. Weight Watchers have been S tier since Warhammer 1. Surprisingly, they don't see a lot of play, though. They're a hard unit to actually do well with. But I agree with you. Weight Watchers is super cracked. Are Wood Elves OP? Yeah, I guess it really depends on your definition. It's a bane of internet discussions, isn't it? You can't put a lot of nuance into like a single comment, can you? Also, is Turin stream starting? Is Charks even done yet? Let me check. Yeah, Glade Guard, really good at getting that value. Turin's thing starts in 11 minutes. Wowza. So I'm gonna stream all 3 matches? Yes. Both semifinals and the grand finals, which is why he's starting his stream later. Oh my goodness. It's starting. No one's done according to challenge. Yeah, we're the only one. Speed running it. Oh yeah, a 40k game. I think Warhammer 40k Total War is super highly anticipated. I think if they give Age of Sigmar, people will still play it. Like, I think there'll be a lot of people that are upset. But, like, it's another big fantasy game, right? Like, it's just, how could you not? Now, I think 40k would definitely be like, 40k can bomb and they'll probably sell a lot, if I had to guess. Jarx is done. Ah, on my way. It's Jarx. Oh, lordy. All right, here we go. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Turin's hosting. I'll be back in a second. Best of 5 versus Jarx. Oh, my gosh. I got an egg in my belly. May this egg carry us to victory. As scary as Charx is, the guy's not unbeatable. He's still terrifying, but he's not unbeatable. All right. All right. The first map is Edge of the Duckwood. First things first, though, I'm gonna need to do global bans. So Charx went 2-1 versus Berserk. So if he bleeds to Berserk, it means there's a chance. Berserk also hasn't been playing a ton, and I genuinely consider myself not bad versus Berserk. We're definitely not gonna get overconfident, though. All right. All right. Let's get the bands. Been ages. It's been ages. Good luck, and thank you. Berserk mainly plays conquest battles. If I lose in the best of 5, it means Charx is just better. But we play a pretty nasty game here. He's just coming off of his matches too. Maybe he's tired. Maybe it's getting late in Europe. Are your eyelids feeling heavy, Charx? You start messaging him. He's asking if it's a best of 5, which means he hasn't been super slaving over the format. Maybe he's unprepared. Maybe he's a scrub lord, you know? Beat him up. Hey. Oh. Oh my god, it's happening. I know what I'm banning though, at least. The man has a lot of factions. He's probably gonna stick to his guns though and play Skaven unless I ban it. Banning Skaven would be absurd though. That would be bonkers. Penguin beat Ulrich Val. Look at that. Yeah, we're deep researching my opponents. I don't have pre-prepped builds against them, But I think the pick and ban phase is the most important thing. Okay, yeah. A lot of what I can take is good. He's probably searching up what faction he wants to ban off my list. Yeah, just don't lose. Just gotta not lose. This is top 4. If we can start strong and just get one early win versus Charix, the comfort that would give would be great. Though I think I'm expected to do better as the series goes on because I have more faction diversity and better counterpicks. Charix really has his high elves and wood elves as his main, but that's it. Like, the guy plays high elves and wood elves. It's as simple as that. Okay, we're starting. I have my ban. What's his ban? Watch Charix play Skaven. I think he will. It's a best of 5. The guy doesn't have that many factions that he's like dying to play. Okay, he banned Slaanesh. I banned his Petunia. He banned my Slaanesh. The reason I banned his Petunia is because there's a lot of factions that his Petunia can beat. And he's quite proficient at them. Meanwhile, his high elves and wood elves, we can find chinks in the armor. They are, generally speaking, at least mildly exploitable. Because I'm just kind of familiar with those matchups. But Petunia, I have no intention. Of getting into that madness. Now, map number 1, Edge of the Darkwood. My first pick, nice and obvious, it's Wood Elves. So now I gotta see what he goes for. I've stolen his Wood Elves. He selected one faction. Selected the other. Tomb Kings and Norska. So he actually took Norska. Norska's a pretty good one. I don't have Slaanesh. Ooh, the map's kind of big. I don't know if Vampire counts as good enough here. Okay. I went Empire. This map is huge. This map is bloody massive. It's gonna be massive for Tomb Kings too, though, so that's not super great for him. Tomb Kings and Norska. Okay, nice. Norska's not like a Charix faction, though. Like, I'm sure he can play Norska well, but it's not like he's gonna be, you know, the god amongst men with Norska and Tomb Kings. It's very out of his typical playstyle. His mobility control will be really good, though. If it's Tomb Kings and Norska, I think Warriors of Chaos makes a lot of sense. And his last faction is Tzeentch. Not terrible. Not terrible. Norska, Tzeentch. So, Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings. On this map, though, it's so big. Like, Screaming Skull Catapults can't be that bad for Wood Elves here, right? It's still generally not a great matchup, though. Like, I should try to not take it. You can probably park the Catapults. Yeah, okay. He's not starting with his A game, though. So I have Wood Elves Empire Chaos versus Tomb King's Norska Tzeentch. It's Edge of the Darkwood though, which is like ludicrously big. It's one of the biggest maps in the entire pool. So generally speaking, it's manageable. Watch out. Has early access to the DLC units. I'd be fine as long as he also has nerfed units along with that. Surely they nerfed Norska, right? Charks whips out the Dreadmaw. Oh my god. Oh boy. Dreadmaw my face. I don't know, what else do they have? In what situation is Casket of Souls better than Screaming Skull? Generally, there's not many. It'll be slightly tankier versus sniping attempts. So if you know they're gonna fireball snipe your catapults, then I guess. High Elves will get some flying chariots. He's not playing High Elves though. Tomb King's Norska Tzeentch is not a crazy matchup. The dreaded Dreadmaw. Turin's gonna say that day one. The Dreadmaw. No, not like this. But yeah, overall, this is okay. Like, we're not up against his A game, and the further we go down the bracket, the more we have chances to potentially lock him out of Wood Elves entirely today. Really depends, though. Empire versus Tomb Kings, not bad. Chaos versus Tomb Kings is not bad. Wood Elves versus Norska is not bad. Empire Norska is not bad. Same with Chaos Norska. Wood Elves Tzeentch, Empire Tzeentch, Chaos Tzeentch. You know, it's all not bad. It's all not bad. We're chilling. Turing. Did Turing get auto-corrected? Ethnicity becoming ethnicity is pretty crazy. Yeah, Dreadmaw has 0 speed and 0 charge bonus. Very exciting. Alright, Charix is still picking his Banes. He's looking at the matchups. We may have gone a mild lead in terms of the matchup spread we have going on here. A lot of the matchups are still fairly even though. So I don't know if this is like an amazing situation, right? It's all fairly normal. He's gonna ban Norska Empire, respecting that one, and Tzeentch Empire. All right, so he's giving a lot of respect to my Empire. Feels like we can kite that. I must remember this for later on. Empire Tomb Kings, Chaos Tomb Kings. We have Wood Elves versus Norska, Wood Elves versus Tzeentch. The Wood Elf Tzeentch matchup will be quite interesting. Don't know exactly what he has planned there. I feel like, I don't know. We'll have to see. Chaos versus Norska is a bit of a tussle. That would be like going towards a more even match. Then there's Empire Tomb Kings, Chaos Tomb Kings. Like, these are all good. I just gotta figure out the ones that I'd be most comfortable playing. And I think I want to corral him in this direction. So let's get rid of... On a huge map, would I want to play Chaos versus Tzeentch? Like, the map is pretty gigantic, right? And he'll have access to Zongors. He can bully my Forsaken. I don't really have a great longevity tool. Something like a Hell Cannon is not bad versus Tzeentch. It is dodgeable, though. Hell Cannon is no Death Shriek. I guess we'll just try and get some of the weird matchups out of the way. We're down to Wood Elf Tzeentch, Empire Tomb Kings, Chaos Tomb Kings, and Chaos Norska. If he goes for Tzeentch, I'm really wondering what he's gonna dish out. It's a weird one. Like, Tzeentch has the blues and pinks, which are obviously really annoying. They have their magic, and their cavalry will do quite well against Wood Elf cavalry, but they're expensive as butts. You still have Furies, though, which makes me feel like if he just spams a bunch of Furies, life is probably gonna be a bit tough. It's not like I don't have a way to deal with it, though. But I think Tzeentch having magic attacks on everything is, like, probably a little too much, right? We'll see, though. Yeah, Forbidden Rod is fixed. Isn't Anticity just a forest? I know it's a company in Toronto. They do brand name stuff, I guess. Anticity reminds you of the word tenacity also, yeah. A Dowie pick. Not on a map this big. Map's kind of huge. But yeah, Tomb Kings versus Empire. Chaos versus Tomb Kings. Chaos versus Norska. So if you actually look at the Empire v Tomb Kings matchup situation, it's 53%. It's quite close. But this map in particular is, like, pretty solid for us. I thought this was the Kraken King. Hell yeah. He might try to force something there. Honestly, he's putting us in pretty weird matchups. Like, these are not matchups I've played a million times. It's just gonna come down to play. He bans Wood Elves and Tzeentch. Okay. He blinked first. Alright, alright. Alright. He blinked first. That's really good. Warriors of Chaos versus Tomb Kings. A classic. Absolute classic. Now, apparently their win rate versus Tomb Kings is not good. But I fancy myself a fairly strong Chaos player. And the map is pretty comfortable for us. We got the Gigantor map. Now, he has a few options. He has the Kalita snipe shenanigans. Those kind of plays can be awfully annoying. Gotta be ready to tank that out. Killing Forsaken is not that difficult either. But Chaos is just not bad. Like, Chaos is this solid, man. This solid. They got tools. Yeah, I can just take a bunch of these. Handful of these. Let's see here. Yeah, Tomb Kings can be a little, just a little annoying, but I feel like this build has a lot of what I need to win, though. I can even run me one of these things. That's definitely not bad. Horse archers. Yeah, if he brings horse archers, they're not too terrible. Just gotta make sure my Hellstriders can actually fight them. Pope Patty. 10 Swiss francs for the good luck. Thank you so much, man. Oh, I really much appreciate it.
For some good luck.
Yeah, Tomb Kings can be a little spicy, but I think what I have going here is not bad. I have just a smidge more money left. This unit can be really good versus Tomb Kings. Only in a handful of very particular situations, but I think the potential for big plays there is really nice. I kind of want these guys though. Oh, never mind. They're not that good. Never mind. All right, let's just play a straight up match. We ready? 5th month just renewed with Prime. Thank you so much. I don't know if I got the notification. But I appreciate it very much. Sometimes my chat box doesn't show it, but here we go. Smash that git. I feel like he's gonna try some Kalita snipe action. So I went for Kairos with Final Transmutation. This means I'm not gonna have Burning Head versus Tomb Kings. So to compensate, I've gone much more infantry heavy than you might see me usually go for. Got our aspiring champions over here. Obviously, I'm spamming Hellstriders. You never leave home without some Hellstriders. Aspiring champions go for the center. And then I want to go pretty heavy for this flank. Like, I think we can capture that flank point and use our mobility to our advantage. And if he goes for Kalita sniping shenanigans, I'm just going to Final Transmuter. Kairos should be much stronger against snipe than something like a more popular Archaon pick. So I suspect that'll go pretty decently for us. Hellstriders trade pretty well into Tomb King's cavalry. We're talking roughly even trades, but once they build up, it definitely gets better. And Chaos Knights are actually surprisingly difficult for Tomb Kings to deal with. They have 50 melee defense, a lot of armor. He basically has to have Ushapti to kill them. So they'll be quite good. Along with a bunch of Marauders, Chariots to deal with his infantry. And if he's really hunkered down and I just can't get on top of him, a Hell Cannon will surely be enough to get the job done. So there he is. He has a Kotep. He has a Sphinx of Uzkep. Kotep is really stacked, so if I kill him, we're doing great. Overcast Final Transmutation will be very annoying for Kotep, I believe. And he has a Necrotect. So not a Kalita snipe. Just, yeah, some Chosen of the Gods. So as long as I spam infantry, they'll be kept busy. I do have to be wary of that Sphinx, though. We simply cannot effectively take a fight here. But playing time, absolutely. And Marauder Horsemen will be really annoying. They'll be able to chip away at them. And you can't do that much against them. I'll get the Hell Cannon in a bit. But I feel like I want a little bit more play over on this flank. If at all possible. In the meantime, we're just going to stall any amount of capture he gets here. Hellstriders are fast. He's going to target these guys. And as soon as they shoot, we're just going to pull away. There they go. So some shots are fired. Going to pull away, and we're just going to steal this point real quick. And we're just going to play that point game. Unfortunately, he does actually get a pretty decent amount of damage here. And we got our Axe Throwers in here. If I can mitigate the damage, I'm totally happy. Spending a lot of resources at the beginning of the match to get this done. You got to remember, all this stuff is rather expensive. We got this capture point. We'll have our Axe Throwers there in a second. One Hellstrider unit. Starting to suffer a little bit. Do they have enough fight to continue, though? I might just desummon them. We'll see. At the very least, we can capture this point. Get a little bit of work done here. It's not like he has that much to really contest. He has some Ushapti over here, all right. I think I just want to chuck this out on Kontep at the get-go. Capture point-wise, we're doing okay. So Kontep's gonna throw down his Skull Storm thingy, so we can dodge that fairly well. We're gonna bully him a little bit. These guys have already used a lot of their ammunition, which is non-optimal. And now I just get the Hell Cannon. And this thing's just gonna pummel away at him a little bit. As for the Ushapti, we can just get in there, bully them a smidge. And Kontep, I'm just gonna ignore for a bit. Unfortunately, he does have his birds here chasing off my boys. But the triple cap is fairly comfortable for us. These Ushapti can't win this fight too well, right? Considering they're in the trees, that's non-optimal for them. Just gonna keep dodging them Ushapti. We got a few guys over here. We should be able to pick off some birds, no problem. And then Sartorial just has to stay safe. Let's just not die, good old Sartorial, and then I'm happy. Get another one of these. The Hell Cannon away. So it's just gonna pummel him. His birds are not doing too great. We lose one Hellstrider, but it's not the end of the world, for the point is ours. Kontep took about half HP damage too. That's not super great for him. And Tomb Guard Halberds we can bully. Now I'm gonna have to pull away here. Can't stick around too much. At least he's not healing too much. But I gotta make sure I don't take a big loss here with my guys. I kinda wanna just lure him into the trees and like just play keep away, you know. If I stay in here for too long, we could start down trading pretty badly. But at least I should do well. He does have some Eyes of the Desert, alright. I guess I'm gonna have to sick them with my aspiring champions. And I think it's time we get a chariot. Chariot for the infantry should be pretty good. Kontep's just chilling. He does recapture the point, so that's our sign to pull back. Maybe we can just shoot this thing up. We gotta remember he has a Necrotect, so healing it will be pretty simple. Might be able to jump his Ushapti though. Hell Cannon's not doing bad either. It's definitely you know, slow chunking him. And yeah, we're just gonna pull back. There's no point really taking this fight, right? I'd rather just get my Hellstriders in here. A little bit of lag, but we're okay. And yeah, we just want to be super annoying because he can't be everywhere at once. That's the thing. The guy can't be everywhere at once. We're going to get a pretty nifty final transmutation here too. I got my chariots. They're going to go ham. And that's nasty. Straight nasty final transmutation. On top of an Ushapti catch. We're sitting pretty comfy. And we can re-secure another point. Hell Cannon's doing great. His Ushapti are suffering pretty hard. We're just going to get in over here. We can kill these guys. Sartorial has to be super wary of them, though. Kontep's going to live, but he's one hit away from dying. So that's not too bad. As long as Sartorial doesn't take too much damage, I'm happy. We're just going to sit on top of his Ushapti for a bit. We enjoy the point. And he's still triple capped. That's a bad situation for him. He doesn't want to be full triple capped here. So now he's going to have to spend more time resecuring the point. And that's what I'm saying, right? This is just a... oh, crap, lag. This is just a, yeah, a really big map. And it's not very comfortable for Tomb Kings. This map is rather ludicrously large. We still have this capture point. And I can bring in Forsaken to hold it even longer. We have our Ushapti here. Sartorial's chilling. We can kill Kontep soon enough. Here come the Hellstriders. And my chariots can get the work in over there. He's crumbling on a lot of fronts. Even his Ushapti are not looking too happy about the current turn of events. Yeah, look at them go. Hellstriders doing great. Chariots having a good time. And Hellstriders get on top of him. Nice. And yeah, I'm just not engaging this. There's no point fighting that bad boy. There's absolutely no reason to fight literally the entire pillar of his build right now. I'd much rather fight literally anything else and use my capture weight to my advantage. First things first, so we gotta get those Ushopti off the table. They are nearly dead. Sartorial continues to live. He's an absolute menace. A little bit of lag, but we're good. And we're just gonna go back into this fight here. Sartorial's just gonna keep it steady. And now he's going for some flank points. Now this thing I should be able to save with Forsaken. I can get some Chaos Knights here soon enough. We will be able to recapture this point soon. He's gonna get the middle, but that's not a huge deal. A little bit lag. Here we go. Yeah, I really want to get Chaos Knights in here. Oh my god, the lag is bad. There we go. So we should be able to believe that. Should be able to take this point. Get all the horsemen in. Hellstriders just have to play it a little safe for a bit. I almost have those Chaos Knights, though. Almost. And he has to play for multiple points right now to actually win. And considering he's about to lose Codtep, that's pretty good for me, I'd say. This point is quite well in our control now, too. And the Hell Cannon is back, baby. All right. Solid. Let's get Sartorial in there. He's going to use his cavalry to secure this, but we can re-secure it pretty easily. And the hunt for Codtep begins. He's going to get a pretty nasty Skull Storm, but I think we're doing pretty well. These Chaos Knights should cook. Chaos Knights don't die to Skeleton Horsemen. That's just not a thing that happens. So I think we'll be fine there. Come on, bully him. Get in there. Getting a little bit of a route on this flank. Not the most comfortable. But there's the final transportation. And that's gonna deal with them real nice. So he captures the far point. But he can't be everywhere at once. Right? So let's just get the Chaos Knights in here. Codtep is crumbling. He's dead. It's very good. He is going to secure this, though. So we're at triple cap now. It's a pretty solid route. However, the middle point's looking pretty open. So I think we can just, yeah, we can just use that to our advantage. Plus Sartorial's still alive. I have a lot of guys that can potentially rally here. Though we'll see. He has some horse archers that are chasing them off. I think we can split him up though, right? Because he's bringing in his big boy over on this side. He's trying to get that guy in. If I can secure this end, I'll be okay. And then, yeah, there's the big guy. Screw that. I don't want any of that business. We're just going to ignore him. Hopefully uptrade on this end. Get the Hellstriders in. And then contest the middle. As long as we contest multiple points and just never let this guy get in the fight, I'm happy. Because he's so expensive. We're out of magic, though. My magic. Those stalkers are going to be problematic, too. Game's not over yet. The middle point is a big point of contention here. Chaos Knights will get in, though, and we're gonna take the middle soon. Hell Cannon should just be desummoned, though. Like, this thing, I think it's gone its value. I don't need it anymore. We're gonna desummon it. We're gonna take that middle point. We're gonna fight in the trees over here. That'll be great. And then using my Hellstride to spam will be good. All his units are crumbling with the death of Codtep. So basically everything's just down trading now. It's pretty good charge on the horseman. Then we counter charge. We have the middle. Which means now he's got to be sweating at least a little bit, right? There we go. And now I can take this far point. Bring in a Marauder. And he only has so much cavalry. They can only be so many places at once. These guys are crumbling. I'm just going to let them crumble instead of staying in the fight. And we're just going to pile on here with everything to make sure that he doesn't capture it. Sartorial gets this point just fine. As long as he doesn't take the middle back, I'm happy. 2 units of cav will be great there. Just continuing to play the ticket game. Sartorial's doing great, man. That Necrotech doesn't stand a chance. And all his expensive tools are just not really getting very good coverage, are they? All his super duper expensive stuff, They're just kind of stuck, really. Though the middle point is getting a little sketchy. Gonna have to be just a tiny bit wary of that. It did tear out my my knights over there. If I gotta bring the Hellstriders to the middle to hold, though, it ain't the end of the world. That fight's pretty good, and the Stalkers are being useless. So here's the thing. We're gonna take this point using our skirmishers. I have Marauders heading to this far side. That's pretty good. And while we lose the middle, he's given up the other 2 points. So I think we're fine. Thank goodness for the ultra big map. It's a good start. And I've got a horseman over here. They can bully the Sphinx. If I just went for like a big infantry fight, he absolutely would have dumpstered us, though. It was very important that we played kind of this avoidance game. So he's captured the middle point, so I can actually just leave now. Because I'd rather preserve the HP on my guys. We'll go for this instead. Spam skirmishers for capture weight. And then I think we'll be okay. This is just to force him to not full dive this point. Because the threat of me capping here is just like way too bad for him. He can't afford to let that happen. So, yeah, we should just be able to chill here. There's the big move out, though. And he has some birds and such over there. Now, I do have 2 horsemen. They're going to bully his big Sphinx quite a bit. We have some spare Hellstriders over here. I'm going to need to decide, though, what do we want to hold? I think we really want to hold here, right? It's going to take him too long to get here, I think. Especially with my Hellstriders and the fact that he's already committed in this area. So, like, he's going to be worried that I'm going to keep sending units there. So if I just go hard on this, I think we win. Barely, though. We barely win on that that double cap action. But we've pushed his big Sphinx back, which I love. Gonna actually de-summon these Forsaken as they don't have much of a purpose. And then we're gonna contest this point so that he has to get something over there. Should have enough time to get some... Yeah, I'm gonna get Chariot. Chariots are really annoying to kill. They actually take ages to kill. So that should work out fairly well. His infantry's slow too. They ain't doing too great. And his carrion are dying on the far side. So if we just go over here, make sure that we just finish them off. And I think we're hunky-dory. He's still not on the point. It's a 2-minute hold, but if I capture the far end, we're pretty comfy. Chariots will be good for clearing his infantry and the like. And looks like the horsemen. They are chilling. They're doing great. Thank goodness for Sartorial. Now the hold begins, but I think he loses the far end. I also have a couple Hellstriders. I can maybe catch his boys. The Chariot is in. Will we see any mass routes, though? I think we want to contest this one. Like, I don't think he's ever retaking this if I summon a Hellstrider there. Yeah. Yeah. Because this point could be lost. The far point, though, is not. Unless he has, like, 1,000,000 stealth units. There's no way. Right? I have a whole Marauder there and everything. He does capture this point. But he's completely out of position for this one now. So now we stall. 40 seconds on the far point. Sartorial is gonna die. That's a misplay. I have a Chariot, though. Chariot will be good. These guys are anti-infantry. Sartorial dies, but if anything, that's just good luck for me, right? Gotta lose your lord. You gotta lose your lord a little bit. Scary battle indeed. But yeah, what's an anticipated game without a lord throw? I don't know about you, but I feel like it's needed. We barely win. Barely. Woo. All right. Game number 1 against Charix goes in our favor, and that's his Tomb Kings and my that's his Tomb Kings and my Warriors of Chaos. GG, well played. Very sketchy battle. Very sketchy. You can tell that his build is good. It's just the map was too big for him. This is why you have to bring everything you possibly can to the fight against someone like Charix. Because if not, you're not using the map advantage and have a good composition and micro well. He's just gonna kill you. Did lose Sartorial in the end, but he did fairly well. Getting the Sphinx on my Chaos Knights was really smart. Axors actually did quite well. And the Hell Cannon was good. Hell Cannon getting that D-summon was a nice little value get. I should have summoned it earlier, as it was actually really good against him, but I'll take it. That was a fantastic match, yeah. It's very pitched. Very pitched. Me versus Charix. So the next map. He doesn't have Tomb Kings, which means Wood Elves are like premium sauce, right? It's Skollendir's Cave though. So he's probably gonna pick Wood Elves first. There's no Beastmen for me. I mean, there's no Slanesh. There's no Slanesh. I might want to play Beastmen here. There's also no Betonia, right? So there's no Slanesh or Betonia. There's no Slanesh or Betonia. All right. So he's the one hosting this time. On Skollendir's Cave. It's also a pretty big map. Very good for archers. A little janky for some factions. This could work out really well for us if we go for Tomb Kings or maybe even a Vampire Coast, though that's a little sketchy. I'd say probably not Coast on this map, unless you play some very specific factions. Another great win too is that Warriors of Chaos is kind of a mid-tier faction for me. So we didn't have to waste a good faction against his Tomb Kings. Like, I didn't have to lose Wood Elves into his Tomb Kings or something. But yeah, I have some undead shenanigans. We'll see what his first pick, though, is. If he goes Wood Elves, I can just counterpick them. I have a solid number of counter picks for his Wood Elves, or at least factions that are decent into them. You spent all your Lord's HP. I was super careful with them at the beginning, and then I just chucked them into their end. But they stalled for time, so I guess it was worth. Real nail biter, though. He got so many points. He got a lot more tickets than I was prepared for. It really all was the map. Funnily enough, though, that map is one of my best maps, as it really leans into my playstyle. But alright, we're still waiting on Charix to ready up. He's probably thinking about his first faction. Metagaming as much as I am. After this, it's Itza, by the way, which is much more close quarters, which we'll have to be a little wary of. The final transmutation, though, on Kodtap, I did have to dump all my magic on him. Like a Spirit Leech caster would have been smarter. But I think it's not the end of the world. A kill's a kill, you know. And it made it where he couldn't really blob with Kodtap. He couldn't blob in general, really. But yeah, we'll see. Tomb Kings is a lesser faction. Like, Charix doesn't play Tomb Kings much. It only gets worse from here. He says, let's go. He might want to go Lizardmen or Noriska. Empire is just a scary faction in general to face. So his first faction is going to be Wood Elves. So this, I am absolutely ready for. Wood Elves, I want to do this and that. Yeah. Ogres and High Elves. They're both good versus Wood Elves, and they're both good generally. It also denies him the High Elf pick. And if I have to play a Kite v Kite versus Charix, it'll be a very interesting match indeed. He goes Norska. Alright. So what's good against Norska and Wood Elves? All right. I got my third pick. Ogres, High Elves, and Kislev. He went Wood Elves and Norska. He's really trying to get that Norska win in. Blood Penguin is versus Danican. Very exciting. Nice. We both picked Kislev. We both picked Kislev as our third faction. That's pretty jokes. Kislev is scary. It's also smart versus High Elves and Ogres. I didn't take Charix for a Kislev enjoyer. Does he know how to play Kislev well enough though, right? Like, is it going to be a Tomb King situation? Alternatively, I kind of hard banned his Norska and Wood Elves. Like, Ogres I'll play versus both, High Elves I'll play versus both, Kislev I will also play versus both. So like, I can just ban all the Kislev matchups. He bans Kislev Mirror, as he probably knows I play Kislev more than him. And I'll ban Ogres Kislev, and I'll ban High Elves Kislev. Alright, Kislev is out for him. So he only can play Wood Elves and Norska against Ogres, High Elves, and Kislev. And I still have 2 bans. So knowing that, I have some good options here. The Wood Elf versus High Elf is just a battle of wits. Whoever is better at kiting. That one will be quite the crazy game, but I've played it a crap ton. So we might be able to barely edge him out. Let's see what else we have. We got Kislev Wood Elves. We have Kislev Norska. Kislev Norska is a strange one. So let's take a look. Kislev into the Norskins. It's a 35% win rate for Kislev, so maybe that's not very good. Maybe it's not as good as I thought. Alright. Alright, maybe we get rid of that one. Get rid of that garbage. Do something else. Or I use the big SE build, which a lot of people haven't copied. Can Charix actually fight a big SE build, though? Like, generally, Norska is pretty scary. They have a lot of healing. They have a lot of missile resist. It's kind of an avoided if you can match up. But, I don't know. I think I might have a build that does well. Hey, Exapol, thank you so much. Subscribed for 8 months. Dang. Thank you, thank you. Sorry if I haven't been looking at chat much. We're really tryharding here. Just finished your first campaign playing Warhammer 3. So fun to see that there's actually competitive scene for this game. Oh yeah, man. It's a smaller scene, but it's good enough for anyone who wants to get into it. Small but competitive. Very sweaty, yeah. Happy to have you in chat, by the way. First time chatter. How are the vibes today? We're doing pretty good. I haven't lost yet. We're feeling mildly confident. Having won against Charix in game 1 in a very close bout, it's still kind of up in the air. The big thing is how he decides to play Wood Elves versus Ogres if it comes down to that. Because it's a matchup I've been winning, but I don't know if it's a matchup Charix has been winning. He might ban it. He might want to play it. It really depends. Sent our faction selection to Turin. In a word, anxious. I'm always anxious. It's just me. If I win this match, though, we're in a really good spot. Because I get to play Wood Elves. I get 2 more chances to guarantee a Wood Elf pick in the next round on Itza and in the round after that. And a guaranteed Wood Elf pick, generally speaking, is pretty good. Like, I can just give him the hammer with Wood Elves. If we lose this game, I still have Wood Elves. It depends on what he plays. He's gonna lose Wood Elves and Norska though, which is generally quite good. And if he loses his Wood Elves, Empire gets way better. We already banned Empire and Norska, so we know he's not dying to play that matchup. So that's pretty nice. Wood Elves on Charks is a spooky fight, yeah, but I can't just keep banning them forever. It's better to counterpick his Wood Elves than it is to outright ban them. And then maybe if we keep that up for 5 rounds, he just never plays them the whole series. That's why I picked High Elves second, by the way, because he likes High Elves. So it's a solid denial. Yeah, there's new players joining the scene all the time. Danikan's actually a fairly new player, and he's already in the semis. Would be wild if you won with High Elves and satisfying. I think most people would say the High Elf versus Wood Elf matchup is High Elf favored. So I would be quite happy to play it. I think this matchup lineup is quite good for us. Ogres, High Elves, Kislev versus Wood Elves, Norska. Like, that's pretty solid. And you can tell because he's thinking long and hard about which matchups to ban. He's thinking pretty long and hard. Cheap shield. High Elves don't usually use shields, but they do sometimes use Lothar and Seaguard. With shields to tank while the other archers go ham. I personally like the skirmish max style, but very much preference based. He bans Wood Elves and Ogre Kingdoms. Nice. So he doesn't feel good about that matchup. That's good. It's typically Ogre Kingdoms favored. Norska Kislev. Dang, man. Dang, he banned Norska Kislev? Alright. Well, I have options now. I have options. Ogres v Norska. What does that matchup spread look like? In general, Ogres versus Norska, 50-50. Charks is not a rush player, though. He's not a rush player, which I think puts him at a pretty big disadvantage. It looks like he wants to play versus my Kislev with his Wood Elves. It's either that or I play High Elves into his Wood Elves. Interesting. So either I just take it, High Elves into his Wood Elves, which would be a fairly competitive match, or I try going for the faction that I have more of an advantage on. I would lose my High Elves, but I think it's fine losing my High Elves for his Wood Elves. It's either he's playing into my High Elves, or he's playing Norska into my Ogres. Both are fairly even trades in terms of matchups. I would play Kislev into his Wood Elves, but I kind of like Kislev for other matchups. And he wants to do Norska Ogre Kingdoms. Okay. He wants to play Norska versus Ogre Kingdoms. This is a very important match. Not to flub. Very, very important match. Now, he has been picking Norska non-stop, but you gotta remember, the guy still has High Elves and Wood Elves. Now, I can just keep banding out the Wood Elves and just make sure that he never gets to play them. In fact, there's only one more round where he even can play Wood Elves, right? That's the 4th round. So that would be pretty bad for him. Yeah, that would be that'd be really bad, because I can just pick Wood Elves to steal his faction, and then he's basically denied them for the rest of the series. So I think that's quite nice. Obviously here, you really got to make sure that you don't get rushed down. Really got to make sure you don't get rushed down. But Norska in general, they don't have that many tools to force you into a fight. And I think that will put us in a pretty good position. Definitely gonna want this. Yeah, this feels not bad. This feels not bad. Norsk is scary, but in general, I'd say they are roughly manageable. Just gotta make sure we don't get rushed is all. So obviously you want many saber tusks. They're pretty standard fare. Dare we dream double Iron Blaster? Double Iron Blaster's hilarious. The map is big, but there is some terrain here. Double Iron Blaster would be hilarious though, but... Well, okay, does it work? Okay, wait a second. Does Iron Blaster actually cook here? Like, it's good versus Throg. It can bully his skirmishers. It's mobile. Maybe. I think lead belchers are really important, though. Lead belchers are awfully important. Do it. You gotta have goals. If he, there's some units that the Iron Blaster will absolutely cook against. And if I desummon that at 1850 value, or 850, it pays for itself. This is probably going to be a long game again. Yeah, this is probably going to be quite the long bout. All right. Let's take a bunch of these. You're definitely going to want a couple of these. You do need to kill skin wolves. Skin wolves are a little annoying, right? Yeah, skin wolves are a little annoying. I don't know if blood vultures are good for skin wolves. Norska doesn't have any flying. I'm not the biggest fan of blood vultures, but being able to rear charge skin wolves is so important for actually getting them off the battlefield. I think the temptation is quite high to go for that. I think we have a build. I believe we have a build. So really depend on what he decides to go for. There's a few ways Norska can play this. There's a solid handful of ways Norska can play this. I think against a lot of different styles, it should be pretty sketchy for Norska. Especially with the build that I have right now. This build is pretty solid, I'd say. It has a lot going on that I think is quite nice. Capture weight wise, he's gonna have good capture weight with a lot of skin wolves most likely. But given that skin wolves and ice wolves are probably the biggest issue for my range tools, I brought the Lore of Death. So we have Doom and Darkness. It's minus 16 leadership. And I have a stone horn with a hunter on top. The idea is simple. Any amount of skin wolfing he decides to go for, we're just going to terror bomb and chase him off with blood vultures. Nice and simple, right? If he brings in a lot of skirmishers, I do have an Iron Blaster. Just the one to farm value over the course of the battle. And potentially we get a win condition there. So Iron Blaster's pretty jokes. There's a beast of an artillery piece. Can do a lot of damage if he's not careful. Anti-large may need a great weapons to make sure that nothing large is getting on top of me here. And we're going to try to kite the Norskins. Gonna try and kite him up. He has 14 units, which suggests a lot of infantry. If he does go a man-tide and it doesn't look like he can rush me, immediately we summon in the lead belchers. If it looks like... Yeah, if he's just gonna man-tide and kind of just weather the storm, we summon in the lead belchers for higher deeps. Defend them with some pigback riders. And this guy. We have crippling throw. If he has a Throg or something, I can just chuck this. But yeah, I think the Iron Blaster could be really good here. It only, to pay for itself, it only needs to get 850 gold. And then we're fine. Oh, you're ready up. And he has a slow main tide. Okay. Final Transmutation and Plague of Rust. He has Wulfric the Wanderer. And he does have the Maws of Savagery. But it is just the Maws of Savagery. So naturally, he's going to want to capture some points at the very start. He knows to dodge, so I shouldn't even bother taking a shot here until we're a little closer. We're going to see if we can bully Wulfric just a smidge. And then with lead belchers on the field, I think we'll be pretty good, right? So just get them in. Just going to get that chuck. We're going to get a little bit of an Iron Blaster shot in. Come on, get there. He's trying to get that shot off. It's a 3-second wind-up. Takes a hot second. I'm just going to give up this point and start making my way here. Come on, man. Come on, get that shot off, bro. Alright. So next we bully his javelins. There we go. So we got the shot. Gonna take some pot shots at Wulfric. Nice. A little bit of deeps. We're already moving to the next point. To potentially secure this. Now I gotta be careful about skin wolves and the like. But with lead belchers on the field, I'm pretty happy. Skin wolves, like I said, we're gonna counter with the vultures. And we're just gonna lay into him a bit with the lead belchers. He should be relatively fine in this situation. And there's not a lot he can do to stop pigbacks from just going over here and capturing the point. But he will have a triple cap. There's basically nothing I can really do against that. It's a good lead belcher shot, though. That's a good Iron Blaster shot. 30% HP gone on the skin wolves. Nice. Gonna chuck a Spirit Leech on the Wulfric. Gonna get a little bit of a lead belcher shot in here. Very nice. The skin wolves are the big problem. The skin wolves are the guys that we want to keep away from. I'm just gonna pull back. So yeah, what's he summoning? Is it infantry or what? Infantry, alright. So we're gonna bring in Saber Tusk to support the capture. He does catch my Lord though. But we do have a lot of anti-large here, so they can kind of just get in there. We do have Doom and Darkness. There's the final transmutation though. So we're definitely gonna want to pull away from that. It's a pretty decent pull away though. And the Maws of Savagery, I should be able to get maybe a bit of a route. We'll see. If I route them off, it's great. If they stick around, that's kind of problematic. Can we get a full route? I really need that full route, but no, it looks like they will be rallying. So a little unfortunate. We're going to have to pull back some more. Lord's going to have to run for his life. We'll be able to get a Spirit Leech on Wulfric. We do have pigback riders over there. And now this mini fight starts. The fight for the flank point. Okay, so let's just keep pulling back. Oh crap, my lead belchers. He caught my lead belchers with the skin wolves. That's not good. A little bit of a misplay on my part there. Gonna be down a couple lead belchers. And the javelins, they do hurt. Yeah, that's not the best situation. Yeah, he has a lot of javelins here. Can we pull away? Can we guide him? This, yeah, Ice Wolf unit dying at least. And we're gonna have another Saber Tusk pack on the flank, so I will be able to secure flanks. His army's slightly out of position too. Can we survive versus Skin Wolves though? It's looking very bad. Looks like the Skin Wolf spam is just kind of brutal. If this Iron Blaster can catch these guys though, maybe we'll be okay. In the meantime, Far Point will be secured, and we can get my big guy over there. Alright, not the worst, not the worst. We're gonna overcast the Doom and Darkness, summon some bowls, and maybe we rout them off. They're hardy though. They're very hardy. Couple Skin Wolves over here we should be able to bully soon. I do have the return of the Lead Belchers, that's nice. So they should be able to get a little bit of work, but man, this push, this big old push is kind of a problem. Now, we should be able to get a catch there. Should be able to reposition. Iron Blast is going to take a pot shot over at them. Unfortunately, I don't think we're routing these guys off, though. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're routing. Unless I can catch them with some Blood Vultures. We'll see. We are going to be able to probably win this on the far side with a little bit of terror action, right? Yeah, there you go. Big rout. So I do have a point, but it's not the prettiest situation at all. Oh my god. This fight. Okay, I'm gonna get some pigback riders. We can get the charge there. Dude, the Skin Wolves are such a menace. I can't kill them. I was thinking we'd be able to rout them off, but they're really just not routing at all. I think this ended up being a terrible match to take into his Norska. He is at least down Norska now. But yeah, if I can't rout off these Skin Wolves, it's pretty busto. There he goes with the skirms over there. We're gonna have to run back into the trees. Gonna get some more ogres here at least. We're gonna get in. I think we're definitely dead though, like. His push was just way too strong. The Iron Blaster technically is like, you know, getting a little bit of value, but ain't no way we're bullying these wolves. And the Man-Eaters are back at least. My Lord's dead though. Yeah, and that's just GG. GG, well played. So we're 1-1.
There is only defeat.
Ogres, not the bestest, sadly. Not the bestest. The walk up, the basic walk up and push. The Man-Eater great weapons just did not cook versus the wolves. Very good engagements. And we kind of got pushed to the edge of the map there. Brutal. He's not going to have Norska anymore though, so I can now pick Norska. The next map is Itza. Whew, all right. At the very least, I can stop him from getting Wood Elves for the next while, so shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad. All right, here we go. So the next map is Itza. Man, the Ogre Kite though, just really not high enough DPS to stop that. Just a big old infantry rush. Alright, we're on Itza though. So this is a more close quarters map. I get to pick Norska whenever I want to. So yeah, he went Norska, I went Ogre Kingdoms. So yeah, we'll have some good Norska action. They're pretty good versus elf factions too. So that should be a decent. Yeah, quad scrap launcher. Ah, yeah. Yeah, but really, I just had nothing to kill the Skin Wolves. The map was big too, so no routing them off. And the Regiment of Renown Wolf was really problematic. Alright. What do you got, Charks? I'm just gonna make it so he can't play Wood Elves for the rest of the thing. He's gonna have High Elves, he's gonna have some Lizards. He may go Skaven on this map. I'd say Skaven would be interesting. It's a best of 5, yes. So we're not on the ropes yet. We'd have to lose another one to really be on the ropes. He should be down some good factions though. So he doesn't have Slanesh Batonia, Norska, and Tomb Kings. He kind of has to play an elf faction here. And Norska on this map, you don't have the space to kite. Like, Norska should be really good here. He does like greenskins though, so I do have to be a little careful about the green boys. Alright, so I pick Wood Elves first. We'll see what his counterpick factions are. Oh yeah, taking no skirmishers versus ogres. Worked out super well. I was thinking the lead belcher kite would just crush him. But I think you do need a lot of lead belchers for that. Let's take a look. I think if you have like 3... Oh no, the skin wolves are too problematic. I don't have enough bowls to clear them off. And maybe if you spam pigback riders. Yeah, Charks, he ain't so bad after all. Kislev and greenskins. Okay. So, obviously he's just trying to counter Wood Elves. But then I can counter both of those by going for Norska. As we can still play Norska. So if you're going Kislev and greenskins. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, this should be pretty solid. Last faction will be... Ooh, I could go with this one, but I think this is slightly better. I'm gonna go hard counterpick. Vampire counts, he goes Zinch. Interesting. Still no High Elves. Still no High Elves. Very interesting. Alright. So Vampire counts is obviously gonna ban Zinch. Yeah, Vampire Counts is going to ban Zinch. And then we have Norska versus Kislev, Greenskins, and Zinch. That's fairly comfortable. He did pick Zinch against Norska Wood Elves, so it means he probably wants to play that matchup. And then we have Vampire Counts versus Kislev, Greenskins. That's pretty good. This is a lot of comfortable matchups, but I gotta be careful. We must be careful. Interesting to see him not whip out the High Elves, though. What did we see? What did we see? He's thinking. He's thinking about the bans. But yeah, he banned Wood Elf Zinch last time, but kind of later. So it means like he might want to try it out. Me and Charks always have some of your favorite series to watch. Good to hear, good to hear. Big old sweat fest. I'm happy that he doesn't have Norska anymore, though. If I can get a win with Norska, then we kind of just both win with Norska. That's an even trade. I still have the first win. At the very least, he shouldn't get Wood Elves anymore. If I play Wood Elves, though, I lose the opportunity to steal Wood Elves in the last round. The last map is Celestial Lake, which is generally pretty good for the Woodies. So that's what we're working with. Yeah, best of 9s versus Charix. Yo, it's great. Oh, sketchy, sketchy. Yeah, super contested. Some interesting builds. He's typing out his bans. What are we gonna see? Does he want to play Greenskins versus Vampire Counts? No. He bans that one and he bans Greenskins Norska. Makes a lot of sense. That's not particularly great there. I think I'll ban this one. Greenskins and Wood Elves. Yeah, I don't really want to play Greenskins into the Woodies. Then we have stuff like Norska Zinch. Yeah, would I rather play Norska into Zinch or Wood Elves into Zinch? Norska's a very strong faction right now. They can get a lot of bullying down. And even with Changebringers, it can kind of be sus for Zinch. Or would I rather play Wood Elves into Zinch? Wood Elves into Zinch, I'd have to deal with Furies. Kislev into Counts, Norska, and Wood Elves. Okay, well, yeah, I have to ban Kislev into Wood Elves. It's a natural counter. You don't really want to have to face Kislev as Wood Elves. But we have 4 pretty good matchups now. Vampire Counts Norska against Kislev, and Norska Wood Elves against Zinch. All of those are definitely playable. All of them are quite playable. I don't think I'm wasting too many great factions. But let's see. What's he want to play? What's he want to play? I think I know what his bans are going to be. It's just really close quarters. So like Kislev would be kind of scary for Charix. Oh, this will be real interesting, won't it? I'll be back in a second. Alright, we're back. What are we looking at? Still hasn't banned. He's thinking hard. Oh boy. Jeez. 1-1. I wasn't gonna win that Ogre's game though. Come on, I just want my free Norska win, and I want my free Wood Elf win. If we get a Norska win and a Wood Elf win, then it's over, right? Then it should be pretty over. What's he cooking? What's he cooking? He's still thinking. It's either Vampire Counts versus Kislev, Norska versus Kislev, Norska versus Tzeentch, or Wood Elves versus Tzeentch. You're here late. How you doing? I'm in the top 4. We're playing the semifinals versus Charix, and we're 1-1 in a best of 5. So far quite close. He is down Norska though, which is generally good for us. Neither of us have played Wood Elves. What's it gonna be? What's he gonna do? I say. There's a good chance of playing Norska here. If he bans randomly, I guess it's 50-50, right? 2 of the matchups are Norska. I guess if we both ban randomly. Any chances of seeing Dark Elves? Probably not versus Charix. I think he knows how to bully Dark Elves a little too well. I don't know if I would feel super comfortable with that one. And then later on, Danican versus Dark Elves. Danican knows how to take apart Dark Elves. That's just how faction mains be. Yeah, how's the stream going? Let me check out Turin's stream real quick. Looks like Plague Penguin is currently getting kited by Daniken's High Elves. Daniken plays High Elves? Interesting. Oh my god, he's playing High Elves versus Batonia. And it looks like he's army wiping Plague Penguin. Dang! Alright. Don't take Batonia into Daniken's High Elves. Good to know. Very good to know. Dark Elf Mirror in the grand finals. Can stand a can? Hell yeah. Alright, Charix is typing. We will have our matchup soon. Just gonna get a quick snack. You ran the simulations? I'm really interested to see what it goes for. Kislev versus Vampire Counts will be quite something. If he leaves that one open. If he makes me not play Norska though, I'm gonna have Norska and Wood Elves for the next few games. Which would be pretty scary. I don't think he'd be very happy about that at all. All right. And here it goes. All right. Bans Zinj Norska and Kislev Norska. So he is actually leaving me Norska for the rest of the series. Let's play Vampire Counts versus Kislev. Okay, this is a matchup that is like classic. On Itza too, this is really good, but I have to be careful that he doesn't have some sort of crazy skew build that that beats us. But generally speaking, this build is pretty good for vampire counts. Well, not the build, but the matchup. It's pretty comfy on the count side. So what's he gonna bring? What's he gonna bring here that can possibly contest? He will have some pretty spicy cavalry. Kislev cavalry, known for sticking around for a pretty ludicrous amount of time. They can be very annoying when playing as the counts. So far, so good, though. I quite like where this build is going. And then what, one of these? Yeah, this feels pretty strong, I'd say. Pretty strong, I do say. The Kislev is gonna really have to work cut out for them, right? In a build like this? I don't know, maybe I'm totally off, but like this is just classic, very good versus Kislev. I'm surprised he took this matchup on such a close quarters map too. Interesting. I find it very interesting that he is deciding to play Kislev against counts of all factions. He also loses Kislev to counterpick vampire, wood elves. So it makes it even sketchier for the guy. Next map is Norskan Rise. He's probably going to have a wood elf pick there. We can counter it with Kislev now. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just I'm flabbergasted. Of all matchups, this is the one that he's decided to go for. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. It's a trap. I don't even think there's a skew build Kislev can take. That's what I'm kind of looking for. I'm trying to see if there's like some odd Kislev build that I'm just like, whoa. Didn't realize that they could do that. But playing against Maximilianaire so much, Like, this is a matchup I've played a good amount of times. Like, Kislev can spam a lot of range, but they can't even take that many ranged. And they're not really armor piercing either. Streltsia kind of awkward. The map's kind of awkward. Can you out-cav them? Oh, definitely not that. No. But you just can't grind down the vampire counts cav most of the time. I mean, not cav, infantry. Like, Kislev generally, it's generally accepted that Kislev lacks the DPS to yeah, to beat vampire counts here. I'm ready to be wrong. You know, Charix probably has a lot of schemes going on. But I do feel like this build is pretty good. I have no qualms. Yeah, I have no qualms with this here build. I guess we're just waiting for Turin then. I'm just gonna go through the different things that Kislev could possibly do here. You know, Ice Guard actually have spell resist, so Scab Scrath is less useful against him. Yeah, maybe he'll spam Ice Guard. Maybe he'll spam Ice Guard and run us over that way. Lore of Hags, secret tech. The mega tech? Not the Lore of Hags. He can reduce armor by 60. And it spreads. So you can use the Curse of the Ancient Witch for a 20-second minus 60 armor on Graveguard and then focus fire them. The downside is you gotta run Mother of Stankia against vampire counts. Which honestly is like not the end of the world. You don't have a lot of like damage abilities though. Like it is just the, yeah, it is just the Curse of the Ancient Witch. But hey, you know, it reduces missile block chance by 50. It legitimately actually not terrible versus Graveguard, but it's not like I'm only gonna bring Graveguard here, right? Like vampire counts have a lot of options. Do Beastmen struggle against Kislev? Generally I think so because they're cavalry. Their cavalry kind of die. Despite some dogged capture point play, Dandakan's High Elves beats Penguin's Bretonia. It looked like last I checked that Penguin's Bretonia was kind of struggling. Pretty crazy though, because that is Blood Penguin's. That's kind of his thing. Yeah, that's kind of his thing. He plays Bretonia, so losing that is pretty sucky for the poor guy. Mortis engine be good for Kislev. Oh, like the big incarnate elemental. Yes, but the damage doesn't actually do that much. The damage is not amazing on it, so I'm not super impressed. It's also really expensive, and it can be sniped too. It's a little bit of an awkward little guy sometimes. All right, Charix, Charin's here. Ready up, son. Let's do it. Beastman is 67% favored versus Kislev. Oh, really? Never mind then. I thought Griffin Legion would just crush him. But I guess you can just spam Cav as Beastman. Infantry-wise, you definitely are sitting pretty comfy. But yeah, I'm guessing Charix is going to play this kind of like how High Elves or Wood Elves would play into vampire counts. Which is like you just shoot them to death. I'm pretty sure that's how Charix wants to play this. Dang, he's still not ready. Guy's cooking. Chark's very methodical. If we win this one, we're in a really good position. If we lose this one, I'm sweating bullets. Now, I can force Norska Wood Elves. I'm always gonna have the threat of Norska, but I would rather just win this one. If he wins this matchup, though, it changes like my entire worldview on this matchup. Because in my eyes, this is a really bad matchup for Kislev. Like, we're talking super hard counter. So, like, I'm really wondering how this goes. And then we'll just, yeah, we'll just prevent them from playing Wood Elves. In the last round, I'll try to play Wood Elves, though. He'll probably just ban him out. Are Moringul's any good? They're pretty good. You see them a lot. Come on, Charks. The people are waiting. Get your build together. He's really trying to figure something out. It brings 2 Frostworms and a Frostworm hero. You can only take 2. The mount will eat up a slot. But if he takes 2 Frostworms, they don't have the DPS to kill my stuff. Much better at killing cavalry. But I don't have cavalry. I have dogs to suicide into his Kossars. And I'm just gonna have the width. We're gonna go super wide. So this is gonna be a Graveguard variant of the Vampire counts. There's some spells that will do pretty well here. Like maybe he'll overcast a blizzard or something. But with 3 Graveguard, with 3 whole units of Graveguard, it's going to be a little awkward for him, I would say. Use the skeletons to capture this point. White Kings are going to advance immediately. And then the zombies, we're just gonna, yeah, we're just gonna park them like so. Kind of spaced out just a wee bit. With a Skelly Spear on the flank. He has 10 units. Which is pretty low. And then I got lots, yeah, I got dogs, trade. We have Corpse Cart, Bale, Fires. We'll do pretty well. And okay, he's just going an Ice Guard build. With some Zarguard great weapons. Alright, pretty chill. No Corpse Carts to start off with because I suspected he would have something to potentially snipe there. And he does have a Lord with... Okay, Ice Maiden Skiss and Ice Sheet. So yeah, he just wants to slow me down for days. That's perfectly fine with me. Given the amount of elite archers he has, I can overwhelm the Zarguard by spamming Skelly Spears. I think he expected me to have a little bit more Crypt Horrors, I believe. I think he was thinking I would have Crypt Horrors instead of Graveguard, and that's going to put him in a bit of an awkward situation. His Lord is quite low on the HP front. So one thing we could do is we can just kind of bully her. That's decent Scab Scrath, hits the armored Kossars, hits his guys over there. I'm just gonna get that Spirit Leech. I'm gonna kill his Lord when we go for the big push. 1 flank capture point is more than enough, because he's gonna have to fall back naturally over here. Alright, so he brings in some skirms. That's okay, I got dogs for that. Lord has regeneration, he's pretty chill, and the White Kings are just gonna be annoying. They're just gonna chill and be ultra annoying. There you go. Pretty good dragon landing over here on the Horse Archers. Horse Archers are not exactly the best units either. And the White Kings can just get in there. They're happy to just get into the fight. Chillax a little bit. I have yet more infantry we can spam out. One of his Cossars is getting a little bit overextended, mayhaps. Just gonna get a breath attack over here on these guys. Gonna get a decent amount of damage. Another Spirit Leech on the Lord. Another dog. Whoops. Wrong spawn point. But yeah, we have our capture point. We have the White Kings. They're being ultra annoying, right? So now his Zargard are kind of occupied. And I think this is where we want to go in now. Because he really is just trying to capture this high ground point. But I think he's leaving himself a little exposed to me just kind of romping in here. Getting into the fight. The guy's maybe a little slow to the party, but yeah, he's going to have to actually defend against this full push. The March of the Undead, it begins. White Kings are having a great time, so those are Ice Guard Glaives. His Zargard are over there. Let's just get a Scab Scrath over there. We're going to keep ignoring his super elite boys. He's slowing down my advance, but it's a lot of infantry. It's a rather ludicrous amount of infantry we got here. So then we get the corpse carts. Will be great. And my lord can start bullying his infantry advance. Is slow but steady. And we are on top of him now. We're gonna get another Spirit Leech on his little character over there. And then we're gonna start jumping our face while also getting a Crypt Horror summon over there. That's gonna deal with them fairly nicely. Get a little bit of a lane there. Gotta be careful, there's cavalry nearby. But the zombies are just having their way with them. Far side is captured, very nice. The White Kings, they still live, which means the Zargard chasing them really didn't do that much. And on the far side, we can use some Crypt Horrors to really bully him. Unfortunately, the lag is pretty bad. It's kind of hard to micro, but this is looking really bad for good old Charix. Yeah, I've secured 1 point. And his lord, if we can get one more hit in, she dies. Just holding though. Oh, there we go. That's a good hit. All right, now we bail out with this guy. We bail out. There we go. Maybe I'll get a breath attack on her. We'll see. Now that his archers are occupied, though, he can't kill the corpse carts. How marvelous. Oh, crap. How'd you get up there? Good sir. You were not supposed to land. Okay, there's a Spirit Leech at least. You were not supposed to land, my good sir. Yeah, he's going for that big pick. He knows if I throw my lord here, that's a really bad situation for me. Oh my god, look at him go. Thankfully, these guys got a mass increase a while ago, so they're chilling. Horrors have routed off the Zargard. Gonna chuck a Scab Scrath down the pipe over here. And Lord is alive, thank goodness. Very sketchy situation there. Almost lost the Lord, but he's goodies. And Charix's Lord is just straight up dead, so that should be pretty good. We have lots of regeneration. And the middle point should be ours soon. He's spamming only melee too, which means that these corpse carts are just gonna chill forever. Now, the skin, or not the skin wolves, but like those dudes, they prevent healing. So it's gonna make it a little awkward here, but I still think this is just too much. The big ol' infantry push of the vampire counts is a terrifying thing to see. And now we can just walk forwards and just keep pushing him back. Just gotta make sure my lord doesn't get bullied too hard. He's gonna have to resummon his. Ice Guard Glaives are over here, but I'm made out of doggos. Dogs will be super useful for retaking points and all that. Very nice. And I have another summon soon. Very nice. Alright, how's this fight going? A little sus. Still gotta make sure we don't run out of units, right? Still gotta kill off those glaives real quick. Gotta kill off the glaives. Doggos, though, should be able to steal that point. Horrors are in here. They're doing great. He has resummoned his lord finally, but is it a little too late? He's losing a lot, and we may be able to just play a capture point victory. We'll see though. Ice Guard taking a lot of damage. My lord also taking some deeps though. He has the engine though. Little corpse cart healing him up, helping him out. Griffin Legion charge. Kind of spooky. You gotta be real careful with my lord. Oh crap. Oh crap. Lord suffering. He got the Griffin Legion on him. He got the Ice Kitty Cat. Okay, you got the heal off. That should be okay. That should be fine. I have 1,000,000 dogs here to kill off his cav and such. I do have a lot of dogs. Okay, Lord's fine. Ugh. Ugh. All right. All right. Not worried for a second. Woo. Oh my God. Gotta be real careful with this dude. If he dies, it's over. At the very least, most of his infantry's dead. And we did rout off his annoying little guys. All right. White King's still cooking pretty well over here. Yeah, the Mordheim Beowulfs. Very annoying unit. I'll be able to sit on this point for a while, though. I have lots of infantry for him to clear off, and that's resecuring the triple cap for us. And of course, the horrors are really good. I have a White King over here. This is just normal Cossars too. The deeps isn't super high. So if I just keep spamming infantry, I think we'll be okay. I just have to be a little careful that my lord doesn't die. That was very sketchy. Charix knows how to make me, he knows how to make me sweat, that's for sure. But like, there's no way he's controlling the middle, right? Vampire Count's late game versus Kislev is ludicrously good for us. All right, let's get that lord out of there. Gotta secure the point. Middle though is going great. Crypt horrors are in there, they're chilling. And we have the little thingy over there helping out. On the far end, I don't really have to summon units there, we'll be okay. And there we go, big routes. Big routes. And my lord, you know, HP's a resource, right? HP's a resource, he'll be okay. Yeah, so there's the cav spam on the flank again. So you just counter this kind of panic play with just like, you know, very structured play. You just bring in, you know, the dog, and now he has a unit that can't really help in the fight very much. It's just gonna kind of suffer versus the doggy. Horrors are doing great, and now we can maybe snipe his lord again. She's a little exposed. I gotta make sure my own lord doesn't get sniped, but absolutely we can go for this. Gotta be careful though. So there's a little bit of a charge, and okay, yeah, no, we're not sniping him. We're not sniping him. Let's be careful with my lord. I can spirit leech her though. She'll die eventually. Yeah, and we got his archers to target my guy. And a little bit of a down trade, but we heal so much that I can afford to down trade a bit here. As his lord is getting mulched pretty bad. This is a terrible matchup for Kislev. I'm not playing it the best on the vampire count side. Charix is playing it really well. And despite that, it's pretty one-sided still. We got the hard triple cap going. And now he's desperately trying to retake points, but none of them are going to free up anytime soon. I simply have too many undead, and Kislev just does not have the just don't have the deeps. They don't have any deeps to clear this off. No, the Lord Snipe will be good. Very nice. And we routed off the Zargard. Corpse Cart gonna just heal us up a little bit over there. It's gonna once again try and go for this point, but now we have lots of stuff we can send there. Can we get that Lord Snibber to snipe? I want to get her dead. If she dies again, we're basically done here. Very nice. Lots of healing. Look at that White King. He's not healing. All right, sick. Why is he not healing? Should this thing have a... I took Balefire carts. Oh, I took the Balefire carts. Oh my God, I thought I took the other ones. I'm a fool. Why did I take Balefire? Oh my God, I took the bad corpse carts. Oh my god. I took the wrong freaking corpse card. Thank goodness this matchup is skewed AF. Oh my god. I took Balefire. Secret tech. Clearly OP. Oh my god. That would have been bad. That would have been bad. You did that once before? I know, right? Oh my god. Freaking hell. I took the wrong corpse card. It's useless versus Kislev. It only gets the magic resist. I guess they're kind of like normal cards though, but like my whole army could have been heal capped. Imagine Turin going, why did he take those? Surely the Grand 1 number champion would not make such a crazy misplay. He did really well with the Morinheim and Beowulfs, by the way. Almost sniped my Lord too. But it was pretty decided once we got into the mid game. I just had so much infantry and you can't really shoot these guys to death. That's silly though. That's really silly. Whew. Yeah, no, still no diffing it. Yep. Yeah, it's this one. The Unholy Lodestone that is significantly better. So this one has healing 0.05 every second and leadership. The Balefire just has Balefire. It just gives you fire attacks and magic attacks, which does nothing versus Kislev. They have, unless it's Frostworms, unless it's literally Frostworms, but like, we're talking hot garbage tier of stuff. God, what am I doing? Oh my goodness. Look, in the end, he picked a really bad matchup, okay? We won at the army, at the building phase, so, it's fine. He might as well have just conceded after he got the matchup, right? And the great thing, I still have Wood Elves and Norska, so I guess that's pretty good. We still have Wood Elves, we still have Norska, we still have Kislev and Empire. And Beastmen. I got Ogre action. That's all pretty nice. Alright, let's see what he goes for, though. Kislev is not bad versus a lot of what he might want to bring. But he'll be good at the matchup, is the problem. Ultra sweaty, try hard gaming, and then bring 2 Balefires. Oh my god. The buffoonery! Does Charix still have Ratman? He does. He can play Skaven. If I rattled him with that game, maybe he'll play Skaven. God dang it! What am I doing? What the crap? Ugh, God, I want to throw up. That's so bad. All right, whatever. So yeah, I played Vampire Counts. He played yeah, Vampire Counts Kislev. His first pick is Wood Elves, naturally. So yeah, you just want to counter the Wood Elves. So I can pick Greenskins. I've played Empire into his Wood Elves before. It's not the prettiest affair. If I pick Greenskins, he loses the faction. I'm not super scared of Greenskins, though. It's just Greenskins. Oh, man, wait. There's one faction that's actually really good on this map. There's one faction that might be insane here. Kislev Cathay. Charix does not have a lot to beat Kislev Cathay. He might whip out the Skaven. Chaos. Okay, guys running out of factions. Let's see here. Against Warriors of Chaos? Oh, yeah, okay. Alright. Grand Cathay is legitimate. In the matchups where they're good, they're really good. Like, they're disgustingly good. This is not a memery type of situation. This is hardcore, I tell you. His last faction, greenskins. Okay. This is actually not bad for Cathay. They have a pretty mean, just like fat line of infantry strat. So that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Wood Elves, Warriors of Chaos, and Greenskins versus Kislev, Grand, Cathay, and Norska. This is a good lineup. This is a good lineup. We might just make it where Chargs doesn't even get to play Wood Elves or High Elves today. It seems like he's fallen off of High Elves though. Like he doesn't love them as much anymore. I don't know. Maybe he feels like I know them too well and that I just counted them. Maybe it's just because he's picking Wood Elves and then I'm hard countering Wood Elves. So you can't really stack them up. But the big thing, I get to play Wood Elves next round. And if I completely ban his Wood Elves, we are in a good situation. And I have Norska. Norska's great. Pokemon says that fire melts ice. Yo, ice is so much better than fire. Have you ever tried melting an ice cube? Have you, like, cooking frozen food tells me that ice beats fire so hard. Like, jeez Louise, man. Water's so good against fire. Like, and ice is just cold water. This double OP. Wasn't enough to put out the flames of my balefires, though. The janky balefire. What am I doing? Twitch chat representation is best greenskins can hope. You think he'll actually pick greenskins here? Greenskins versus Kislev, maybe? Okay, bans greenskins versus Norska. That's the Norska diff. The great thing is I still have Norska and Wood Elves to try and win. He might not like Wood Elves into Grand Cathay. Like, he might just not be ready for that. The reason being, this map is massive. So, yeah, it should help us out a lot. Kislev versus Warriors of Chaos is an interesting one. I think I'll ban Grand Cathay Chaos. Then I'll ban Kislev Greenskins just as I'm not familiar with them. I have so many good matchups. I should be banning for familiarity here. Like, obviously Kislev can fight versus Greenskins, but like, I just shouldn't be risking it. We want matchups I've played a million times before. Like, if I can get the Norska in there, we're pretty well set. Is he gonna play Wood Elves versus Kislev? That would be crazy. He's been banning that matchup all day. But he might just Hail Mary and just say, hey, this is the last time I get to play Wood Elves. I gotta go for it. Throw an ice cube through your gas lighter and see how fast it melts. All right, maybe hit or miss. Hit or miss all around. We'll see. All I really need to do is just get one stupidly good matchup again, right? We already won our close game. If I can just get the ultimate, like, super great matchup, it's fine. Because it doesn't matter how good you are. If a matchup is unwinnable, it's unwinnable. Like, I took the wrong corpse card and almost lost my Lord, and we still won, right? Like, Vampire counts crushes Kislev. And the great thing is, Chaos and Greenskins are not that crazy. So have Kislev versus Chaos, Grand Cathay versus Wood Elves, Norska versus Wood Elves, Norska versus Chaos, Norska versus Chaos is definitely a bit of a pitched battle. But I think Norska actually has a little bit of a mobility advantage. Because they have Ice Wolves and Skin Wolves combined. That's enough to fight Hellstriders. Lurk since Warhammer 2, finally here to send power to defeat Charix. Thank you, man. Getting to the finals would make me very happy. Winning the finals would be amazing. Gonna have to fight through Danican, though. Oh, man. Chark's really taking his time. As it stands, Danican versus Plague Penguin. Again, Plague Penguin gets the early captures. Danican trying to uptrade. I think Danican's going to lose Beastman to Grand Cathay. Is Grand Cathay actually going to see play twice in this tournament? Is Grand Cathay actually out of the pits, finally? Like, if I play Grand Cathay versus Charix's Wood Elves, that would be, that'd be pretty jokes. That would be pretty jokes. We know how the matchup plays out, by the way. Grand Cathay has balloons, and they have their crane gunners. Combined, Wood Elves can't really creep up on you with their stealth, and then you just shoot them to death. It's that simple. Like, balloons have insane spotting range. So, if Charix can't kite, then he has to rush me. But, like, rushing Cathay on such a big map, like, this map is just... Norscan Rise is huge. It's massive. Fun to see Danican playing Cathay, though. Oh, Danican's beating the Plague Penguin's Beastmen. Oh, I see. Although it's close, the Beastmen are kind of getting a leg up here. Really depends. It's hard to tell. If Danican wins with Grand Cathay, though, like, I gotta be careful, man. The secret might just be you... Because the maps are forced, you can pick Grand Cathay on maps that are much more favorable for you. I kind of like that about Turin's system here. You can just wait until you have the perfect map for your faction, and then you get to go ham. Alright. Here we go. Charik's still banning. He's taking a lot of time with his bans. But he doesn't want to just get knocked out in a terrible game, right? This could potentially be Charix's last match. And it would be very unceremonious if he just walked into another terrible matchup. So it is understandable. What's the counter for Wood Elves versus Cathay then? Rush plus Eagles for the balloons. I don't know. Wood Elves might not be able to beat Cathay on a big flat map. Because you only have the one Way Stalker to kill artillery. Like, they can only get so much work done. I think, like, rushing a bunch of crane gunners is not a terrible start, at least. But Grand Cathay can take so much ranged. Their archers will just, like, you know, they cost 400 and they have really good range. So, yeah, they'll be a bit problematic. And then if you spam Glade Guard, they'll also die to crane gunners. Overall, not the most comfortable situation. for the Wood Elves. Not to mention their cavalry really suck versus Crowmen. He bans Wood Elves and Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay has sussed out his Wood Elf ban, and it bans Warriors of Chaos and Kislev. I think it makes sense. Norska versus Charx' Wood Elves. You know he's gonna have something crazy, right? His Wild Rider play is through the roof too. But the other option is Kislev versus Wood Elves. I could force Norska Warriors of Chaos and Grand Cathay Greenskins. And just say, you know what, Charx, today you don't get to play Wood Elves. And then it'd probably be Norska versus Chaos, which is pretty cool. Yeah, like, would I rather play into Charx's, like, mega faction main? Or what? Yeah, unfortunately, the match just finished, so Turin's gonna have to wait around a little bit. Let's see here. Norska Chaos is like pitched as it gets, right? It's just gonna be two guys just grinding against each other. Kislev versus Wood Elves. Like, Kislev versus Wood Elves is supposed to be bad, but I think the map actually helps them quite a bit here. Kislev versus Wood Elves too. It's actually only a 58% win rate. I think if we just make it so Charx can't play his main factions, then we're good. Grand Cathay versus Greenskins or Norska versus Chaos. Karavthir and Meaty Dangler, you guys can celebrate. Alright, does he want to play Greenskins versus Grand Cathay? That's what it all comes down to. I haven't played Grand Cathay in ages, but I still think I know what we're supposed to do with them. I have some mean Cathay builds. The map is fairly big. I could see myself doing fairly well there. The Waz here. I'm sure Meaty Dangler wants Charx to win. Whew. It's either that or Norska Chaos, but like Norska Chaos is a really... I think it's a really scary thing to have to go up against. Because generally speaking, most people would just call Norska the better Chaos right now. I know I brought the wrong hero. Now, I'm not going to accidentally bring a Gate Master. That'll help us out some. Okay, now he's hovering Chaos. I think he... Yeah, okay. It's Warriors of Chaos, Norska. This entirely hinges on how well we can play. These factions are very similar to each other. They're quite similar. There's yeah, not a lot really going on here. Norska v chaos. You basically just have two very similar factions duking it out, seeing who can come out on top. Now, he will have some Hellstriders. He'll know that I have Skin Wolves. If I can just be the better player, though, like if I can just micro really good, then we're fine. Tarks is a really strong micro player, but Norska's pretty spice. Norska's rather strong. Really, 20 gold too much? What a ripoff. It's a little bit too expensive. This'll do though. Yes, I want a bunch of that. I'll take a bunch of these. Or even gonna take one of those. And then we gotta get ready and see whatever it is that chaos may bring onto us. So I have the build, I have all the spells that I want. The map is positively ginormous over here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just take a quick look at the chaos roster. Yeah. Oh, I guess he can take a hell cannon. Yeah, if he goes a hell cannon, that could be pretty interesting. Maybe like a hell cannon plus skirmish play. I think I have the solution for that though. Let's see it. Cold Voider time? Definitely not. So if he takes an early hell cannon, I have 4 skirmishers. My skirmishers should do pretty well here. If he takes a cannon and a bunch of skirmishers himself, then I should be able to rush it down with my skirmishers and the skin wolf that I start with. The map's pretty big too, so it's gonna be hard to defend his cannon at the same time as everything else. And this is it. So yeah, quite a bit of mobility here. I don't want the Maws of Savagery to just be wasting their time capturing that point. I'm gonna go here instead. This is an Anticity build, all right. Got our Ice Wolves, and we got Spirit Leech. Spirit Leech should be pretty good. He only has 10 units though. It's gonna be quite the tussle. But the idea is I can use my Marauder Horsemen to bully any infantry he goes for. Just an Archaon, mildly susceptible to Spirit Leech. Knights of Immolation are not super scary. And he only has 4 horsemen to start. That's a pretty comfortable time. Now, those are horse masters. Gotta be a little careful about taking too much damage. Just gotta keep on dodging. He's gonna dodge a bit himself.
We have a
We've got our first capture point. We should be able to get a second one soon. Will the Maws of Savagery get a solid hit here? The great thing is Archaon's not going to be super useful, but he will be able to Spirit Leech Wulfric. A little unfortunate, but not the end of the world. There are the capture points. Nice. And then we're going to get some Manticores. So Manticores are just really good at generally trading. They should be quite fine here. Maws of Savagery. Backing it up. And this may be a pretty good fight here. If you can kill off these Knights of Immolation. He's actually committing with his horsemen, which I don't think is a great idea because I have a boat. I have a boat! And a bunch of horsemen helping out here. Plus, maybe we can beat up Wulfric. That would be quite nice. So we're gonna get another Spirit Leech on him. We're gonna get some Skin Wolves. Wulfric's a lot cheaper here. That should be fairly good. He has to be very careful though. One bad fight and it's over. But it looks like the damage is okay. Maws of Savagery will get in there. They are anti-large, pretty brutal. His Immolation Knights though are definitely working me a little bit, but Archaon's suffering. He really doesn't like that Manticore business, right? Now we can't rout him off sadly, but we may be able to kill him. A lot of his horsemen get caught up too. It's not the prettiest situation. Caster should be able to get a pretty good Spirit Leech on the Archie. And if he goes down, it's basically done for, right? He gets a Spirit Leech on Wulfric. Alright, and then I think we pull away. So Wulfric's gonna back up. Maybe the Maws will stick around because they're really high leadership. Gets a little bit of a bomb drop there, but overall I think we're doing alright as long as, yeah. There you go. Archie's on the run. And I should be able to stop these guys from full routing. In fact, I have a Manticore. The Manticore here will definitely be good. On top of more Spirit Leeches that we can chuck out. The Manticore is particularly good because it makes sure that Archaon can get escorted off the battlefield. The low, low price of not very much. So here he goes. He knows Archaon kind of has to be saved here. Can't really afford to let the guy die. If he rampages the Manticore, he gets there. But it's a little sus. Definitely a little sus for my dear opponent here. Come on, Manticore. Cook him up, I say. Oh, God. Don't get rampage, fool. Okay, so he has some, yeah, he has some Knights of Immolation here. I'm gonna land with this guy. Dang it. Got the Manticore. Unfortunate. And he's also killing my caster here. Also unfortunate. We're gonna have many Skin Wolves though. And I should be able to resecure points. He's out of range, so he can't Spirit Leech the guy. Alright. Good play, good play. He's gonna be, yeah, he's gonna have a very beat up Lord for the rest of the match though. And if we play the value game, that should help us out. Manticore rallied too. That's pretty funny. So we'll be able to continue bullying him. A couple Marauders here are not exactly a big issue. So we're just going to capture the high ground. Then I should be alright. After we take care of this little pocket over here. High ground capture is underway. I'm just going to use our skirmisher advantage here to help us out. Archie's gonna be Spirit Leech to death. Gotta be a little careful with the overcast. He's gonna live, it's fine. Alright, so there we go. Archaon wants to counter Spirit Leech, but we ain't gonna give that to him. We're just playing for value now. We are just playing for value. Archaon is on a ticking timer. He's on a ticking timer. We have a capture point. Value trading says it's slightly in his favor, but I'm pretty sure it's in our favor. We just have to be a little careful about these knights. They can be a little bit annoying. Them Doom Knights. They got that anti-large and all that. I can kill Archaon though, it's all good. He has some counter dog play, alright. That's where we get the Skin Wolves. We're just gonna abandon this front. And then we're gonna save the Archaon kill for a little later. He does get another Spirit Leech on Wulfric. Kind of risky, I must say. He is gonna defend this far point, but if I can kill Archaon, like right as we take this high ground fight, I think we're good. He's going very hard on it. He has Forsaken on that side, so yeah, Marauders it shall be. Maybe I should have saved up for Skin Wolves, but should still be okay, relatively. Alright. Oh, crap. He routed off my caster. Oh, crap. Well, that ain't good. We're gonna catch one of his guys, though. Then we're gonna pull the dogs through. Gotta get all these guys in. Crap. He routed off the caster. That ain't good. I'm also on a bit of a time crunch right now. Also not a big fan of that. Skin Wolves are doing great at least, though. They're crushing it. They're doing a good job. Dang, though. Oh my gosh. Losing my dude. That's not good. Alright, I gotta secure some points. At least we have a pretty solid route. Skin Wolves, though, not looking the bestest. I'll be able to resummon the caster. Okay, that should be decent. Decent fight over there. We can save the caster, too, actually. Though he does have some Hellstriders bullying him. He should be savable. God, these Doom Knights, though, are so annoying. I just can't kill them. His Doom Knight play is going ham. I wish I brought Buna. Buna was one of the things I really wanted to go for. But now his Lord's alive, and life is going to be sus. Now, I should be able to secure this point over here. Unfortunately for me, though, most of my skirmishers are really starting to run out of ammo. And that's not too pretty. These Doom Knights continue to cook away. If this guy rallies, though, that might be enough. He only needs to get one overcast Spirit Leech on Archie, right? That's the only thing he needs to do. Does he know, though? -4 leadership? No, he ain't coming back. And he gets a little bit of a spell cast there on Wulfric. Oh, he's going for it, too. He's going for the big play. He wants Wulfric real bad. I will be able to steal a point, finally, at least. Dang, the Doom Knight play, though. I think the Doom Knights were a bit too much. I have nothing that can kill them. It's so annoying. Man, if I had a Buna, if I had but a simple Buna, life would be so much simpler. But hey, one capture point, still one capture point. Wulfric is gonna die, though. And he's gonna get that Lord Snipe before him. Charix cooking hard. Which means we will go to the finals. How exciting. Unless my skirmishers manage to cook, though, we're pretty done for. I think not having the Doom Knight answer was it. I had nothing that could kill them. Absolutely nothing. Can I make a play for this point, though, at least? We'll see. He has more Hellstriders coming. Gotta be wary of that. Man, Archaon barely surviving, though. He has a really high HP pool. That definitely helps him out a lot. Yeah, there's just no way, right? He has too much stuff. He still has the Doom Knights. Yeah. Dang. Dang. All right.
There is only defeat.
Final match. I will get to pick Wood Elves and deny him Wood Elves. He just had really good Doom Knight play. I was thinking that we would win the mobile fights, but they cooked me super hard. And my horsemen just were not getting the damage on them. If I brought Buna, we would have been in a much better situation. But you can't prepare for everything, I guess. Brutal. Brutality. Making it close, Charix. Making it exquisitely close. Oh boy. All right, here we go. Here we go. Dang. Alright, well, I'm the host. So I get to pick Wood Elves. Charx is gonna go the whole tournament without Wood Elves. I'm down Norska. But I have some good options. The map is Celestial Lake, which is pretty bad for most gunpowder factions. I should be real careful about which faction we decide to go for here. I think I have a pretty good lineup. Celestial Lake is the map. Man, those freaking Doom Knights. He's probably gonna wanna play High Elves here, right? At least he's down as Kislev, but yeah, you could go for some green skin action. You go High Elves and green skins, but they do have their fair share of counters. This is semis. This is semis. Scary, scary stuff. Oh man, those Doom Knights. Man, one Buna would have cooked them so hard, and then him catching my caster too. All right. Unfortunately, this map is not great for Grand Cathy. But we'll see. Oh, that was his even match win. So we both got like one skew win and one pretty even match win. With him skirting it out on that front. Celestial Lake is good for a Wood Elf start, though. The Charx will not have Wood Elves. The question is, what is he going to bring to try and counter them? He's probably going to want to play greenskins. I can be fairly sure of that. This map's kind of close quarters. The route zones are pretty close too. There's a lot to be uncomfortable with on this map. But let's see what his faction picks are first. High Elves and Skaven. So this is pretty good for Beastmen. High Elves are scary, but Beastmen are pretty chonky. He's finally brought them out. He's brought out the Wood Elves. Okay, so he's picking his last faction now. Having Wood Elves and Beastmen is good, though. Skaven suffer versus a lot. The fact that he's finally taken out the Skaven for a run is pretty funny. Last faction, though. Okay, Tomb Kings for me, Zinch for him. Not the most comfortable situation, I'm not gonna lie. Tomb Kings, Beastmen, and Wood Elves. Alright, yeah, so he has a Zinch. It's Beastmen versus Zinch, this High Elves is Skaven. Beastmen's a strong pick. At least. But, yeah, Zinch versus Tomb Kings. Screw that. We get rid of that. What'd you miss? Lots of waiting plus some Warhammer. Yeah, unfortunately, picks and bans can take a little bit. But hey, Turin's streaming the other semis. Slightly ironically, I'd be through now if it was a best of 3. That's true. You got this? Well, playing versus Skaven will be quite interesting. I don't think there's a lot of factions here that he would want to play Skaven against, though. Like, I think Skaven versus all of them is pretty bad. I think there's a non-zero chance we get 2 High Elves versus Wood Elves here. Which would be very interesting. Did I meme anymore? No, we've just had some pretty standard games. He caught me with my pants down in the Norskin first Chaos match, bringing in Doom Knights, and then I didn't have Buna. Had I brought Fate of Buna, would have been a different story for sure. Such is life. It's true, I did take a suggestion on the Iron Blaster. I think that matchup was doomed either way, though. I don't think any build I would have brought, unless I literally knew what he was going to bring against me, would have won. Like, the Javelin spam was just too much. Event loss, that's a skill issue. It's close. We won twice, we lost twice. Tomb Kings versus High Elves is a wild matchup too. It's not one that you can really kite. So, I think that puts Charix in a little bit of an awkward situation. And we have Wood Elves, which is just generally a better High Elf, right? Yeah, this is semifinals. Semifinals, and then we gotta see where we end up. Danican and Plague Penguin, also 1-1. Very pitched fight. Yeah, Charik's not going down easy. There's a lot to love. There's a lot to hate. If he just picks a really bad matchup again, though, he's just gonna get wrecked, right? Surely he can't afford to just go for another ultra sus matchup. Surely not. Yeah, this tournament is the grand finals, but we're not in the grand finals of the grand finals. Oh, Plague Penguin's vampire counts versus Danican's greenskins. How interesting. When we get the matchup decided, you guys are going to have to tell me all the threats of the faction he's playing. By the way, to make sure I don't get surprised again. I do feel like if I had some Buna action, there's no way his knights would have done too much. Archaon barely living was bad, but I think he would have won regardless, because I literally had no counters for the Doom Knights. And there he goes, he's picking his matchups. He's got him incoming. He shouldn't want to play versus my high elves, though. I mean, not my high elves, my wood elves. Like, the wood elves are... They're one of the strongest factions in the game right now. Incredibly powerful. What factions are still available? Well, we've already picked our factions. So we're narrowing it down from me having Wood Elves, Beastmen, Tomb Kings, him having High Elves, Skaven, and Tzeentch. Beastmen are very strong. Even against Tzeentch, on a map like this, Beastmen should be quite good against a Tzeentch. The matchup is basically 50-50 on Total Tavern. Probably because he can just Lord Snipe or something. But I'm pretty sure we can just keep our Lord in like the trees or something. Anything preventing you from putting the pick and ban matrix on screen? I'm lazy. And, you know, we're doing our picks and bans decently fast, so I don't want to just like keep having to edit it. I'm saving my mind for when we get into the actual match. Is Play Penguin losing versus Daniken's Greenskins, by the way? It seems like it's actually not going super great. I know there's a new Greenskin Savage Orc meta. He banned Skaven Tomb Kings and Skaven versus Wood Elves. Daniken looks like he does not want to play. He doesn't want to be playing Skaven. So we have my Tomb Kings versus High Elves. Beastmen versus High Elves, Wood Elves versus High Elves. He wants to play Skaven versus Beastmen by the looks of it. Do I want to play versus High Elves? Would a Tomb Kings versus High Elves match? Would that look good for us? I don't think it's a very comfortable match. Like, we should be able to get a fairly good matches here. If he goes Tzeentch, he's gonna do Doom Knight stuff again, though, right? So we obviously ban Tzeentch Beastmen. And then we ban Tzeentch Wood Elves because Doom Knight suck. That way it's High Elves versus Tomb Kings, Beastmen, Wood Elves. And Skaven versus Beastmen. Alright, I'll be back in a second. I think we have a good matchup, though. High Elves are not the best. He's been avoiding them all day. Alright, so here's the thing though. Charx is a High Elf main. He loves playing High Elves. Looks like Greenskins 1 versus Counts. Crazy. Pretty terrifying. But yeah, Charx is a High Elf main. The thing is though, like, I have a lot of really good... I have a lot of good options against them, right? The whole smorgasbord And Beastman versus Skaven, is he really going to put it all down on Beastman Skaven? I'd say in general, we have a good matchup, regardless. But we're going to have to play a pretty tough fight. Or we just play Wood Elves versus High Elves. Which is the matchup that I wanted to play earlier, but avoided playing on the High Elf side. Pretty scary. It's pretty scary. What does he want to play? The Hell Pit. He has Skaven. I'm not playing Skaven. Screw that biz. And Charx is taking this very methodically, though. But it means he gets all his checks and balances down. How much in percent does your lineup affect the outcome, like your unit composition? I would say build will determine the victory most of the time. You kind of need even builds. Otherwise, like, you can get a really big advantage just based off of just the builds. Can be pretty spooky. Come on, Sharks. It's 4 factions. Just pick one. If I win, then you'll make a 3 times total tavern champion meme. Well, we'll see. Best of 1 versus Sharks. I'm really interested to see what he goes for. Very much so interested. Maybe you'll have a 6 Shadow Warrior kite. Bane, Skaven, Beastman. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. The guy doesn't want to he doesn't want to play Skaven Beastman. That's typically a very bad matchup. So he literally banned every Skaven matchup. But now he's guaranteed to play High Elves, which is home base for him. And he has to ban one more matchup. Come on, Sharks. Come on. Danikan's gonna need a sleep at this rate. Maybe another 20 squats for good luck. I don't want to get tired. I gotta go all out here. He bans High Elves and Tomb Kings. Thank God. That's a matchup I wanted to ban. Beastman High Elves or Wood Elf High Elf? Oof. Oof. This map's not great for it. I'm going Wood Elves. All right. This map's not the greatest. This map is not the greatest, but we have some shenaniganry that should be fairly good for us on this grandiose day. We have a few shenanigans. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Sending you good vibes, thank you. This is just gonna come down to who plays better. It's just gonna be, yeah, it's just gonna be a lot of spicy micro, isn't it? Oh, a lot of spicy micro. Okay, I have those shenanigans. Is that what I really want, though? I guess it's not the worst. The guy could bring some techless action. Techless, certainly a very annoying possibility that can roll out here. Oh, I see. All right. By Sigmar's golden cheeks, you got this. I'm not the biggest fan of the map, but we can kind of use it to our advantage too. Yeah, like we can kind of use the map to our advantage. Let's see here. What do I need? What do I need? Okay, like I think I kind of need this. Alternatively. Okay, no. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, this is better. Feeling pretty comfy with this. And then I can start with one of these. And then I can take a bunch of these. All right. All right, we're cooking. Oh, we're cooking. Will he have the chops? Will he have the chops to take us out? In this here fine matchup. Charks is pretty scary. All right, chat, tell me. What do high elves have? What do high elves have that I gotta worry about? Single entity rushes. They have archer spam. They have like the Lothern Sea Guard, archer spam type of play. He has a cav rush, maybe some artillery. Like we could see some eagle claw bolt throwers. Potentially making some sick plays. There are the lion chariots of Trace. Those ones are particularly scary. I feel like I have most everything I need here, at least. Yeah, I feel like I have most everything here I need. Sisters of Avalorn. Oops, all treemen. We just go super hard on the treemen maxing. Alright, let's see it. Sticking with our guns. Going for the elf matchup. Very scary, this matchup. It's very scary, but last time we played it, we won. Charks is really good at diving my backline. But I have a plan. Go full cav rush. Last time I full cav rushed him. So I think he might be worried about that. Lorik's Blessing. We have spells. We have some spears. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford shields on these guys. But it's a proper kite. Doesn't look like he went for the infantry spam, though. I kind of wonder if he has Tempest or something. But one great thing about these Stag Knights, if they can take a fight in this forest, they beat basically everything that the High Elves can throw at us. But surely he's gone quite elite too. A lot of Lothern Sea Guard, Archmage of Light. She has Shems. That's pretty good. She can't heal. So I have Overcast Tempest, and he doesn't know we have Overcast Tempest. It's a good start. Yeah, and he's gonna make her unspottable. Okay, that's fine. As soon as we see her, I'm just gonna hit her with the Fat Tempest. Get our first capture point going. My Weight Watchers can be rather aggressive here. And then I can just get a second Stag Knight in a second. Shems is going to be a little annoying versus Weight Watchers, but I should be okay. I just have to make sure we don't eat a net. Yeah, he's going to think about netting us. Oh. He can't land. Oh, but she goes back invisible. So there's no spotting her. Alright, well, we got the Overcast Tempest at least. Gonna have to dodge his shot here, though. Gets a pretty nasty one on my Weight Watchers, but we get a pretty nasty one on him, too. Our range is pretty solid. That volley hopefully got a little bit of damage in. If I eventually Tempest his Lord to death, though, we're fine. I can also stealth up my cavalry, and oh my god, that Tempest. Okay, so the Tempest cooked him pretty hard. Tempest cooked him pretty hard. He has a ludicrous number of Shadow Warriors, though. So we're gonna have to be super careful that they can't shoot at me. But if I can stealth my cavalry through here, we'll be in a pretty nice spot, I'd say. I actually have quite a bit of cavalry. So he's gonna have to be wary of that, and he can't really take a pot shot here either. One more Tempest could definitely get a lot of work done. It's gonna get a little bit of a fadeaway shot over here. Just bully those Lothern Sea Guard a little bit. I want his skirmishers over here so I can hit him with my cav. He's playing ultra safe with his lord. He's not showing himself though. Is he gonna get counter volley or something? Does he know about the cav? So far he's not going for it. Okay, most of his skirmishes are over there, presumably. Maybe he has 4 here. Should be able to get a pretty nice hit there. His Loth and Seaguard are taking a lot of damage. I can play the value game all day here. Got another pretty sweet volley. That's 1 Lothern Seaguard bite in the dust. So they're getting routed off. That's good. And yeah, most of his skirmishers are here just shooting at my poor guys, but we're gonna get the Lothern Seaguard routed. Doesn't appear that he has many dudes over here. Unfortunately, my vision leaves a little bit to be desired, but look at that. So far so good. If I can kill off another Lothern Seaguard, that'd be great. As he gets another pretty nasty volley. We're just bullying each other's archers, though. Nothing too crazy overall. Guess he's now activating his cavalry over there. All right. I do have some cav of my own, though. Okay, now he's going for a big play here. He might get caught out, though. That's just a bunch of reverse spam. So we've laid our trap, and a bunch of reavers are not going to be able to do so well. Not against my cavalry over there. So now he's kind of in panic mode, right? He's going to see that indeed we've surprised him. And we should be able to bully him pretty hard. He's got a pretty nice volley over here, but a lot of his guys are getting caught up. He gets a net, though, on my guys. His lord, I guess, was probably nearby. But we're bullying his archers pretty hard. Plus, I'll be able to get a pretty nice volley on his silver helms. That's gonna hurt him pretty bad. Gonna need to pull back, though. I gotta save these guys. They gotta live if we are to win this. Thankfully, we do have a lot of archers here. Maybe his lord gets caught. We're gonna be able to take a fight in the trees where we are more comfortable. If I get an Overcast Tempest here, she may just die. So unless she has some invisibility coming in hot, I think... Oh yeah, there we go. That's a lot of deeps on his lord right there. That's a lot of deeps. He gets his shems, but it ain't gonna help. And lord is gonna go down when he needs his cavalry here the most to actually win this fight. Gonna take a lot of damage on our Way Watchers, but if they stick around, I think we should be okay. And I have a fairly nice archer corps over here. His lord is gone. She dead. Not bad, if I do say so myself. All right, all right. Archer corps beating up his guys over there. Lothern Seaguard, not a big deal. I think our little surprise catch may have done it. You don't beat Anticity at the kite game. Let's not get overconfident, though. We still have a long ways to go. He's had a double cap on us for quite some time. He did summon in chariots, though, which are not exactly the best option here in this particular situation. Man, I knew the Tempest would be good, though. That Tempest cooked. Tempest cooked super hard. And there you go. My archers are going ham now. It's a matchup I played 1,000,000 times. We win these pretty well. Let's get these guys healed up. And now the real deal breaker. Some very elite cavalry. They'll be able to cook pretty hard here. His poor archers over there are just getting bullied. Way Watchers are getting in. Should be able to chuck a speed boost on these guys soon to bully his guys. And now he's spamming out cavalry, but it's not going to be enough. We can also get a bit of a charge here. A little bit of a surprise charge. And then if I fight in the forest, I should be okay. So Dryads it shall be. We'll just get him in there. We'll pushing up. We'll get a pot shot on the backs of those spears just to get them out of the battlefield. He does have his chariot in my backfield though, so we're just gonna turn on fire at will and just shoot him up. That should be relatively okay, but on a double cap right now, I think we're fine. Oh, plus we can slow these things. So yeah, those chariots just die. Very nice. All right, sit on a double cap and up trade. That's all I gotta do for the rest of the match. Thank goodness for Tempest. Holy crap, the Tempest absolutely won this game. That damage, it only takes 2 overcast Tempests to kill an Eagle Lord, which is why I'm pretty sure Tempest is like ultra meta in this match. Just gonna leave those Rangers there so he doesn't have anything to resummon. Just gonna put a bit of time pressure on him, but I'm not gonna push past this point. There's no point. It will only put me in a more awkward position. He's gonna try and hold the point, but we got archers galore here. They're just peppering him. And we also have cav galore, right? Get another heal. Get some spears over here on the far end. There he goes, though. He's going for the big charge. I just have too many archers, though, right? I have basically all my units. I have like double his units right now. We got double his units. That's a good sign. No leadership is really bad for these guys. And yeah, I think his lore just eating Tempest. Eating the massive Tempest shots was just a little too much. This would be a very difficult game for him to come back. And he taps out.
Unending glory is yours.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we beat Charix on his main. We beat his high elves. Woo! Mega huge. We got basically all my trap cards played that game. We got the Stag Knights in the trees. We got the Stag Knight in the trees cooking. Oh my god, Stag Knights are so good. And then we got the Archer spam. He overpushed with the Lothern Sea Guard, maybe feeling a bit too confident. And then his skirmishers just got outshot. He got one good volley on me, but that was it. Jeez, what a tussle. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Asri Ascendancy. Hey, light work. Yeah, light work my butt. Whew. Ooh. Thank goodness for that Tempest, though. Oh my god, we got some mega Tempest value. Tempest was the game. It sealed the game there. Thank god for Tempest. Oh my god. Weight Watchers are great, though. And we force him to attack into us, which is exactly how you want to try and beat Charix. The thing is, though, I've played this matchup so many times from both sides. So I know you want to get vision with the Lord. I know you want that. Daniken's 2-1 versus Plague Penguin. He is our final rival. On the plus side, it's hella late for Daniken, which is honestly a little unfair, but well, I'll take everything I can get. Time zone wise, this tournament helps us out, right? We're actually in a pretty good time zone for the tournament. Never doubted. Oh man, playing his high elves though, he mains high elves. He's a high elf main. I guess I'm a wood elf main. I'm a kite main. Man, the Stag Knight's catching him though. Woo. Oh my gosh. All right, I gotta start making my stuff first, Daniken. Daniken's the last one. So he played Petonia, Grand Cathay, Greenskins, Dark Elves, Khorne Dwarves, maybe some High Elves. That's the main juice that we see out of Danny. Oh my gosh. Grand Cathay is going to be an awkward one. What maps am I playing on? God, I got to Theorycraft. I got to do some hard Theorycrafting. Finals. We have, what? Imperial Ambush. Rift. At World's Edge. We have Bordello. We have Norskin Rise. And Imperial Road. Okay. Alright, we got some flat maps. We got some not flat maps. Cathay, though. Freaking Cathay. How did the pick and ban play out? You're surprised he let me go on to Wood Elves? It's because he picked Skaven. He did go for Skaven. And then, yeah, it kind of screwed him over. So he went High Elves, Skaven, Tzeentch. I went Tomb Kings, Beastmen, and Wood Elves. He banned... I think the misplay was he banned High Elves versus Tomb Kings. Because it's not a matchup I'm very familiar with. Though I feel like Screaming Skull Catapults would have given him a really hard time there. I don't think he'd have the tools to actually beat that. So like build-wise, we might just win. And then we have Ushapti for his infantry. The map's kind of awkward for shooting. I banned out his Tzeentch matchups. Tzeentch versus Tomb Kings, Beastmen, Wood Elves. Get it out of there, right? But all three of my factions were good versus Skaven. So he had to waste most of his bans there. And then I got to pick the matchup against High Elves between Beastmen and Wood Elves. Which did pretty well. It did pretty well. You have the sun advantage. You have the moon advantage. It's getting late. Oh no. Yeah, Danican though, he's a beast. Don't underestimate him in the late night tournaments. Massive GGs cheering for you to take home this tourney and approach becoming the all-time GOAT of Warhammer multiplayer. Oh, wording it like that makes it sound quite hype. I need to start snacking too, by the way. Alright, but what does Danican play? He's playing a lot of the matchups that I know him for. Dwarves and Grand Cathay, though, is crazy. The guy having Dwarves and Grand Cathay in his regular list is like Mega Chad. Very, very Mega Chad. I think they're good, but we've broken into boxes before. That's not too bad. Let's see here. He has a Snackicity, yeah. Let's see here. Vampire Coast versus Dwarves apparently is actually quite good for Coast. Coast versus Cathay, though, eh. You can either shoot them or you rush them. No middle ground, though. And their infantry is going to hold forever. The secret to breaking Cathay is somehow just chunking through their infantry. Let's take a look at their HP per entity. Pretty healthy, right? They're looking at 8,000 HP. That's about the same as like Spearman units. They are rather expensive, at least. So you can kind of get some work done in there. Kind of. Let's see here. Man, like, Danican has a really strong defensive game. But, like, you can't hesitate. You just have to go for a big rush. You just have to go for a big rush, and see what you can get done. Grand Cathay mirror match, and you go for Jade Lion spell amp. That's what Danican's gonna do though. All right, snack time. But okay, I gotta figure out in this matchup spread which factions are going to be good versus Danican. I have a few. That are like okay. Imperial Ambush. Oh man. How open are these maps? Imperial Ambush, Rift at World's Edge, Bordello Landing, Norskin Rise, and Imperial Road. These are all really open maps. So, going for like a range shooting fest is not the worst. Plague Penguin is playing Dwarves versus Corn. Okay. Interesting. He's gonna whip out Corn, that's for sure. You can kite Corn though. I feel like a lot of Rush factions are good versus Danican's lineup. I feel like there's a lot of opportunities to just rush his face down. This man brought Tempest so many times with 0 Flying Lords. It was a... Well... If Danican didn't have Tempest, he'd just have a Horse Lord, which is a lot worse at spotting the Way Watchers. So there's probably a little bit of worry there. My build was really well suited for his. Apparently Danican isn't moving his army. People are memeing that he fell asleep. Very interesting. Hey, you know, if Danican passes out, I guess that's not bad for us. Okay, now he's moving. I hope Danican also goes to the ace match. That'll get him tired, right? Make it harder for him to think, maybe. Let's see here. Matchups, though. Matchups. Man, his Grand Cathay. His Grand Cathay is going to be super annoying for my Wood Elves. Danican has a mean Cathay. At least he doesn't play Wood Elves much. So that's pretty good. Do I want to play Warriors of Chaos against him? Wait, what happened? Did someone disconnect? Okay, they're rewriting now. All right. Interesting. But yeah, let's see. What does Danican have? What does Danican have? If Plague Penguin wins this, though, I gotta start scouting Plague Penguin, too. Does anyone know what Plague Penguin plays? All I know is they like playing Betonia, but like I actually don't know much more about them. I just haven't seen them around a lot. They're really good, don't get me wrong, but they just don't play in a lot of my tournaments. So, yeah. Grand Cathay Secret Tech. These maps are like so good for Grand Cathay. Imperial Ambush, Rift at World's Edge, Border Low, Norskin Rise, and Imperial Road. Yeah, I'd say those are pretty good maps for Grand Cathay. And then they have their super chonky infantry line. Very annoying indeed. At least the spawn point, they can't stay in their spawn point on these maps. But I think as soon as he gets the opportunity, Daniken will go for the Grand Cathay pick. Let's see here. I might play some greenskins. Maybe some Kislev. Would dwarves be good versus Daniken? Betonia, Grand Cathay, greenskins, dwarves. Yes, corn. Yes, dark elves. He's probably gonna whip out Norska, right? He'd be crazy. You think he also plays Empire? Empire question mark? I don't think Empire is... I think it's gonna be far from his first pick though. I don't think he's like dying to play Empire. Let me actually scout out his previous matches versus Blood Penguin. Yeah, so he played greenskins versus Penguin. And he played Grand Cathay into his Beastman. I think he'd want to play greenskins versus my Vampire account. Daniken is... He's definitely gonna want to get into... Yeah, he kind of wants to get into, like, these weird matchups. Like, traditionally bad matchups. He's getting in there. Just a fat orc line against the undead is pretty crazy. So he does have that going for him. Greenskins can be scary versus, like, greenskins versus vampire counts. It can be a little scary for the count. Because they can actually win the fight pretty hard. You can bring in a Mortis engine, but you have Archer shooting at it all day, so you're gonna have to dodge like crazy. It's clearly a matchup Daniken has practiced. Okay. Wait. That's greenskins and Grand Cathay. Where's the first match? Oh yeah, Betonia and High Elves. So we did play High Elves. Yeah, he's playing all the bad matches. Dana can't be cooked. Yeah, he's playing like all the bad matches, right? Because now he's playing Dwarves versus Khorne. So I have to be really careful about just raw counterpicking the guy. Just a vanilla... Oh, no. He's playing Khorne versus Dwarves. Never mind. Other way around. Which should be good for Khorne. Him learning Khorne is definitely scary, though. I have a list of 6 factions, though, that generally do well. Versus a lot of what Daniken might go for. 6 matchups is not bad. see. Are there any other good matchups? Let me check the factions real quick. Okay, Beastmen, Petonia, Chaos Dwarves. Got some Demons of Chaos here. Weirdly enough, I feel really confident facing his Dark Elves nowadays. While his Dark Elves is really strong, I know how he likes to play it. Maybe I'm crazy, but like I've beaten his Dark Elves before just by playing well enough. So yeah, I think we just leave that be. We leave his Dark Elves be, and maybe we ban something else. He's probably gonna ban my Slaanesh though, right? If he bans my Slaanesh and then he gets Dark Elves, then what are we looking at? I think maybe we do just ban his Dark Elves. I think, like, Daniken can play Betonia, but I don't think he plays a mean Betonia by any means. And it also leaves, like, Betonia up for me. The other option is to just ban Khorne, and then he's just down a faction that I don't intend on playing. He's basically stuck with the ranged fest, but I feel like I can beat his Khorne. Ban his Grand Cathay, maybe? I think banning his Dark Elves just makes the most sense, though. Like, he beat Boss Toss with his Dark Elves, and he can probably force out good matchups once I'm out of my good factions. And then I'm pretty screwed, right? Because he's gonna get one free win with Dark Elves just by kiting, and he's not gonna play them against, like, Slaanesh. Right? The only reason I won versus Dark Elves before is because he took matchups that he was less confident in, if you learn. But, like, there's no way I'm beating his Dark Elves with Norska, you know? There's no way I beat it with Khorne. We're gonna have to go and be a little bit more careful. Who's winning, by the way? Looks like Daniken's in the lead against Plague Penguin. I can also expect Daniken to bring a Shems caster. Every matchup where he can bring a Shems caster, he's gonna bring a Shems caster. Daniken absolutely, he can't resist the urge, man. I'm telling you guys right now. The guy loves Shems, but yeah, looks like we're up against the Daniken. Oh boy. Alright, alright. At least I have Wood Elves going for me. Does anyone know if Coast versus Khorne is a good one? I'm gonna suspect it's bad, but I don't know. I did win last time, right? I shot him to death. That was pretty funny. Khorne versus the Vampire Coast is a 50-50 win rate. So maybe I do want to play that. Definitely not Vampire count, so. Once again, Warriors of Chaos, kind of average. And there he goes. Daniken's up against us. 3-1. Spooky. Very spooky. Join their lobby. I'm in. It's time. It's time. Now, I have not lost a best of 9 to Daniken, but he did win the last best of 3 that we played. I don't know if that makes a difference in the slightest. But there you go. There you go. The goal is to run him out of matchups, but he only gets better with time. Daniken's a young un. He's got that youth in him. I can say I'm old now, right? Now that I'm basically 30. All right. Here we go. Here we go. You always lose to Corn. Dandican's Corn, maybe. I did beat his Corn as Coast. Okay, so he just needs a moment. All right. 3-time world champion, or does it move on? You had a birthday. I'm making it ambiguous when my birthday is, so people don't just know too many details about me. We'll leave it and say I'm basically 30 at this point. I'm gonna keep making it plus or minus. A year from now, I'll be like... I'll probably still say I'm basically 30, right? Make it a little harder to judge. You'll know, though, when my bones start creaking. Anyways, there's a few rush factions I want to play today. So very likely it'll just be a Dark Elf bane. You're not giving the internet the credit it deserves? No, I think the internet's great at figuring out where I live. I think they'll do that in seconds. But yeah, Dandican doesn't play a lot of undead. So, yeah, pose 1 foot in the grave. But yeah, Dandican doesn't play a lot of undead. He has a bunch of factions that he specializes quite hard in. So, if I just prepare for those and get a good faction lineup, I think we'll be okay. He's trying to figure out what faction he doesn't want me to play, though. I think I have mine. He has a lot of like niche factions that he wants to play, but like I'm not gonna ban Grand Cathay. That's just dumb. How to ban Grand Cathay? Oh my gosh. And we know his Corn's killable. So like he bleeds. Meanwhile, Charix is very scary. But we got him with the sick Tempest plays. Overcast Tempest, man. Overcast Tempest. So good. I can't believe he 2-shot that Lord, though. That's insane. Killing a Lord for 30 Winds of Magic is absurd value. That's crazy value. If he bleeds, we can kill it. Don't Dark Elves just stomp Corn? Yeah, but I'm not a Dark Elf, man. I could whip out Dark Elves if I have to. I have a decent kite. In fact, there's a non-zero chance that we play Dark Elves, but I'm not a Dark Elf, man. I think there's a few situations, though, where I might actually want to go Dark Elves. Alright, Dandican's ready. He's ready for the ban. I picked mine. Let me guess. Slaanesh? Slaanesh? Alright. So we've both taken out our mains. He doesn't want to play Dark Elves versus my Slaanesh. I don't want to play his Dark Elves with everything else. And knowing that I don't have Slaanesh, yeah, you can betcha. You can betcha I'm getting rid of that. And the first map is Imperial Ambush. All right. So now we do our picks and bans. Now, as usual, I am the first pick, so I have a lot of comfort. I have a lot of comfort picks we can go for. Imperial Ambush is a really good map for this one faction. Yeah, we should be fine here. So naturally, my first pick is Wood Elves. Imperial Ambush is fairly open. It's nice and comfortable. Well, what's Dandican gonna go for? He's picked his first faction. So no Slaanesh. I got a lot of melee rushes. I have a lot of potential kite. Really depends on what we see Danican go for. Grand Cathay and Kislev. Wow. Grand Cathay and Kislev. On Imperial Ambush. Alright, well, I think my picks are fairly straightforward here. This one will be good. So I went Beastmen. So these are his Wood Elf counters, right? He's basically going to run them constantly. Until there's nothing left for me. I don't think this is a good time for Undead either. The map is not the best for the Undead Tide. It's okay, but I think we can do much better for many Undead. So Grand Cathay and Kislev. So I went Beastmen, I went Wood Elves. A really strong pick here. This is only an okay pick. I don't like them on this map very much. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. What am I doing? I went Skaven. But Skaven are so good. First Grand Cathay and Kislev. The only thing he can do on this map too, it should be pretty rough. Okay, I guess the Kislev Cavalry might be a bit bad versus Skaven. Crap. Wait, what's the win rate versus Skaven? 48. Okay, that's not too bad then. That's not too bad. Skaven dumpster Grand Cathay though, so I think I can put him in an awkward position. I did play Skaven, like I know how to play them. But if he's gonna go Grand Cathay, I'm gonna go Skaven. Now, Wood Elves versus Kislev. Is that an easy ban? I think Wood Elves versus Kislev is like stock standard Bannerino. Okay, let's do that. So that's Grand Cathay, Kislev, and High Elves. I have Skaven, Beastmen, and Wood Elves. Not Skaven. I'm doing it. Skaven can do a lot versus these factions. I don't think Danican's rush... His rush is okay, but like... I think we have the tools, like... It's winnable, man. I just gotta channel my inner B6. Wood Elves versus Kislev, you easily pull off. I'd rather just get a cleaner matchup for Wood Elves that I'm a little bit more familiar with. I'm sure I can win it, but like, this matchup spread is not the worst for me. I think we can do better than Wood Elves versus Kislev. Maybe a Wood Elves versus High Elves or something, you know? Kislev versus Skaven. Kislev versus Beastmen is a good one. Skaven versus High Elves. That's a matchup where we both just like probably don't know what we're doing. Skaven have a 46% win rate versus High Elves. So, should be at least playable. Kislev versus Beastmen is apparently Beastmen favored. Let me check. Yeah, Beastmen have a really good matchup there. Wood Elves versus Grand Cathay. We have Wood Elves versus High Elves. I think I'll get rid of High Elves and Beastmen. No, that's also a good one. Bro, these are all like half decent. Maybe I just get rid of the Skaven matchups. Just get rid of the Skaven matchups and it's Beastmen versus Kislev or High Elves. Wood Elves versus Kislev or High Elves. Alright, yeah, we just get rid of the Skaven. I just wanted him to have to ban out one of his Cathay matchups, but in the end, Skaven was kind of a dumb choice. All right. 4 matchups left. Beastmen versus Kislev and High Elves. And Wood Elves versus Grand Cathay and High Elves. Daniken likes his High Elves. And he plays pretty mean. Plays a pretty mean High Elves too. We might just get Wood Elves versus High Elves again. What a way to start the series. What do Skaven do against Kislev and all that cavalry though? Yeah, I was thinking Skaven beat their infantry styles, but 100% he would just kill me with cav. I was like, you know, in a pinch. Yeah, Skaven just used Jezzails, but like a player of Daniken's caliber, he's not gonna let me. He's not gonna let me do that. But we have a selection of his factions, right? It's Grand Cathay, Kislev, and High Elves. So at least I can start thinking about counter picks for this. Generally, right, rushing is pretty good. Undead is not good right now while he has this though, unless we burn Cathay or High Elves. I think after we burn them, I can start going heavier on the undead train. But yeah, we'll have to see. He leaves it to Beastmen, Kislev, and Wood Elves, Grand Cathay. I know his build, though. I know his Wood Elf versus Grand Cathay build. If I play Wood Elves now, though, it can be a little sus. Let's play Beastmen versus Kislev. Beastmen versus Kislev is apparently a good matchup. And it gets rid of his Kislev for me to pick Wood Elves later on. So like, that's pretty good. The problem, I haven't played this matchup a lot. I haven't played this matchup a ton. Now, that doesn't mean that we're screwed or anything. It just means that I have to be just a little careful is all. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Kislev are, they're mildly terrifying, but like, it's not the end of the world. How does Beastmen deal with mass Kossars? They have a lot of infantry. Like, you just can't shoot out all the Beastmen infantry. There's just yeah, there's just a little too much to chunk your way through. And I'm kind of just gonna rely on that to do well. Just kind of swarm them, you know? Swarm them up. There you go. I think this is a... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is... It's a good starter build. Now, Kislev does have the Monster Mash build. Does Daniken have the gall? Does he have the gall to take my own Monster Mash build against me? I guess that's the big question. Monster Mash Kislev is pretty scary. Let me tell you. They're pretty scary because you can just route everything for days. So obviously we're gonna need a little bit to shut that down. Force him into like, you know, a more traditional play style. And then I think we'll be okay. Big problem here though, Centaurs, they don't trade the best versus a lot of the Kislev stuff. You do have to be just a little bit careful with your cavalry. They are extremely precious. Extremely, extremely precious. You just have to, yeah. You're just gonna have to keep them safe. I think I have an okay... I think I have an okay build versus the Monster Mash. I should have a pretty good build versus just like a bunch of range units. Okay, yeah. I think I need this tech piece. There's one tech piece that will absolutely save your butt if he goes for the big monster build. And now that I have it in, I think he's pretty doomed if he decides to go ham and do that. So that should be fairly good. Build is looking fairly solid. We're ready and up. This is supposed to be a good matchup. This is supposed to be super good. So I better not lose this. Centaur's down trade versus everything. Yeah, but you kind of need them. You need some sort of cavalry to stop him from getting way too aggressive. You gotta countercharge the guy, right? Unless... Okay, you know what? This might be a much more brilliant idea. Never mind, this is way better. This is way better. Great idea incoming. Jabberslite? No. No, not a Jabberslite. But alright, Daniken's ready. Alright, so I've gone for the Man-Tide. Simplicity 0. 0, Daniken. This is supposedly a very good matchup. How good is Malagor here? I think he's good because he can Flock of Doom spam the Cav. Alrighty. You know what's really safe to do like all the time? You know what's really safe to do all the time? Just a fat Man-Tide. Just a fat Man-Tide. He has 13 units, which means he has gone pretty infantry heavy. But yeah, if I have more infantry than he does, and he's filled with a bunch of hybrid units, I just gotta get in melee and we're good. These spears can ward off his cavalry. Yeah, the spears are gonna ward off his cavalry and just kind of shadow them. This should be solid. Looks like he goes for skirmishers, which is very good for us. They don't do super well versus Ungor Raiders. And of course we have Flock of Doom. He does have an Ice Witch of Tempest with the Hawks of Miska. That's a lot of skirmishers, okay. He's gonna split versus the Flock of Doom. Makes a lot of sense. It's 4 skirmishers. All right. He's gonna get the capture point. Gonna get a little bit of dodge action here. That should put us pretty comfy. He's doing a really good job though. Kind of distancing me here. We do have some cap points though. Are you gonna take a pot shot or what? It's very hard to micro them like this, by the way. Because I also have Malagor nearby being annoying. So he should be quite good. And yeah, it's just a little infantry glob. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Skirmishers will not be super great. And I can take a Minotaur here. Minotaur is going to bully his lord specifically. You get some winged lancers in. Very nice. Can't get the cast off. But yeah, Malagor is just gonna keep dodging hits. It's gonna be very annoying for him. Winged lancers are coming in. We can ward him off though with these guys. We have a big old bull coming in here. It looks like Dandakan wants to fight. All right. He's actually going for it, which I don't know if that's good for these guys. His lord's gonna have to back up. It's not the prettiest situation, right? And we still have a double cap, and he can't really get a lot of pressure on. Now, build-up strats here I think are in favor for us. Remember, I also got some Minotaurs here. A little bit of a volley there on my little bull. You know, these Streltsy are so out of position and he has so many skirmishers. I think we just kill him. I say we just kill him. Yeah, look at him. He's running. The Streltsy get line of sighted by this hill. It's really annoying, by the way. You get a pretty nice flock of doom over there. Got our Minotaur cooking it up. Now my infantry is going to be a bit late, so maybe we don't go for the fight just yet. Yeah, it's going to get a few pot shots here, but all right, yeah, I think we just got to go for it. I think we just go for it. It's a little aggressive, but he has so many skirmishers and range units, right? There's no way. There's just no way, man. We'll see though. So this is a mass gore herd push. We got our archers beating him up. We have some pretty solid charges here. His skirmishers can't really do a lot. Oh crap, I should have brought Malagor here to save these guys, but I guess we're still relatively okay. He's gonna summon in some dervishes. No, there's a winged lancers, alright. Run for your lives. And we're just gonna see if we can shut these guys down. Should be a pretty decent flock of doomage. There we go. And then we're going to get a Manticore in. He gets some pretty solid routes though. I'll give him that. I want to just punish all his range though, right? Because they're pretty exposed. Fighting's not going as good as I would have hoped for though. I think I probably shouldn't have gone for that push, because now he's all over my backfield. Now we do have a double cap situation. If I can turn it into a triple cap situation, that'd be the best. Many of his stuff is now in melee too, which is definitely not comfortable. You have the bull chasing down his lord. Okay, a little bit of a pop in here. I just gotta make sure we don't get mass routed or anything. Come on, leadership boost. No, leadership's not holding. That's not very pretty. And now he's going for a big cav pull in here. We're gonna get a decent flock. A decent flock of doom. Pestigors are on the Streltsy. I don't think this is working though. I don't think this is working. We're down trading massively now. Oh my god. I guess I really should have waited. I thought he was exposed. I thought he was exposed, but I just, yeah, we got overconfident, pulled the trigger. These guys cannot get in there, man. They just can't. It's a rough start. We'll keep fighting it out, though. But I'm pretty sure we're just ultra dead. Defensive formation here working out real well for him. I guess I had a lot of archers and not a lot of minotaurs. A unit of minotaurs would have worked out really well, but everything was just dying. All right, yeah, that's GG. GG, well played. All right. All right. I thought he was exposed. I had so much bloody infantry, but those cav summons, man. The cav summons and the rear charges. His lancer spam really put us in a bad position. Rough start, but it's only game number 1. Best of 5. Oof. Rough one. All right, let's get the next one going. So Danican picks first this time. And we're at Rift at World's Edge. So obviously we want to pick Wood Elves at some point now. I should be able to get a solid Wood Elf matchup. Yeah, the uphill, we were slowed down a little bit. I was thinking the line of sight would be really screwy for him, but yeah, we just could not get any routes on him. 0 routes whatsoever. I think I really just needed some Minotaurs. A solid Mino bus to really punch through and get into the backfield would have been fine. His cavalry, though, were really good. I think even with Minotaurs. I really just needed him to spread out onto multiple capture points, and we're good. Yeah, no more Skaven. No more Skaven. Anyways, we're on Rift at World's Edge. We gotta lock in. We're locking in, though. Alright, Rift at World's Edge. So what is his first pick gonna be? Danican is shaping up to be a really good defensive player, I've noticed. He has that real solid defensive play. And he goes Wood Elves first. Okay. Well, High Elves for the first pick is really good. And Bretonnia is just generally a really good faction, especially if you don't have Undead. So I've basically double countered Wood Elves. That's pretty solid. But what's his next play? What's the next thing that good old Danican will want to do? Corn. Corn versus High Elves and Bretonnia is not good. So I've double countered him, and then he double countered me. So now we get our random picks. Against Wood Elves and Corn. On this map. Okay, I gave my faction. So there's his Wood Elves and Corn. I gotta win this, otherwise we gotta reverse sweep him, by the way. That's very sus. Very sus indeed. Yeah, Kissel was quite strong. He went greenskins, okay. Now I have an Empire pick, so greenskins was not the most comfortable. I think we can manage though. High Elves, Bretonnia, and Empire versus Greenskin. So he's saving his Greenskins for counter picking, which is really smart. He plays a mean Greenskins, but it is totally manageable. Greenskins are quite infantry heavy, so you have fewer opportunities to really make some huge plays. Yeah. Super off meta greenskins recently. Oh, there's a lot of strong factions. Wood Elves, though, I'm really interested to see. I haven't seen Danican go for Wood Elves, but he's learning a lot. He bans Corn and Empire, which makes a lot of sense. Last time I played Corn versus High Elves, we lost it. Let's check what tools we have in a Corn versus High Elf situation. I think that might be playable. Corn versus Bretonnia. Corn versus Bretonnia can definitely be super sus. The map's big though. I think we have opportunities to win this. Danican's played Corn, but he hasn't like spammed Corn. So I'm going to ban Wood Elves versus Empire. Unfortunately, he did kind of counterpick my Empire with greenskins. You know what? Wait, no. Maybe I don't need to do that. How's it Bretonnia versus greenskin matchup. Betonia versus greenskins is bad. Okay, so we get rid of that one. Alright, so I still have high elves versus wood elves, corn, greenskins. I have some okay stuff here. Danican, though, he's scary. I think my push with the Beastmen there was really badly timed, too. It was just not the best. It was just not the best played Beastmen game ever. He needed to capture 2 points anyways. I should have just waited. They're not Slanesh. That's the problem. Slanesh would crush face, man. Someone makes a misplay and you just go for it. I think I was kind of in that mindset, but they're quite a bit slower than the Forsaken. Anyways, no point dwelling. No more Beastmen. Danican's thinking. He bans Wood Elves Empire and Wood Elves High Elves. Makes a lot of sense. On a big flat map like this. It could certainly be very sus. Though he leaves the Betonia matchup up. Which is generally quite good for us. Now, how do High Elves do versus Greenskins? I'm pretty sure it's not pretty. Let me just double check real quick. Greenskins have a 63% win rate. But I don't want to really play High Elves versus Corn. Unless I feel like I have a Betonia Corn strategy. Ooh. Oof. Could get the Betonia game out. Betonia v Corn is a very sus matchup, by the way. It's generally not recommended because Corn has a ludicrous amount of armor. And on this map, they can push you all the way back. But like, you have Hippo Knights and such. Hippo Knights can do pretty well. It's either that or I'm playing High Elves Greenskins. Okay. I'm doing it. Betonia versus Wood Elves or Betonia versus Corn. We're really banking on Betonia being a Chad faction here. There's Skull Taker shenanigans. Skull Taker's really annoying. There's genuinely not many ways you can kill something like a Skull Taker. But on a map like this, fairly big, Betonia's not bad. And I played them a lot before. So at least we know what we're doing with them. This will be interesting though. The guy can spam out some Wrathmongerage. But yeah, the other option is Betonia versus Wood Elves, which I think is pretty bad. I think it's very likely we have to play Betonia into the Cornates. I think he'd be crazy if he wants to play Wood Elves v Betonia. He can try to micro his way out of the situation. But I wouldn't feel super confident if I was Danican. We'll see though, he's actually yet to choose a matchup. Still deciding exactly what he wants here. Petonia's quite the menace, though. Let's see it. Bretonia versus Corn or Bretonia versus Wood Elves. I may have put him in an awkward position. Bretonia is actually quite good in many just kind of standard situations. Definitely do not underestimate them. Wood Elves versus Bretonia, the Mad Lad. He actually doesn't want to play Corn here. Now, Wood Elves v Bretonia. This is generally regarded to be a terrible matchup for the Wood Elves, generally speaking. So, a little surprised to see that he actually wants to fight this. See, against the Wood Elves. Yeah, I can use this thing. Bretonia has a lot of options here, actually. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So as Wood Elves, I'm really interested to see what Dandakan has in store here. I think maybe it's not impossible for the Wood Elves, but a tricky matchup to be sure. We'll call it a very tricky matchup. I think Stag Knights potentially could do okay here. But even, I don't know, Stag Knights are not like amazing. They're not exactly the be all end all here. I don't think they're gonna... Yeah, I don't think they're gonna swing the tide. Maybe Dandakan has something crazy planned here. Yeah, but they really shouldn't be able to do super well. I can take one of these. That'll be pretty good. One of these guys is really strong. We gotta not get overconfident here. For sure. But yeah, like the build looks pretty solid. Yeah, build looks pretty solid. I'm trying to think about what he may do as Wood Elves that can beat this. But honestly, there's a lot here that's just good, right? So let's save the build. Generally speaking, we beat all the Wood Elf cavalry. Let's just double check the faction. Yeah, like generally speaking, we win versus the cavalry. There's also some really nice regiments of renown here. That should be able to get some pretty good work done. Yeah, alright. Alright, Dandakan. Give me your worst. Give me your worst. I guess not. Ooh. So this should just be a pretty bad matchup for him. Oh, he's not ready yet? But yeah, generally speaking, this is just it's kind of a sketchy matchup for the Woodies. Very interested. Very interested to see how he wants to play this one out. Bro is afraid of green skins. Yeah, man. The green boys. Pretty scary. Yes, as long as you just play solid here, I should be okay. Lexalander, thank you for the sub. And there he goes. Daniken's ready. The man, the myth, the legend. He's never won a best of 5 against me, but today might be the day. As he's been training a lot. He's learned a ton of factions. I think Daniken's gonna be bringing the heat. Though he may lose Wood Elves to a bad matchup here. In theory, it was pretty good for us. We got Lewin. We got Caster. Pegasus Knights. And a whack a load of Cav. Cav max in this guy. If he boxes, I have Wind Blast. A lot of Wood Elf players will try to box up to survive, but Wind Blast will be able to get a lot of work done here. And we have Archer spam in case he's really boxing it, but otherwise Archers and Cav is the Bretonnian special. I also have a pretty stacked Lewin. And indeed, Archer spam. Alright, so we have some Zotes. So it's gonna be a little annoying. That's 11 units. 5, and his Lord. So if I just Wind Blast his face, I should be okay. King Lewin Leon Kerr over here. Should be quite strong. And yeah, we're just gonna get the Archer Tide going. Get the Archer Tide, get him in. How good is my man at dodging Wind Blasts? Gonna get a pretty decent one on his spears. That's all I really wanted. And I'm just gonna do that all game. It's gonna be endless endless Wind Blasting on his poor guys there. Capture point number 1 is taken. And we want to kill his spears. The archers are much less of an issue. Because I can get loads of archers here. We'll be fine. Oh, jeez. Drycha's here. Drycha's showing up. He's going to bully him. He's going to zone me out of capturing this point probably, but that's okay. I just want to get all my archers here. It's not like he has a rush or anything. And their ammunition is actually quite limited. So if he keeps shooting at my SCs, it's not the worst. I have to, you know, not waste them and everything. In general, we should be okay. So it's Swarm kind of scary though. But with this many archers on the field now, he's got to be sweating a little bit. This is a lot of archers. They can outshoot his guys pretty easily if he's not careful here. We get another Wind Blast. That was a bit of a rough one. Kind of misplayed that Wind Blast there. We have our archers in. He's gonna have the double cap, but that's not too bad. He's already used up a good chunk of his ammo. We just want to draw him forwards if at all possible. Ouch. Gets a pretty nasty pendulum. The peasants, they hold though. You're gonna need another pendulum if you want to take these guys out. Got a pretty good backfield dive potential here. Most of the archers are doing okay. And I have another wind blast coming in. Just don't get hit too hard. That'll be a pretty decent wind blast. Lewin just gonna poke Drycha a little bit. I gotta make sure she doesn't get too stacked up. Otherwise she will buff up the melee attack of everyone nearby. But Lewin, generally speaking, can bully Drycha. There go my archers. We're just gonna bully his archers now. That should be fairly easy to do. He routes off one unit, not the end of the world. So he brings his Zotes into the trees. Gets another Zote in here. They're pretty slow. It's not too bad. I should be able to rout off at least one of these guys. There you go. All right, so they should be gone. He does get the cav charge here, though. So that's going to be a little awkward, right? It's a pretty nasty cav fight over here without me being nearby. Now, we do have the Lewin. We do have the Lion Shield. He's gonna be able to cook decently in this situation, but like fighting in the trees is not preferable overall. So we're just gonna disengage again and just keep relying on these guys to poke away. I have some cavalry nearby. We actually have quite a bit of cavalry. He gets the heal off, all right. And is he gonna try and chase these cav down? Because he's leaving his archers exposed. And if they all die, that's very bad. Gotta get that lance formation going. Yeah, I think he might be leaving these guys a little exposed. Potentially a really good position for us. Gotta be a little careful. But his Zotes are miles away. And Lewin is in. Very nice. We can just hit all of those guys, yeah. We can send our boys over there. They can actually take a pretty decent fight against these wild riders. Lewin is doing great. And the peasants are cooking. Where's my caster at? Gotta be a little careful. You gotta be a little careful. Got the Pegasus Knight charge though. And his archers are down. Should be able to secure a point now. Valley trading is slightly in our favor. That's very good. And his wild hunters are super dead. Wild hunters got deleted by my cav. And we have an archer advantage. All right, this is looking pretty good for us then. As we get another pretty solid wind blast over there. I just have to secure one of these points to start putting time pressure on. And then escape with the Pegasus Knights. They do not want to die. Gotta keep them alive. There's a lot of cav coming in though. Gotta be a little careful, but we're mopping them up. Look at these Pegasus. They're doing great. It's a little bit of a spear charge here, but that's not gonna save him. Pushing a couple more archers, but the cleanup continues. And he has dryads, which are not especially fast. So I think we'll be goodies. He has a couple Zotes, but they're kind of out of position. Super far away from his other Zotes, too. There you go. There goes that Archer Corps. Lewin might be able to go for a pretty big dive here, too. There's the Zotes, though. They're chilling. We're going to want to, yeah, bring down the hammer against them, if at all possible. Those are Stag Knights. Oh, boy. All right. So Stag Knights will be mildly problematic. Now, if I can rout off these Zotes, that'd be great. We do have some sick buffs here. It's going okay, but it's not completely over just yet. Like, Daniken still has a lot of teeth. We got a pretty solid route here. He's slowing me down, so I can't leave this fight, which is definitely a little awkward. But Lewin with his buffs, man. He should be able to do okay. Some more cav coming. Come on, big cav charge. This should be a pretty nasty cav charge here. Right into the backs of these Zotes. And that should get them routed off. Okay, that's not too bad. Plus his Zotes over here having a bit of a hard time. We can get some more archers into the field. Very nice. And it looks like we did free ourselves up from this position. Very good. Killing off these Zotes on the far end is definitely one of our big plays. Gotta be careful not to do more damage to Drycha. I can't let her stack up too much, right? But there you go. They're dead. Zotes are now out of the picture. And he has like no archers, right? Yeah, he has like no archers. So I think we can just play keep away and use our archers to our advantage. He does secure the point though. The middle point. And he routed off my caster, which is a little annoying. Gonna have to disengage and keep playing the value train as he continues to hard press me here. Kind of annoying. Lewin will have more space to get work done though. Soon enough. We're gonna get a pretty big pounding on these Glade Riders. Yeah, they're just dead. All right. And we're just gonna use Yeomen to capture this flank point. Just gotta be a little careful about those Dryads, but he's gonna be cleaned up soon. Like, he's just not gonna have a lot of units. At least that's a hope. I have a lot of archers. A lot of archers, okay. But yeah, Yeomen for capture, not terrible. Lewin's gonna have to be a little wary. He has some Stag Knights over here. We're going to debuff them as much as we can. Get that hammer going. Archers are pushing. We have a lot of them, man. We have a lot. And the fight versus Stag Knights, it goes all right. About as well as one could hope. We're gonna have to get the middle some point, though. Okay, we're seeing a mass D-summon. Interesting. Very interesting. Some Glade Riders over there. Lewin, gonna have to bail out, maybe. It's not the prettiest situation. Yeah, we're gonna have to bail out here. Okay, archers. Cook them up. Archers have a lot of work cut out for him. He has a lot of infantry in the trees, so I think resummoning the caster is the best idea. And he is forced to use a spell on those archers to keep them alive. It's generally quite nice, but me not being able to capture a point is really sus. I have to get a point. At the very least, this Wind Blast should do well. Okay, let's see what we can do. I have a lot of guys here. We have a lot of guys. We have a caster. We have a little archer corps here. He has Wild Hunters of Kurnos, but they can't really do super well in this particular little blob fight. Let's just, yeah, keep pulling the archers away. And that's going to be point number 1 secured. That's not too bad. So given that we have a point now, we can start playing a little bit more for just the raw value trades. We're going to go over here. And then once I get these Knights of the Realm, I'm a lot more comfortable. Gotta be super careful about these Wild Hunters, though. They're going to cook me up. A lot of my archers kind of suffering too. We have a Pegasus Knight charge though. Against them. And we do have the capture point. And more cav coming on in. I think now is the time. No, we don't kill Drycha just yet. Way too sus to go for a Drycha pick at this point in the game. Okay, yeah, he's trying to put my cav in a bad position. Gotta be ultra wary of that. Let's get the caster in. A lot of my archers are routing, which is not the prettiest of situations. Let's see if we can get a good catch on his cav here, though, at least. They should be pretty hard surrounded. Plus, we have a Lewin coming on in. Many archers do rally, but I think me not being able to capture that 1 point may have put us in a really bad position. We'll see, though. I still have a lot of dudes. Lewin is here. All the buffs. Oh no, are we? Danican, no! Danican, no. No, Danican. Hopefully he sticks with it. As soon as we're back, we're using all these buffs on Lewin to hopefully kill his Wild Hunters. And then he'll only have a couple Dryads left. And I have a lot of time here with a lot of archers. Crazy scrappy game, though. Tactical pause. The host is left. Did I crash? Danican's the host, though, right? I joined his lobby. Turns out I crashed. Bro. What? I was still in. Oh my god. Bro. That was an ultra scrappy game there. Yeah, apparently it kicked me. What the crap? Oh god. I feel like it was really close. It was super close. Do I have the build? Okay, yeah, I do have the build. Danican says you just need 2 minutes. Alright, what are we playing? God, the honor on this guy. Alright, it's fine though. We know the matchup is not terrible. Like we can absolutely win this. I just have to get the archers out. Yeah, I think we had a good position. He only had a few dryads left. I just need to not damage Drycha early on. You're not gonna kill her with the Zoids nearby. But other than that, I think it's mostly fine. Alright, gonna go like so. Hopefully we capture this point. I got the Lewin. Alright. Anakin just needs 2 minutes. We'll give him that because he's given us the replay. Isn't this a different build? Oh, crap. Yeah, I had a Pegasus Knight.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
Okay, yeah. We're going back to the lobby. The wrong build. Yeah, I had like Pegasus Knight in the starting army. And a yeah, and one of these guys. All right, yeah, we gotta figure it out. I remember I had to stack the Lewin and the Damsel, but yeah, we'll see. This should be winnable though with the archers. God dang, the disconnect though. Holy crap. Yeah, does anyone have my build? Oh my goodness. She didn't have Scroll of Shielding. This lady. All right, let's okay, I have the replay. All right, Danican needs to BRB anyway, so should be fine. Gosh darn it though, me crashing. Ugh, my game didn't even crash, it just booted me. First the lag switch, now the build swap. All right, let's take a look. Damsel was just Wind Blast, okay. And then one of these guys had Pegasus, Knights Errant, Knights of the Realm. Wait, how can she have just Wind Blast? All right, well let's get back. Lost connection to the game, classic. Peer to peer, don't beat yourself up. Yeah. Wait, did the lobby close? Where is it at? I can't see the lobby. All right, Turin's remaking. Ho! Oh my gosh. I'm being problematic. All right. So the damsel, she just had Wind Blast. She was on a unicorn. We had the Regiment of Renown dude over there. We had the Pegasus Knights. We had minus this guy. I had the Blessing of the Lady on the Knights Errant, right? Lewin was stacked. I had a full stack Lewin. Oh my gosh. And then I had a Questing Knight here. And the Knight of the Realm, Questing Knight, these guys. I had -1 Archer. Wait, Paladin, 5 Archers, Fire Archer, 4 of these guys. Okay, and 1 more. And 1 more Knights Errant. Pretty sure this is the build. Oh wait, I'm missing an Archer. Jeez. Alright, jeez. Alright, head in the game. Head in the game! Let's just have a good match. Save the build in case you play. I guess we already have it fairly saved, but yeah, I should have. It's okay though. Anyways, as long as I get that Archer spam again. I don't even think we need a Wind Blast of Spears. I think if we just Wind Blast as Archers and then shoot them, I'll be okay. It's just gonna get our cavalry going. Nice. All right. Pretty good luck. Have fun. The Royal Pegasus Knights can kill all of his cavalry. At least I have that going for me. I just gotta capture the points and spam Archers. That's it. Deep breath. If we win this, we'll be okay. He's giving us the ready, have fun. All right. So here we go. Take 2. I might still want to just shoot the Eternal Guard. They are shielded, which makes them really annoying versus Archers. Let's just stick with that. We're just gonna stick with that. Get the Archer tide going. Lewin should be able to distract these guys at least a little bit. Should be able to get a pretty nasty Wind Blast over there. All right, Lewin, then you want to run for your life. All right. And there's a double cap. Lewin's not slowed. He'll be able to live. I have to get value, though. I have to get value off Lewin. But this Archer's pretty beat up now. 1 more Wind Blast will get him dead. Or at least routing. And we, yeah, just get another Archer going. We're just gonna contest this point for a little bit because I definitely just need time here. If we are to win this, that should be a pretty decent Wind Blast. Hits the spears and the Archers, very nice. And this time I actually do have the capture point. Gotta be a little wary about the pendulums, though. Danican definitely wants to get some sick pendulums off. So I think he's probably gonna cast one now. If I keep the archers moving, though, there's a non-zero chance I just dodge a pendulum. So there's another archer. Gotta be super careful about the forest fight. Forest fight can go very south very quickly if I'm not careful. But there we go, another one bites dust. And we get our last archer. He only hits one of them with the pendulum. That's not too bad. He's gonna start capturing the point, but pendulum's on cooldown. We can kind of dodge these guys too. And then if I just outshoot him, then we should be okay. He'll get the point. At least we'll be okay. Lots of deeps on that one unit. One of these archers is kind of derping though. Just gonna go over here. Maybe get a pick off. The wind's pretty good for that. He gets a solid Malkotzen though. But so far so good. The archers are really going ham. Got one route off. He's gonna have another pendulum soon though, so we gotta start positioning for that. But I think he's, yeah, there you go, there's the pendulum. He's down most of his archers though. We're gonna have to back up slightly, but these guys will be escorted off the battlefield. And then we can start bullying his spear tide. We certainly have a lot of boys here, but the match is far from over. He does still have one Glade Guard at the ready, and they're being mildly annoying. I do have 4 archers online and operational though. Lewin can definitely get at least a route on these guys. Though he's gonna park his Zotes on top. I don't think it'll really make a big difference. And now we're in the late game where we just kind of spam cav. I think we're playing this one better than last time, which is kind of a shame. Danican's a saint, man, for letting us rematch here. But potentially he's going for a big deep dive. So Lewin's gonna have to be a little careful. One bad fight here against a bunch of Zotes and he's dead. So far looking so good though. All the archers are dead. We got a fairly nice disengage. We're just gonna back up. No point taking a big fight here, not now. When it's not needed. Should be able to do pretty well here though. The Zotes are actually kind of exposed too. This one Zote over here could potentially go down. He does have the Wild Hunters. Pretty big, nasty fight. I should be able to charge his cav though. And with Lewin nearby, I think he wins this. If he doesn't, I'd be rather surprised. Lewin's a beast though. He should be able to do pretty well. Many of the Zotes taking some massive damage. There we go. We're just gonna get a clean disengage. We're just gonna pull back, let the archers cook, and then hopefully get some devastating charges. His flank Zotes did pretty well though, and it is a triple cap now, but we can pull back. We have time to retreat into a more favorable position. Should be able to get a pretty solid charge here. So we do have a pretty nice cav advantage. Geez, those Zotes though on this side really bullying my guys. How's Lewin doing? He should be able to participate in this fight too, as many of the cav units are going down. I do still have my archers alive. How nice. All right. Lewin's doing pretty good here. Without the support of Drycha, many of the cav units are going down quite swiftly. Gonna get another wind blast over here. And then versus cav, we must simply countercharge them. Overall, not too bad. Danican though, he's a beast. He's absolutely a beast. Big routes though, big routes. So we got a couple over there. It's this big old melee defense boost, and then we just got to pull away from the spears. Archers continue to survive. Now we have slightly more elite cavalry. They can get in here and clean up shop, but this time around we are much more ahead in terms of tickets. I just got to avoid them Zotes and then I'm okay. A lot of archers are still online and operational. But yeah, let's just kill the Zotes. Let's just kill the Zotes. My sorceress lives too. You know how happy I am to see that. A couple Zotes are over here. We should probably be able to take a decent fight into them. We're laying into the Zotes on this end. So that's pretty comfy. And if we could kill these guys, the great Stag Knights, then we are definitely in a comfortable position. Archers, though, are taking a long time to kill the Zotes. They're taking millennia and a half to actually kill them here. That one Zote, though, is going down. Lewin's a Chad. He has the debuff. So against the, against all this cav here, we should be able to just Wreck-A-Roni them. So it's on the far side of going down. So now we can position our archers like so. Lewin with the big debuffs. He's doing not bad. And here we go. We have a cav unit back. And then once these guys are routed off, then it's just this little pocket. Sword of Corone is going super hard though. It reduces the melee defensive cavalry. And since they already have pretty low melee defense, it's pretty easy to clean up. And now I think Daniken's basically army wiped. So if I just spam mounted yeomen here to capture points, then I think we'll be okay. Let's pull back from this fight though. And we gotta get ourselves out of a triple cap situation. Triple cap's nasty. We certainly have a lot of cav here. But yeah, if I can just get some basic yeomen, pick a side for them to cook, then we'll be okay. He does catch my caster again though. Jeez Louise. All right. Kind of a similar situation to last time where we're just kind of in a bit of a grindy late game. He's spamming dryads though, so he must not have a lot of cav. So this should be a fairly nice situation. I just got de-summon a little bit. De-summon just a smidge. Just so I have something to bring onto the battlefield. Lewin is just straight up uncontested too. I should be quite happy with the overall situation. Somehow my caster did make it out alive too. How marvelous. Capture point number 1 at the 1,000 ticket mark. All right, and we should just be able to carry this out. Not the end of the world. Should be able to get a pretty good volley over there. Let's see the summons that we have coming on in. All right, we have some pretty good ones. And yeah, this is kind of like what was going to happen last game, but we have a better overall situation, of course. Don't want to get pendulum. Just going to position against that. But yeah, now our cav advantage should just be enough to win it. Lewin can also potentially bully Drycha now that she doesn't have a million Zotes or anything to keep her safe. This little forested area of the map though is definitely kind of sus. And Zotes do get brought in, so we know that there's no like huge cav swarm or anything, right? So we should just be able to get on top of the dryads. There are a lot of dryads. These ones we can focus though. Let's just pull back a smidge. Keep using Lewin. He gets a heal. Daniken does technically win on a 1 cap too. And the Zotes will be able to make it. Terrifying. Alright. I can play for time, though. Like, I can just play time. Just severely uptrade. And then we'll be fine. Gonna be a pretty solid wind blasting over here. Many of the dryads going down hard. I really like the situation. Plus, of course, Lewin. Lewin has some pretty big debuffs you can chuck out. Taking this fight is a little riskier than I should have done, though. But at the very least, we should be able to tear out the dryads. That'll be okay. He's just spamming Glade Riders now. Who are good versus you, man. Not the greatest versus the rest, though. It's gonna be a little sketch. It's gonna be a little sketch. As this big old blob fight is just not exactly going my way. Drycha's just giving way too much leadership. It's just giving way too much leadership, bro. Alright, here we go. Glade Riders are charging in. They're trying to make a play on my archers now. Archers should be able to pull back, and we've cleared out this area. Lewin can just fight the Zotes. He needs to start spending his HP for the trades. Oh my goodness, there we go. Alright, so big route over there. Glade Riders are down. Okay, I just gotta capture this point, man. Just gotta capture this point in a reasonable amount of time. Peasant Bowman will be able to get in there. One of his Dryads has overchased slightly. It's very nice. Got the Bufferinos over there, keeping my guys safe. Can we route off these spears, though? That's a big question. Well, they're certainly taking a lot of damage. And now that my guys are rallying, things are looking a little better. It's kind of crazy how close Danikan's getting this, though. But with the third capture point and all the Zotes getting murdered and all that, I think we got him. Super duper close match, though. Holy crap, Danikan's a beast. Danikan's an absolute beast. This is going to be a great sandwich, though. Big ol' sandwich on the spearman, and we capture the point with a little time to spare, which is exactly what we want. My shoulders are in great pain as we are stressed. But we got him. Just keep ignoring Drycha, man. What a menace. Bro, Drycha was such a menace. Danikan's a beast, man. He might have won it in the last match, too, with how beat up everyone was. It's hard to tell. He's a saint for letting us replay, though. Oh my god. Jeez Louise, though. He's a beast. If he crashes, we'll also let him replay. GG, well played. Alright. So no Dark Elves, no Wood Elves, no Bretonia, no Slanesh. We're 1-1. Lewin is pretty good on the damage front. The Wind Blasts were definitely a good idea. Our cavalry was very strong, and the Royal Pegasus Knights were super clutch. Them being able to rear charge his Wild Hunters won us the game, because we prevented their damage quite amply. Alright. Game 3. I get my Wood Elves. And we're on Border Low Landing, which is fairly comfortable. Not as great for Empire, but he also doesn't have Kislev for Wood Elves now. So I should be able to secure a Wood Elf victory. Feels like Bretonia's favored into Wood Elves. It was very difficult, though. I think the triple Zote made it way harder than I thought it would be. And then the Drycha to kill the archers is real nasty. I do think in the long run, Bretonia can get it done. But it's nasty. It's really nasty. Triple Zote. Lots of healing action. Pretty sus. That was a solid build. He might play Bretonia versus me too. But we know how hard the Zotes are to actually shake off. You can take some very elite knights though to deal with them. But like Drycha's still very scary. But like if you go for the Grail Knights, it can go very well for you. You're doing great, champ. Thank you. If I can get a win with Wood Elves next, that would make life so much more comfortable. My Wood Elf kite is very strong. Very long stream this is. I feel bad for Danican though. Like that last match, he might have won it. Because I got some of my cav caught, I lost my caster. We just played that game much more cleanly because we were locked in for the second round. If Danican crashes, I don't care how hard he is, okay? If he crashes and like I'm like, you know, dumpstering him, he gets the replay, all right? 1000%, man. I can't. Oh man, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if we barely win. He's such a chill guy, man. Danican's too much of a sport. I guess he got the replay earlier in the tournament, so maybe fair is fair with the wood dwarves and corn, but all right, we'll see. Border low, Empire and Cathay. On border low? Empire and Cathay on border low landing's really awkward. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna go high elves. High elves. Pretty good. Wood elves and high elves versus Empire Cathay. But like it's border low landing. This map is so bad for range units. So I'm really interested to see how he decides to play this one out. No Kislev either. So he's done his pick. I don't have Betonia anymore. We want units with good arcs of fire here. First and foremost. He has Grand Cathay, which is a little awkward. Alright, let's try this. Warriors of Chaos, High Elves, and Wood Elves versus Empire, Grand Cathay, and Greenskins. Now, on any other map, I would not want this matchup selection. But on this one in particular, for this match in particular, I think we can do it. Now, Grand Cathay versus Warriors of Chaos is a little awkward. I think that's generally a matchup we don't want to take, right? Yeah, it's just going to be a turkey shoot. Easy first ban. Easy first ban. Chaos versus Greenskins is good, though. I'm probably going to have to double ban his Greenskins. But yeah, Empire and Cathay on this map. Now, he can take the Sunmaker. We do know the Sunmaker is pretty crazy here. A Shem's Caster is not going to be crazy. Also BRB. But yeah, Shem's Caster is not going to be crazy because the pillar is good. It's comfortable. Still picking his bands. Oh. Greenskins. Yeah, greenskins are kind of sus here. The Warriors of Chaos. Excuse me. They generally do quite well there. He bans out Empire versus Wood Elves. He bans... Alright. Yeah, so you gotta get rid of the greenskins. They're just really good at rushing the Wood Elves. Their infantry will trade well, and cavalry don't do super great versus them. So we have Warriors of Chaos versus Empire. High Elves versus Empire. Wood Elves versus Grand Cathay. And then we have Chaos versus Greenskins. Both terrified of greenskins. Oh man, yeah. Yeah, we're giving them a lot of respect today. Chaos though, like I think rush factions are good versus greenskins, and range factions are generally bad against them. That's usually what it feels like most of the time. When you're banning matchups, is there a tool, or does each of you have to track what's banned already? Yeah, we just have to track it. Makes it a little awkward, but should be fine. Alright, so what's Daniken gonna do? Chaos versus Empire, High Elves versus Empire. We got Wood Elves versus Grand Cathay. Woodies versus the Greenskins. I mean, no, not Woodies versus Greenskins. Chaos versus Greenskins. Chaos versus Greenskins is a fun one. Let me tell you guys. That one can be pretty spicy. Yeah, get some water. I should get some water too. Staying hydrated. I really wonder if he's going to play the Wood Elves versus Grand Cathay matchup. Bro's vibrating. The war, yeah, melee Wood Elf rush. War Dancer spam it. Ah, yeah. Oh boy, we're really far in. If I win the next two matches decisively, then we don't have to feel bad about Daniken losing a game, because it shows that we were probably decisively on our way to winning anyways. But if it gets super close, like an ace match, then we'll see. I think this map, though, Bordello Landing is great for us. Norskin Rise is going to want to play Empire or Cathay for sure. Chaos versus Greenskins, Wood Elves versus Grand Cathay. Chaos versus Greenskins. Easy. Easy. Now we gotta not get overconfident here. But this is a matchup I'm used to. This is the matchup that I played in the first Grand Finals. So we know what we're doing. Just have to be ultra careful. Just gotta be ultra careful of the Daniken. Cooking us up. It's gonna have a lot of boar, cav, all that biz. But this map is absolutely glorious for us. Alright, so. Very good starter build here. Unfortunately, Marauders. Well, Marauders versus Orc Boys, like, they will grind into each other for some time. I'd say it's not terrible. He may have an answer for Doom Knights. Gotta be, yeah, just a little careful about deciding to spec them. They're not bad, though. Like, they can constantly recharge stuff. But can I do better? Is there anything we can do better than the Doom Knights? We'll see. Greenskins versus Chaos. Super duper classic. Let's see here. Yeah, so they're gonna have the boar cav. You want to be able to route them off. He's gonna have a whack a load of archers, of course. That much is fairly standard fare. I think as long as you have pretty decent capture weight, though, I think you're not in a terrible position. Okay, this is actually some really fancy tech. Is this a good idea? Is this a good idea? There's a chance that it goes really badly, so I should be wary. Let's see here. Okay, you know what? Money lines up actually fairly well. Sure. So we have all of this. Greenskin has, they do have a lot of very spooky cav. Trolls would just get shot by the archers a ton. I'm not super looking forward to having to deal with that. Yeah. The biggest thing is just like, you gotta be really careful about his archers. But I feel like this is fairly winnable. I think I have all my checks and balances. This is just a matchup that I'm very comfortable with. There's a handful of techs that he could bring in that I think could be scary, but yeah. Might want to change the banner. Oh yeah, they're quite similar. So let's go Shadow Legion. But yeah. I think I have the chops here to do pretty well. Wait, do I have an answer for Black Orcs? I have like a soft answer for Black Orcs. It's not exactly... Okay, if he spams Black Orcs, though, am I really in trouble with this build? Okay, I should probably take this just in case. Alright, this seems slightly better. Yeah, it seems slightly better. Should be fairly decent. We're on board a low landing, which is a pretty good match here. Alright, I'm ready. Give me a worst, Danican. How many Hellstriders have you brought? Yes. We have... Yes. Hellstrider's great. I think the biggest deciding factor here in my head is what lord he decides to bring. There's a lot of lords he could potentially take here that would be better or worse for us. His cavalry, I feel pretty confident taking out. That's not a big deal. Actually, I do kind of want this ability. But now my income's all wonky. Man, I really want that ability though. All right. Let's see here. Spending wise, what we're looking at. Another one of these. How do you spend 1,000 gold as Warriors of Chaos? Gosh darn. Awkward money spending, man. The worst. 65 gold. Barely don't have enough. Yeah, getting the money just right can be a little awkward at times. Oh, this ain't half bad. Oh yeah, this ain't half bad. All right. Now we're ready. And now we are ready. Danican's still cooking. It's gonna need a hot second. I think I have a lot of really good stuff here. He's gonna need to take some sort of shenanigans to deal with what I got. The solid build check. And he'll be down greenskins and I can still play Wood Elves and High Elves. So that'd be pretty comfy. Just use the OP Balefire cart. Yes. Super OP. Super duper OP. So I'm down Beastman, Betonia, Slanesh, Chaos. He's down Kislev, Dark Elves, Wood Elves, and Greenskins. After this match. This should be pretty Warriors of Chaos favorite though. I'm ready, man. I'm ready. I just have to play ultra careful. Just play real safe and we'll be good to go. And he's ready. There he goes. There he goes. He's ready. All right. So, name of the game is I have a Hell Cannon. The Hell Cannon can shoot over the hill and bully Danican's infantry, thus forcing the man to have to advance towards me, where victory shall be ours. I have a hefty, ultra hefty armor front line, because they're gonna want to sit on this point and make sure Danican doesn't take it. Chaos of Warriors of Khorne dual weapons, really good versus a lot of what he might bring. Then of course the usual, we spam Hellstriders. I have Manticores to rout off his cavalry. A lot of spells today. This is because he might take the Squighopper Lord, in which case Spirit Leech is really good. He might go for a lot of Cav, in which case I'll want Searing Doom. Like Boar Boy Big Guns, I really need Searing Doom to kill them, as I just don't have a lot else here. Okay, and he's gone for a Mork Gazer. It's 200 meters though. So he shouldn't be able to kill off this here Hell Cannon. Not too bad anyways. But that's his plan, basically, yeah. Deal with the Hell Cannon. He has some Doom Diver catapult boys over here. Gonna drop artillery here. Pretend that we're still manning it. If he casts the Gaze of Mork, it's not gonna do much here, because it's just gonna hit the crewmates. So that ain't too bad. Then we can ward this guy off with a little bit of this action. Oh, dropping it. Whoa, jeez, and goodness, they are unbreakable. All right, they're not leaving the artillery anymore. Jeez Louise, that Gaze of Mork. That's nasty Gaze of Mork. How much HP does this guy have? He has like no HP, bro. Wait, Archie can totally just Spirit Leech this guy. Hell Cannon's just gonna bully his archers now. Should be fairly good for that. Archaeon just has to be a little careful. But my infantry front line is far superior to his. So if we just go for a big fight here, I think we actually do okay. Hell Cannon's cooking. He's doing his job great. And this is the Anticity Classic. Burning Head down the pipe on his good old artillery piece. That might shatter them. If not, they're definitely pretty out of the battle. Pretty good Burning Head overall. He is gonna kill the cannon though. Like it's definitely dying. Let's see how this goes. We have a Searing Doom. Oh crap, he's dodging. Okay, well, we'll see how that goes then. Hellstriders are doing okay though. We have a lot of Hellstriders, just in general. And my infantry should be doing great, right? Plus the Hell Cannon's still alive. Very important to note. Should be able to rout off the few dudes over there. He did dismount my poor artillery piece though. But Terror Rod is good. Trading wise though, not the best. Definitely a could be better type situation. Hellstrider's also not doing the bestest. Should be able to get a pretty decent charge and Searing Doom though on his cav here. It's gonna go okay. Hits up his infantry, does a little bit of damage to the cav, but he's still holding out fairly well. We do have Hellstriders for a pretty nifty late game. And of course Archaeon here is a Chad, right? Many of his archers are going to be shut down, but the infantry fight is not going nearly as well as I would have hoped for. Yeah, I think the infantry fight's just a little sus. And losing the Hell Cannon is not a very great situation. Now we do have the capture weight, I guess. Archaeon's chilling over here. He's gonna get a little bit of a buff on these yeah, big guns. Should be able to just hit him up though with my boys. Yeah, so they're gonna go down quite handily even with the buffs. That's good for us. And then maybe I can get another Burning Head here. Many of his archers too are just not really killing my warriors. So that's a pretty good sign. Can we get a Burning Head though? Get Burning Head on these guys and rout them off. Looks like his Bufferino. Really cooking us up. Yeah, the buff. Buff's doing well. I can't kill his lord either. Wasn't able to spam the gazes on his face. It's not exactly the best situation. And he still has the boar boys here. Now with manticores on the field, we will be able to bully them slightly. He's gonna go for a big surround here. We'll see. I have some Forsaken too. They'll be able to do quite well. The ticket advantage is not bad, but Danican is clearly in a fairly strong lead. I'm gonna need a Searing Doom to catch his Broken Tusk mob. If I don't get that, we're as good as dead, which is not good. Not good in the slightest. Can we get a Broken Tusk mob Searing Doom combo though? Searing Doom is hard to dodge. Should be able to get a decent terror route on these orc boys too. Archaeon's getting in there. We'll have some Hellstriders back soon enough too. All right, so there he goes. Big Broken Tusk mob engagement. Is he gonna pull them away though? It should be a pretty good Searing Doom. If I can just kill them off, it's great. I'm gonna try forcing them forwards. I think if we get a burning head here too, though, then they should be pretty roughed up, right? We have terror in there. I just have to actually get him out of there. Yeah. Bufferino did not work out. Now I have a potential play. So his Lord got a little overextended. If I can get some damage in with Archie, we're good. He's gonna be trying to peel out here. I do have Forsaken getting into the cookie jar, but yeah, okay, his guy is going to survive. Not with a lot of pain though, and we have another Searing Doom. It's a bit of a tussle. I killed his artillery, he killed my artillery. Archaon gets a 6 Searing Doom though. We're gonna have Manticores here, and it's a mass route. Greenskins are very prone to these kind of mass routes, as their leadership really is just not the bestest a lot of the time. He has a lot of Orc boys here. His army is larger than ours, and his Orc boys are just going for it. He really wants to catch my Hellstriders, okay? Well, maybe I can put him in a bad situation here in this fight. A little bit of a forest engagement plus a Manticore. That's not the worst. My Manticore here is dodging fairly well. And we got ourselves a little bit of an Orc boy catch. Plus we have more Searing Dooms. If I can keep cooking with the Searing Dooms, it's not the worst. We have a fairly good late game as the Warriors of Chaos. He gets another gaze on us, but it ain't too bad. And that is going to result in a rout. So now what I think I need is a bunch of Forsaken, because he did lose out on a lot of his stuff here. Double Manticore should be quite good. And the Forsaken could definitely just jump his archers. Get another fairly nice fight here. Burning head right on target. And the Manticores are just homing missiles straight onto his little lordy. His lord's gonna have to bail again, where we may be able to get a little bit of a play here. Hellstriders might be able to catch some units. We're trying our bestest here to pull it back. I don't have a lot of magic. I am going to catch a unit though, which is good. And Archaon, he's providing leadership on this front. Moon Howlers are great and all, but you can bully them. So there you go. Fairly nice charge here from the Hellstriders. And if I just keep spamming Hellstriders, it can't be that bad. We got some Forsaken in here. We got some Warriors he can charge in. More Forsaken. He's gonna have the Boar Cavalry on me, but another Searing Doom gets them dead. These Searing Dooms have been crazy for us. Gets another buff. Fists of Gork on there. But I did land the Searing Doom. So overall, not the end of the world. I have more Searing Dooms. He does have a triple cap on us. But I will be able to get some more Hellstriders in. The name of the game is Hellstriders, man. Absolutely. It's just, yeah, it's just Hellstriders spam into the horizon. Should be able to catch another unit here. Come on, Searing Dooms! This time he's catching on. Gets a pretty solid dodge there.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Hellstriders can outmaneuver him pretty hard though. We can just keep playing keep away with them. And then maybe we pull it back. It's very close. It's very, very close. So we're gonna get some axe throwers here. Archaon has one more Searing Doom. And his Lord's kind of in an awkward position. If I get a Searing Doom on those Savage Orc boys and get a Lord snipe, we might win this. We may very well win this. Oh my god, his Lord is so exposed. Wait just a darn second. His Lord's ultra exposed. We got the Searing Doom too. He's lost a unit, the Shattered. All right, all right. Forsaken need to come on, get a charge. There we go. Oh my god, the Hellstrider Swarm, man. The Hellstrider Swarm is cooking. The Manticores have been doing really well. His Lord's gonna make it out. But we can capture the points in a decent time. We actually may have a chance to win this. Alright, here we go. Get the Manticores in! Get the Hellstriders on top of them. You will not secure this point. Not on my watch. Next up will be the middle point. He's gonna have a pretty nice advantage here. In general. Because the tickets are so close. Crap, crap, crap. I gotta capture this point with triple cap, bro. I have to capture this point. Oh my god. Should be able to rout off his swamp things at least. They're taking huge damage from Archaon and the guys. Okay, we got the capture point. Next up, this one. He's running precariously low on units. Archaon's in. We're gonna, yeah, we're gonna have to commit with the horsemen, but we may be able to sneak out a victory here. So he gets the buff, but I still have another Searing Doom. That's just gonna rout him off. There you go. As soon as one of them routs, then that should be the rest of them. So then if I really pile onto this point now. All right, there you go. Hellstrider spam. Hellstrider spam. I have 2 minutes left. I have 2 minutes to get a point. Third point's gonna be close. Oh my god, this is a nail biter. So he's bringing in a few guys over here, and yeah, he's gonna try and stop me from. He's gonna try and get the recapture win. One Marauder here and the Hellstrider should be enough. He's probably summoning in some, you know, probably summoning in some mobility, right, to secure this. The Marauders will be good though, and I have, yeah, I have more Hellstriders here, so they should be able to clean that up. The question is, can I take this point in the short amount of time we have? I have Archie. I have Archaon here, but how much can he Chad mode it? Okay, so we have a Manticore in there. We got the Hellstriders. The point is secured. We got more Hellstriders, so I have 50 seconds. 50 seconds to take this last point. It's gonna be close. I think he's getting this though. So like, even though I get this one, 40 seconds. Oh my god, what a mass terror route. Oh my god. Oh my god, what a mass terror route. That's huge. What the crap? I don't know where that came from, but I'll take it. I'm just gonna need to summon in the first Hellstrider that I can to get on top of this. If I rout off these Savage Orc boys, we actually might do it. Hellstrider just needs to get the crap over here. Come on, baby. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, Danican won. He's 2-1 against us now. Oh my god, we almost came back with the Hellstrider play. The Hell Cannon was my big risky play, but he was ready for it. Oh my god, that was crazy. The Searing Dooms are super good versus Orcs. I should just run Searing Doom. Cut the Hell Cannon. He shut down the Hell Cannon super hard. If I went just full melee, we would have been fine. My warriors did okay. He really butchered the Chaos Warrior dual weapons. That was really sad. Oh my god. What a match though. Jeez. Alright. 1 and 2. So if Danican wins one more, it's over. But I still have the big guns. We can play Wood Elves. We can play Norska. It's all fairly good. Oh my gosh, though. Jeez. All right, so that was game 3. We're on game 4. It's an Arm the Guest. He can't pick Wood Elves, though, so I don't have to pick Wood Elves first. He's down his greenskins. The issue is he still has Grand Cathay. The map is also extremely flat. So Grand Cathay just makes a lot of sense. Man, what a scary match, though. If I didn't take the Hell Cannon, we would have won. I should have known that he really is going hard on those spell spam type builds. And then I should have just committed to either Spirit Leeching his Lord or something else. But I thought dismounting the artillery would actually do it. But I remounted by accident and it got a huge hit in. You're so stressing, you're just watching. Hey, you know, second place. Second place is okay, but we're gonna make him fight for it. I still got some oomph in me. But absolutely he's gonna go Grand Cathay here. The odds of Grand Cathay is very likely. Now, my Wood Elves can beat his Grand Cathay. But yeah, we'll have to see. He might go for some Corn action. I can't play Dark Elves, actually, because it's banned. I still have Empire, which is nice. Yeah, go for the wind farming. Man, that game was so close. If I had brought in that one Hellstrider to that point instead of overcommitting to the home point, we would have won. I did overcommit just a smidge, but after he got a lead, he got a little too comfortable. He ate a bunch of Searing Dooms that he shouldn't have. So I think he pretty handily had the lead that game. Us coming back would have been a crazy throw on his part. Very good Lord control too. He's very good at keeping his Lord alive. But yeah, that game was seconds away. We almost got a vicious comeback. I thought we were dead early on. There were just a couple seconds. He was still holding it though. He had 2 units on it. We weren't capturing it as fast as I would have wanted. We would have needed like a handful of seconds to actually get it down. But man, what a crazy match. I think you gotta summon in the Hell Cannon though. Starting with the Hell Cannon was a fool's errand on my part. Super close though. Hey, at least we're making a good show of it. A very good show. I'm sure the viewers in Turin's chat were freaking out. Oh my god, almost coming back with the Warriors of Chaos. Anyways, yeah, I do still have Wood Elves. He doesn't have Greenskins. I can do High Elves versus Empire. Yeah. Now, High Elves versus Grand Cathay. I don't know. I don't think that one's a good one. I think that's a straight up terrible matchup. And this is like the map for Grand Cathay. He wants to play Grand Cathay super bad on this map. However, Skaven do counter Grand Cathay. Like, Skaven are legitimately good. First Grand Cathay, and you can just shoot them to death. Dwarves are also really good. Okay, he's ready for picks and bans. On a map like this, I have options. His first pick is Empire. I could take the Grand Cathay. I can be the Cathay main. It's not like he can play Wood Elves anyways, right? Dwarves and Grand Cathay. This map is the biggest, flattest cannon map known to man. You can go heavy artillery here and just sit back and relax, man. And we shut down his Grand Cathay, which is one of his factions. That's gonna limit his options pretty hard. Is he gonna go corn or something? Tomb Kings is a wild pick. Okay. Tomb Kings basically says, I don't want you to play. Don't play, yeah, don't play Wood Elves. Interesting. Versus Empire and Tomb Kings. There's one very sneaky faction here. But the map is kind of big. Alright. Dwarves, Cathay, Vampire Coast, Empire, Tomb Kings, and High Elves. It's a pretty interesting lineup. Him picking High Elves into my coast is not great for us. But I think Dwarves and Cathay is strong enough to kind of hard carry here. So, yeah, like Dwarves and Cathay. That should be enough. He bans Dwarves versus Empire. Grand Cathay versus Empire would be quite interesting. You also have Vampire Counts versus Empire, which you really gotta know what to do to win that matchup. I mean, Vampire Coast. I guess that one's a little sus. Yeah, it's a little sus. So we'll ban Coast and High Elves. So Coast versus Empire, Coast versus High Elves. Coast versus Tomb Kings at least is good. Like, he's gonna have to get rid of the Tomb Kings matchups. I think he would be insane not to. Which means I'm gonna get to pick between Grand Cathay Empire, Grand Cathay High Elves, and Dwarves High Elves. That's a fairly nice selection. This is hype. Stressful, man. This map's good for cannon factions, though. Being able to guarantee your cannons can just shoot all day. Pretty nice. But yeah, if he plays Tomb Kings into this, that would be pretty crazy. And then if he loses Tomb Kings, I might be able to win with Wood Elves in the last round. He's gonna know I have cannons though, but what counterplay does he have? Surely not that much, right? Man, that Chaos versus Greenskin game though, that was crazy. His one Black Orc actually got a lot of work in. I was really hoping the dual weapons would trade better against them. Oof. Oof. And then he had the pump wagons running all over me. Awkward all around. But anyways, yeah, we're not starting with artillery anymore. Unless, well, maybe on this map. Maybe on this map we do. He knows how we're gonna do it, though. It would be crazy not to start with artillery, right? Yeah, I need to show it on stream, or Dana can. And it's just kind of awkward showing it. I'll just wait till his picks and bans, and then we'll get there. This would be a really big day for Danican, though, if he wins this. He's been giving me a very hard time. He bans 2 Tomb Kings matchups. Grand Cathay versus Empire is just way too awkward. Grand Cathay versus Tomb Kings, though. Pretty comfy, I'd say. Then we have Dwarves versus High Elves. Grand Cathay versus High Elves. And Grand Cathay versus Tomb Kings. Dwarves versus High Elves, Grand Cathay versus Tomb Kings. Both wonderful matchups for us. And generally speaking, life is pretty comfortable. He wants to play high elves versus dwarves. High elves versus dwarves is the first matchup I ever played when I first entered the scene. This one's an old one, man. All right. I used to think I could beat Zyphos in this matchup. He certainly proved me wrong. Now, high elves don't have that many tools to push through here. Generally speaking, dwarves have quite a bit of oomph when it comes to this matchup. Now, the map is going to be fairly open. It's going to make things a little sus. Capture weight is definitely not in the best of things that we can get here. Like actually getting sufficient capture weight here is definitely really awkward. He can use archers to shoot my slayers and all that. And he's probably just gonna have a bunch of white lions. That's yeah, that's pretty standard fare for the high elves. War lions are definitely war lions, and war lion chariots are definitely gonna be a thing. Not impossible to deal with, though. I should be able to do decently against them. But yeah, this is gonna be a big tussle for sure. It's gonna be one big fat tussle. I think there's a lot of options here for Daniken. There's a lot of ways that he can just kind of win if I'm not careful. Let's see, I definitely want one of these. Well, let's see here. What do I want? Oi. Yeah, war lions, white lions. They're all slightly problematic. And Daniken's already ready. This man's been cooking hard. He's been cooking hard. If he wins this, he deserves it. But we shall not give up hope. I'm going to play my mind out this match. Try and give Daniken as awkward a position as we possibly can. And we'll see how we do. Mad Lad's ready. Let's see our high elves. Yeah, they're gonna have a lot of chariots, right? They're gonna have a stupendous number of chariots and such that I gotta deal with. He can have a lot of archers. This is like not a matchup that he's played a ton though. So, yeah, maybe he just takes like the wrong skew build. I don't know. We'll have to see. Hit him with the 8x Iron Drake build. So I've gone for double cannons, which is like fairly obvious. Like he's gonna predict a double cannon here. But dwarven artillery is some of the hardest to kill artillery in the game. Not only are they small, they also have magic resist. So I'm just going to use Malachi here to keep him alive. Gonna park a Slayer in the trees to stop him from pushing that way. And if Danican rushes us, we just have to hold our ground. Now with this many Longbeards, I should be able to withstand a rush. These cannons are getting ludicrous range bonuses. So let's see. What's he got? Okay, a lot of archers. That's not too bad. So we can push up. I can control the forest line with my boys. He has a L'Oreal with Tempest. So naturally, no gyrocopter play. But the rather limited number of white lines here, that's going to be fairly good for us, at the very least. Plus, we can use our Grim Delvers here to potentially put them in an awkward space. And unlike olden times, Dwarf should be able to do okay here. Now, is he going to go for a stall strategy? I think that's what I'm most interested in seeing. It seems like he's just backing up. So, yeah, it seems like a stall strategy might be underway. Interesting. We could try to go for the high ground, but the high ground's just not gonna go super well. Can I push him to the edge of the map? Obviously, that puts my artillery at a higher risk
We have a victory point.
of being in harm's way. But if he just has to keep retreating, it's not too bad. We do get that double cap. We do get that double cap. And we do get a little bit of a volley here. So, I guess let the pokening begin. Slayers can capture this top point. And the cannons hurt.
Keep it from the foe.
Wow, what a volley. Oh my gosh. Talk about a volley and a half. Grim Delver should be able to just blitz these guys too. If he's not careful, the Grim Delvers are just gonna cook him up. Fire at will on. Absolutely cookerinoed. Then we bring in these guys over here. They should be able to do well. Gonna keep bullying him with my artillery pieces. And then if Malachi gets in range of these guys, we should be okay. He does have a sneaky unit here, though, capturing the point. Gonna have to deal with that. But yeah, troll hammers on skirmishers. Not a very comfortable situation for him. Now, yeah, he does have some rangers here, but we got the point secured. Big route off. And that's a solid starting play. He's kind of stuck summoning in more skirmishers. They're not super great here. We're gonna get the Slayers on the Rangers. We're gonna pull back through the Longbeards. And here he comes. Going for the big play. So it's gonna take a while for his guys to show up. And in the meantime, we should be able to just take him to Pound Town. One more unit of Giant Slayers should be perfect for the situation. And we are gonna get the slowest flank you've ever seen on his guys over there. The warriors can definitely slow down a couple Longbeards. It's not a big issue. And the high ground point is going our way fairly well. So far, not so bad. Yeah, let's just keep pummeling these guys. Got a very slow infantry making their way downtown. Longbeards are clutch, though. Longbeards will absolutely cook them. And we can shoot up this first unit. The guys over there. Good pull away from my slayers on the far side, though. So we don't get the high ground point. But the damage is pretty through the roof, right? There you go. That should be a pretty vicious volley. We're going to pull back over here, as they should be fairly fine on that front. And then I guess I just start spamming miners. He doesn't have a lot of white lines. They should not be able to do super great. We've already got some damage in here. And the Grim Delvers will be away. On the high ground, he doesn't have the capture point. And on this right side, he's getting cooked up pretty bad. In fact, Alarielle is getting pretty brutalized. I don't think she's too happy about that position. Grim Delvers are getting work done too. She's gonna get a pretty nice heal. But there goes one lion. One lion unit bites the dust. There goes another lion. Right hand side is still very nice. He's bringing in the war lines of Trace now. We got our boys ready to shoot it up. And another troll hammer will definitely make things even more awkward than it already has been. He's basically stuck on just a bunch of archers now. This is the curse of the high elf first dwarf matchup. You become, yeah, you just become archer. Archer spam. Does rout off one of my guys, though. Though, with the reinforcements on this point, I think we should be fine. Rangers are only doing okay. And Alarielle just getting shot up by Malachi. A lot of archers are here, though. Gotta be careful with the slayers. As much as I want to just hard push his archers, I don't think it's a great idea.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Should be able to get a pretty good shot on Alarielle, but here come the lion spam. Yeah, so he has a lion spam now. Alarielle's taken a lot of heat, however. Does get one lion on me, though. Alarielle's been spamming a lot of magic. She probably doesn't have a Tempest for this gyro bomber. We'll see, though. Dang, those giant slayers, though. Giant slayers are having the time of their life. Gets a pretty nice D-summon. He does catch one of my units. But you gotta remember, he's still triple capped. Now, Alarielle's only taking more and more damage. Thank goodness I got a route there. Gyro Bomber's doing pretty good. And now I'm gonna bring in some very pesky cannons. Cannons are going to be particularly difficult for him to actually get the jump on at this point. It should be pretty good. He actually summons in a great eagle, alright. Big ol' eagle here. Gonna be trying to get into the fight. He does capture one of the points too. But the high ground is still mine. And we can ensure that it's ours. We're just chilling. He's also about to lose a Alarielle. Yeah, I think we're just gonna camp this high ground. If he doesn't take the high ground, he's in a very bad situation. And there we go. We've killed off a Alarielle. Actually kind of huge. The surprise late game gyro bombers. They're just gonna bombing run those rangers. Get them out of there. I want not a single ranger to stick around. A little bit of friendly fire. But we got him routed off. That's good. And we still have cannons. We still have cannons going ham. If I maintain a double cap for the rest of the game, he's pretty screwed. Realistically, all I got to do at this point is hunker down on 1 point. The high ground will be lost to the Slayers, or at least we should be able to push him back. And he has but a single chariot. We have many a miner at our disposal. We're gonna bait out his little lions here. If I can just get the the giant slayer. There we go. You get some bombing runs on his archers. That'll do really well. The leadership's already shot. And yeah, his warline chariot just can't really secure that point. Meanwhile, on the high ground, we got slayers. They'll be able to do quite well. I've routed off his lions. All right, nice. Realistically, all we gotta do is recapture some points, and then we're in a decent situation. I think spamming giant slayers on this last point is gonna do it for us. Just get the giant slayers, get the Malachi. He's keeping away from these slayers fairly well, but that's just going to be a consistent thorn in his side for the rest of the battle here. And that should be the win. So there's another giant slayer. He still hasn't captured this point either. Very pitched battle. But the Malachi artillery strat seems like it's just a little too much. Now he does finally have some rangers on the high ground, but we win on a 1 cap. So it shouldn't be a big issue. He has secured a triple cap on us though. But there's no way he's shoving off 2 giant slayers. There's 0 ways that he can actually do that. And we'll have another slayer coming in here in a second. We can maybe make a play for one of these flank points too. We do have a couple miners at the ready. So we'll see how it goes. One Longbeard's gonna contest this far side. As you can see, he's spamming out a bunch of dudes here. So we can get these boys in. Gotta play keep away from those very annoying guys over there. He's gonna shut down the artillery piece. Mildly frustrating, but this is a dwarven late game. Dwarven late game should be able to hold on to points fairly well. Giant Slayers recently got a big fat buff too to the capture weight. So we'll see. We're just spamming units out. Giant Slayers are doing the best. Gonna get another unit on this far side. And then maybe another miner here soon enough. Can respond to our shenanigans fairly well. Oh dang, giant slayers are kind of getting cooked. Okay. Giant slayers are kind of getting cooked. We will get here though. Before him. Miraculously, they do actually have enough capture weight. Against all odds, and contesting all these points, he can't summon rangers on everything, right? So I think we still capture this. This one miner is just being an absolute hero too. And unlike his pesty guys, my slayers don't rout. So they should be fairly good here. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of sus. Okay, so he is actually going to secure this. Good God. Alright, so we're gonna have to ignore the fight then. We're gonna have to ignore the fight. Go for these guys. Just get some cav on here.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
A little bit of cavalry is not a big issue. If I just get, yeah, if I can contest the high ground, we're good. I think we're winning this, though. Ain't no Rangers are actually going to capture that, right? Yeah, he's going for the last Hail Mary. So even if he does capture this point, I should be okay. Come on. Come on, you dudes. He has the chariots blitzing here. Oh my God, he got capture weight. Hail Mary, all onto the high ground now. This unit's gonna take a decent amount of time. It's gonna take a decent amount of time. I do have a dwarf warrior here though. To hunker down. He has a war lion. Doesn't show up in 20 seconds. We are still barely, oh my God, it's dead even. Come on, Slayers. Come on, you pieces of crap. Hold. Pump those dwarven legs, man. Oh my God. The war lions are gonna get here. Now I do have a charge defense versus large. And I do have a giant slayer unit here. Okay, we did catch his unit. We'll have miners here too. But clock's ticking, man. Clock's ticking. He routed off the flank point. Oh my God. His war lines have arrived, but the advent of the miners here, I think it might be just barely enough. Oh my God, he's gonna do it. Holy crap, he holds. And he has a skirmish cav. Daniken's actually gonna hold last minute. Oh my God. He's actually gonna do it. Wow. Talk about an earned victory. Talk about an earned victory. Oh my God. What a mad dash to the final points. Holy crap. A second game of seconds, man. GG, well played. He's done it. There's no winning. He's the world champion. GG, well played. Congrats. Now I do secure the second place prize pool. That's pretty nice. Man, though, what a beast. What an absolute beast. Oh my gosh, wild series. We went 1 and 3. Whew, man. I think I slightly misplayed that late game. Killing a L'Oreal was a huge pick, though. But yeah, him barely getting that capture weight was so rough. His war lions were super hard to kill. And I thought the giant slayers would capture the middle. They should have gone for a second point. Instead of fighting to their death, they absolutely should have. But Daniken's just better, man. We got some sick picks with the Grimdelvers. Man, what a late game, though. What a late game. Dwarves are usually really good at capturing. But yeah, you had the late game chariot, which did okay. It was integral to actually getting the capture weight, though. Man, legendary series, though. Oh, man. Whew. Sotek, what's up? Oh man, yeah, very hard fought. I think it really could have gone either way. I think Danican was like, a lot of the matches are really close. A lot of the matches are really close, but I think today Danican was just slightly ahead of us. Learned a lot of new factions too. He has high elves. Got a pretty good high elf versus dwarf build going. He did great. Whew. Whew, all right. End of this month, we get another grand finals. Is still a champ. Well, we'll see. I think Danican's gonna be the raid boss for next time. He's clearly learned a lot more factions in a relatively short amount of time. He's the only one that's been playing in a lot of tournaments too, me and Danican. So it's actually really nice that we got to face each other in the finals. He's also a great sport. When we got that crash in the super close game, he let us replay. Danican, yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, it was very fun. It's been a long stream day, solid 8 hours of streaming. Woo. And then, yeah, second place. I got the second place prize, so that should be a good few $100 if it's the same as last time. Pretty good. Time to learn some skew as hell builds. Get some Skaven. I think I just have to be ready for his shenanigans. Like, just don't take a lot of artillery. Hey, Kinetic, thanks so much for the 10 bucks.
You did super well. Amazing games today. My favorite was your walk against Danican's G's. Now let's get Scarven to top 1.
Oh yeah, Scarven. Maybe. If Danican's going super hard on these defensive playstyles. Man, what a crazy match. Anyways, I'ma peace out. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Have a great weekend. I might take Monday off. We might take Monday off just to chill a little bit. Maybe get some editing done. I have a lot that I gotta catch up with, especially with the DLC on the horizon. We're gonna be doing a lot of that action. So keep an eye out. Peace out. And have a great day. And of course, thank you very much to all our supporters. You're the reason why I can do this and grind super hard.